You have to. Ken is telling me you have to hit start broadcast.
We just did. It says we're live.
Hey guys, how do you guys hear me now?
Yeah, choppy.
Choppy?
Yeah. Fuck, man, I'm so stressed. I need to make some coffee.
I'm with you there.
Do some shots. It's choppy. This is bullshit.
All right, unplug and replug your mic.
Yeah, guys, I gotta make some coffee. I'll be right back.
No problem.
Hello.
There
Johnny,
we go.
you sound much better now, sir.
Do I sound better now?
Yes, you sound amazing, Johnny.
Okay, good. Yes, have Musonius Rufus join the call, please. Get him in here.
Yes. Musonius can join the call. Oh,
Get Mr. Musonius in here.
Do you guys want me to reinvite Orbison or?
No, we're gonna get Musonius and Patty, and then we'll get everybody else in.
Musonius and Patty.
If Patty's still up, I'll try and convince him to come on.
Hey, Brad.
What?
Hey. Shh. Patty's coming on, faggot.
Is it good?
Don't be a faggot.
Oh, dude, I would give him so much. If you went to bed like a little baby, I would give him so much shit next time we hang out.
No, it's fine if we leave Orbison out. I don't want to do this fucking goilers in my fucking call anyways.
We're live right now. You know.
I know we're live.
he don't give a fuck, son. He don't care.
Keep moving, goilers.
Keep moving. I'll see you guys in
Fuck
February,
your chat,
bitches.
Oh,
is that Adam?
Goilers. This is a neat neighborhood.
Hey, look what it is. Hey, Grayfield.
Hey, look what it is. It's Adam.
Yes,
Hey,
hello, Greg.
the Paranormies are all here.
Wow.
Oh, yes, hello, Greg. Hope you're doing well.
Is Grayfield here as well? Oh, it's like the whole team is here.
Almost. We're waiting on Adam.
Johnny, serious question. Did you just do a line of coke or something? Because you're very high energy right now.
Hey, Brad, shut the fuck up.
Whoa. Woo, lad.
Yeah, he did a line of coke.
Yo, Grayfield, I love that Dance Around Calais song.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Very-
Nice to hear
Let's
that.
do it as Albatross.
It's a very 80s kind of, like, instrumentally
It really
very
is.
Suey Sue and the Banshees kind of thing going on.
Yeah, that's-
Totally Susie and the Banshees.
Is that how you
it's the
say
kind
it, Susie? I thought it was Suey
Su-
Sue.
It's
No, it's
Susie.
Susie.
Oh, fucking
It's
hell.
Susie and the Banshees.
It's like the engines in it.
To dance around Calais.
Hey. Yeah, that was the kind of stuff I
But
grew up
I'm
with,
not gay. I'm sorry.
I'm not.
I always, every time, honest to God, dude, I'm sorry, but every time I hear that part of mine, it's like, but I'm not gay.
We played fucking 3 VNV Nation songs on our last show. So if you want to talk about gay and goth shit,
Oh, God.
Hector me like crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, no, it's all
No.
good. I'm down with that shit. So.
And so,
Hey,
right
guys.
now,
Hey, Hazard.
can you
Yeah,
hear
what
me though? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Who's that?
Oh, we can. It's Patty Talton.
Oh, hey, Patty. What's up, dude?
Hey, how are you?
All right. So, hey, Hazard, why don't you play the theme music and we'll get started?
Hold up. We're still waiting on Adam. He's almost in.
Aren't you guys going live on at midnight? Not.
Well, we're a few minutes early.
Yeah,
We're gonna-
close enough.
You guys want to fucking fuck around for a few minutes before you know it?
We're already live, so it's kind of late for the fucking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll start off with the fucking music.
No, you fucking start with the music or you're fired.
I'm gonna go make some coffee. I'll be right back.
You go make some coffee. All right,
Johnny,
You,
it's not really up.
We
To,
lost
it's,
Musonius.
it's not really up to Hazard when we start, because I mean you're the one streaming.
Hey, Brad. You remember like?
Let me guess. You're gonna tell me to shut up again.
Well, considering you haven't, just gonna,
I swear to God, you either like snorted a line of coffee or you snorted a line of cocaine, because you're very high energy.
Well, it's time for my show, so like bring in the energy and shit.
I completely understand. I respect that. Just
I, on the other hand, can considerably low energy since I just got back off of the worst pay-per-view ever. So,
Oh God.
I mean, yeah, it wasn't the worst, but it certainly wasn't
that
good.
women's
It wasn't
match.
great.
That fucking women's
I don't know that
match.
the women's table spot was cool.
Man.
Yeah,
They botched. So fucking.
what are you gonna do?
All right. Well, since you guys are gonna be fags for like 5 more minutes and talk about wrestling.
All right,
look,
dude,
John,
you don't get more coy than the name McMahon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey,
Wham.
Musonius!
No.
Musonius, are you with us? Are you with us, sir, or does Grayfield need to bust out the Ouija board?
Well, you
Now we
guys
have-
sound really distorted. Can you hear me?
There's Musonius.
Yes.
Good lord, you sound distorted as heck. Sound like Cylons.
Oh, do I?
Well,
I
everything's
don't
gonna
believe
stay
that I
me.
can. I don't believe that I can actually bust out the Ouija board. The missus discovered it and threw it out because superstitious.
Oh no.
Yeah.
So we're doing Paranormies on the Google Hangouts tonight, yeah? So, like, what?
Yeah, so we're doing Paranormies in the Google Hangouts, but Grayfield's girlfriend threw out half of our fucking show.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Literally half of the show. I mean, I have the little transponder thing, but like I don't have an alphabet. Oh, God damn it.
Bear with me 1 second.
Is it in the? I mean, like, is it like salvageable in the garbage? Or like?
Bear with me a second. Bear with me a second.
I have a bunch
So,
of.
will the show start? Will the show start at midnight, or does it start now?
Well, we're starting in about 30 minutes, so yeah, let's just get this. I mean, and people are listening to this. No. I mean, just for the record, people are listening. So
Yeah,
Okay.
people are listening. I mean, I figure we're gonna get any and all. Just make sure everything's going well. Hope you're doing well.
I hope you're doing well.
Give me
Hope you're doing
1
well.
sec, gentlemen.
Hey, Hazard. Hazard, you
Yes,
have
yes,
all
yes,
the.
yes, 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 yes.
Holy shit!
Hazard, hang up. Hazard, hang up. Hazard, hang up.
Hazard, stop! Whatever you're doing, stop it right now. Jesus Christ!
All right.
What was that? What happened?
Oh, you're on cam.
That
Get
was
off the cam.
literally. Okay, so when Satan comes to take his minions, and Jesus says, be off to hell with you, or whatever it is that happens in Revelation, because I stopped reading. But that was pretty much what happens.
Patty, you're on cam right now, just so you know.
I feel like
I am.
I kind of feel like we fucking with JIDF and ghosts and shit at the same time, son.
I feel like you guys should see me on camera. My face isn't well known as it is, so why not? Yeah.
Oh God.
All right,
What-
can you hear me?
Yes, as we can hear you, but don't do that again. That was like really
Okay.
loud and.
Hold up. Let me get the levels right.
I mean, send me all the files right now. I need to back up.
Okay, that's right.
Hazard, God damn it!
Shit.
Oh, you have the 7 files.
Yes, the 7 files to end the world.
Okay, just to test, drop like part of one of them.
I'll give a teaser since it got accidentally spoiled.
Just give it
earlier.
to you.
So, good news.
Oop, hold up.
Hang on, Gray.
Each
You
Halloween,
can actually hear that.
the fall air carries with it a
There you
scent
go.
of the paranormal, and seemingly otherwise rational men and women
Can you guys hear
are
it?
often susceptible
Yeah.
to retelling and even believing
Yeah, it sounds kind of far away though.
stories and
Hold up.
horrifying urban legends. If
Stop
every
it,
myth
stop
has
it,
its
stop it,
basis,
stop it. Play one of the others.
Hold up.
Just play like Brad number 1.
I work at a recently built city parking garage and transit hub. Late at night, it's my job to lock everything up until the morning.
How's
Then
that
I
going?
patrol around the dark building.
It
along
sounds
with
really
radio.
shitty,
Thank you.
actually.
It sounds really good to me.
It sounded good to you, Greg? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that's
Hold on,
fine.
Spark chat. How's it sounding to you guys?
Spurg chat, yeah. How's that go?
We have chat.
Yeah, we have Spurg chat.
Is there a way for me to
Wait,
do that?
oh, there. Yeah, there's
What?
look,
I'm gonna be back at midnight. I think I'm gonna come back at midnight. So,
I see a group chat.
Okay, Patty, we'll talk to you in a minute.
Okay.
top left corner, the
I
little
just
blue
said it's listenable.
question thing.
Okay, so let's get this shit set
that's
up,
group chat,
guys,
yeah.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so the hangout is DeMarcus, Grayfield, Hazard, me, Misonius, Brad. Okay. Everybody, go ahead. Somebody say something besides me.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
So the other day I was
Hazard,
on
hear
base.
Grayfield.
Okay.
You
can hear me.
Hazard, play a thing.
Play a thing. Give me 1 sec.
I heard that.
Every time.
You guys hear that?
I hear something. Sounds like some sort of windy music.
No, you don't hear anything. Okay. Hazard, play the theme song. Okay, cool. Okay, stop. Okay. Play the Jeffrey Fairwater thing.
Hold up 1 sec.
Dude, it should all be in like one file.
No, I know. I transferred everything over but that.
God damn it.
How
No, I have it downloaded.
No, I know. Just play it.
Nothing like hot coffee.
Oh god, I love hot
Hey,
coffee.
what's going on, DeMarcus?
Hey, what's up? Who's that?
It's Hazard.
Oh, hey, what's up, Ben?
Hazard, play the thing, please. For fuck's sake.
Okay, are we playing the thing now?
Do the thing real quick.
October of the current year.
Okay,
Leaves
stop.
are turning, and the cold.
Okay, cool.
Yes,
We're
that's
all
good.
good with that. We're ready to go. We're at 8:30. We got about 25 minutes till the actual countdown. Is everybody ready to go?
I'm ready to go. Got the
I
board.
think so.
Smoke a cigarette.
Hazard, you ready? Gray, you ready?
ready.
Musonius, you good? Is Musonius in here?
I think he was. And no, that was Richard.
Get Musonius in here. Can you?
Hold up 1 sec.
And Patty will be in it like at midnight or whatever.
Hey, Grayfield.
Yeah.
I do theme shows. I don't know if you ever seen my show, but we do a different theme every week, and we want to do one with 3 different alt-right musicians. If you're down, I don't know. Are you on Twitter at all? That's
I'm on. I'm at GF Stray. All lowercase at GF Stray.
Gravefield Slay.
Yeah, that's me. That's my Halloween name.
Gotcha. All right, I followed you. I'm adding you.
Cheers, man. No worries. I'll follow you back as well.
Yeah, I'd like to get Patty on there too. Probably you two guys and White Hot Takes maybe.
Yeah, man, that'd be pretty cool. Like I say, I'd be up for that. Do you want something like sort of alt-right themed in general, or just anything?
I figured 3 of you guys. We usually have an intro, an outro,
Yeah.
and a mid break. So I guess one of each of your songs. And I just talked to you about music, how it relates to the all right for you, if it inspires you, and so on. You know.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah.
Usually we do like an hour, 45 minutes of like, we'll talk about like current topics, and then we'll just go off on a tangent within like 2 minutes and talk about other things. And then the last like hour and a half of the show, we talk about whatever the theme is for the night.
Okay, that sounds good. So I'm down for that. I think problem is obviously working into my schedule. I do certain evenings where I have to be out at night. I basically, I don't know if the guys know, but I'm a pro wrestler. So yeah, so yeah, certain nights I'm performing. But yeah, just get in contact with me. We'll arrange something. So.
All right, yeah, we usually record Friday night, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, New York, but we can do it a little earlier, maybe.
I'll work it out. I'm sure.
What's your favorite pro wrestler of all time?
Of all time, Roddy Piper.
Nice. I like Scott Hall.
Yeah, Scott Hall's good. Can't go wrong with a bad guy.
I like Roddy Piper too.
Are we ready, guys, or what's going on?
Yeah, we're good to go. Okay, maybe not.
John, if you want me to invite any of those other guys back in here, just let me know. I know J.O. wanted to come on.
Who wanted to?
J.O.
J.O.
No, J.O. can come on for sure.
Yeah.
But he has to not be a faggot.
J.O.'s never a faggot.
I think that's pretty. I mean, the guy's like a fucking merc, so I don't.
Okay, well, yeah, he's got to not be a faggot. I'm like, okay, that's fine.
By the way, just testing, guys. Can you hear the board if I move things?
Nope, we're good.
Okay, cool. That's fine. I didn't want it to be too loud and background noise.
I will be right back.
I know
when Haz gets back from pissing, we're gonna go.
I know Vendetta and Orbison wanted to come on, but I don't know how much room you have. So,
well, we're gonna have Patty and
yeah. Just tell me what to do. I don't care. I don't have to send it.
Adam, are you here?
Touching up my profile because I made a different profile for Adam Hate, but
okay,
it wouldn't connect. So right now I'm real quick shuffling around to get
just do that shit.
him on there.
That's my nigga Adam Hate, niggas.
Okay.
I actually found like my old like Gravefield Stray one.
Yeah, Gray's like,
logo.
I don't know how you found me. I had thought I had deleted everything off the internet. Except for this, you faggots.
Ken told me, DM me, said the sound sounds 100% A-okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Thanks, Ken. I love you. I will talk to you tomorrow, buddy. I will get some shit with you, and we'll do it. You know, I need Ken's help to help me make my thing sound great. But in the meantime, the 61 viewers that are watching, they get the uncut monoxide.
That sounds like a euphemism for a fart, cutting the monoxide.
I know, right? They get that uncut, like.
Is Musonius coming?
Musonius is gonna come on, yeah. And I mean, we were gonna drop this earlier, but we have Musonius Rufus and Patty Charlton, and supposedly.
Am I showing up properly? Is Adam Hate now?
Yes, you are. Hi,
Okay.
Adam.
All right, fixed up.
You also like totally talked over Johnny's revelation there.
Oh.
No, it was great. Wasn't that even better? No, it's like Adam did it perfectly. Like he
did. You timed it amazingly. It was brilliant.
It's like Johnny's like, and now we're gonna announce. Yeah. Well, I'll just tell everybody that Ghoul was supposed to come on.
Ooh, nice.
But haven't heard from him.
But what?
So
maybe not.
I mean, you know,
To be fair, his whole thing is like dropping in and out as he pleases, right?
Right. So I mean, there's the chance that like all of a sudden we could just hear like.
Yeah, I think out of all the goys on the alt right, I think when Ghoul is triggered, it's like the embodiment of alt right rage. He's just like, fucking faggots.
Bulbasaur.
Yeah.
When Bulbasaur is mad, I think he is the most triggered of all the triggericious. Triggericiously, is that the word?
No, that was never a word. You've just made it up.
I did.
I don't know what you've been drinking, but I want some.
Hey guys, I'm putting my Twitter link in the chat if you guys want to add me or tell me to go fuck myself, whatever.
Cool. And down.
No, you know you're already my buddy there, Unique Cake. You know, I already retweet you on a regular basis there, boy.
Oh, there's Nathan Domingo.
What about Nathan Domingo?
Oh, he's in the chat.
Is he?
Uh-huh. Yeah, he just said sup, boys.
No shit. Get that faggot in this and get him in.
Hi, Nathan.
Get him in. Get him in here.
I don't know how to do that.
Right. Okay. So, Demarcus, I've just clicked on your Twitter link, and I am following the shit out of you. So yeah,
Right.
sorry, that was a bit aggressive.
70 people watching now. Big ass.
Or we'll do it.
Right. Well, are we gonna start this New Year's Eve, the Halloween Eve thing?
Close enough.
Close enough. It's the spooky time of the year.
It's a new year for someone, right?
It is the new. Well, it is the new year.
Yeah. Well, the clock's went back yesterday.
Hazard, are you back yet, sir?
Yup.
Are you guys ready to go?
Hello. Yeah, I'm good.
Well, Hazard, why don't you make the thing?
Cue the music. All righty. Give me 1 second, gentlemen.
Feels good.
Let's go.
Oh yeah, what's happening, everybody? Welcome to Halloween. I am Johnny Monoxide. Welcome to the Paranormies present the Unnerve Hour with Adam Haight, Hazard McRee, and Grayfield Stray, and some special friends tonight. We have Bradshaw and DeMarcus. What's happening, fellas?
Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
Leibowitz.
Hi guys, how's it going?
Feels good, man. Feels good. I'm enjoying the spooks and got an amazing pumpkin carving actually on my table. It's what we did was we carved a regular pumpkin and we got a smaller one, put it in its mouth and made a screaming face. So now it looks like it's eating the other one.
That's awesome, dude.
I'll have to get a picture of that and upload it later. But yeah,
you have to send a picture of that. That's great. Oh man, it's been a long day of spoopy posting and scientific posting and arguing with people about science and things and fuck, dude, it's been a long day.
But John, aren't all things science?
No, all things are not science.
Exactly.
All things
That's
are
why we're here.
That's right.
Damn straight.
At one point this morning, okay, I laughed, I cried, I listened to the Darwin Digest. Okay, there was There was this one point where I'm like, no, psychic vampires are real things, and I was yelling at like a laptop in my living room. So, yeah. So, boys, how's it going? What's happening?
It's going great.
Yeah. What's up, Hazard?
Not much. Right at the edge of fucking insanity. But you and me, we've been. We have. I even gave myself up for snore drops today. So yeah.
I did. I took a nap halfway through the effort shit posting and forgot to turn off my mic, and niggas recorded me while I was sleeping. Sorry.
No, you napped during Bongo Book Club.
So yeah, like nobody noticed. So literally nobody noticed. That's right, freelance. Nobody fucking likes you.
Whoa, lads.
Woo, lad.
I'm sorry.
Damn, son, shots fired, son.
I'm sorry. I bring it back. I'm sorry. He's such a fucking nigger kike, you fucking faggot. Sorry.
Whoa. On the nig kike. Calm down. There.
Hey, come on. That's copyright infringement, guy.
It really is. So, Adam, how's your week been going?
Oh, it's been all right. Hanging out, looking at spooky stuff online, playing spooky video games. Best use of your time.
Yeah. Have you been BTFOing country, Adam?
Oh, let me tell you, he's not going to be around for much longer.
Oh, thank God, because he really needs to put a shirt on.
I hate that guy. Yeah,
over those
right.
Svelte pecs and stuff.
No, that's he needs to go.
I hate it when he
Sick of
comes
that
up to
guy.
me and looks at me with those dreamy blue eyes of his, just capturing my soul. I'm sorry, carry on.
Shut up. Let's move topics to something else now. Immediately.
Hey, Gray. So, oh God, I don't have music prepared for this, but
I think I can get some music for this most unfortunate announcement. Hold up.
Maybe a Danny boy.
Oh boy.
Hey guys, real quick, tap the blue button on the left, and our Google chat will pop up on the right there. I got something for you there, Johnny.
Oh, that Twitter?
Oh no, the message under there.
Oh, it redirected me to your Twitter.
There's a guy who wants to come on, who might want to come on.
All right.
Oh, WAP. Oh, WAP?
WAP? We have WAP?
He said I don't know. He's asking me.
WAP can hold the fuck on because WAP has his own show.
That's true.
And we are not cross promoting. Listen, we are not cross promoting any of these TRS, counter.
I personally see it's the irony.
Josh Grayfield.
Yeah, we are strictly no cross promotion platform.
Yeah, we don't allow shilling on our show. It's just been
even though we shill on everybody else's show.
That never happened. Oh, the spooking is starting already?
What was that? Holy shit.
It's not even 9.
It's not even 9. It's, oh my God, I'm so scared.
Spook the shit out of me.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Gray, don't do that. Or was that Hazard?
That was Hazard.
That was probably me. But
Jesus
me.
Am I echoing now?
No.
No.
Okay.
Whatever you did,
good.
you're not gonna go and scared me until I was like,
I don't know, but anyways, we have an announcement, and we have some music for it.
Yeah, boy.
You play the music, Hazard?
Can you gentlemen hear it?
Yes, we can hear it.
I thought we were gonna save this for the end of the show. But,
oh God.
Okay, stop it.
I told myself I wouldn't cry.
I never told anybody I wouldn't cry. Just stop the fucking music, goddammit. Okay.
Fuck.
I hate you, Grayfield. You can't leave.
Okay.
All right, the end. Okay, announcement over. All right. So we have a creepypasta for you from our buddy Bradshaw Wilson. And it has what you go ahead and play Brad's first part.
All right, let me get it queued up and good to go.
There was a hunter in the woods who, after a long day of hunting, was in the middle of an immense forest. It was getting dark, and having lost his bearings, he decided to head in one direction until he was clear of the increasingly oppressive foliage. After what seemed like hours, he came across a cabin in a small clearing. Realizing how dark it had grown, he decided to see if he could stay there for the night. He approached and found the door ajar, but no one was inside. The hunter flopped down on the single bed, deciding to explain himself to the owner in the morning. As he looked around inside the cabin, he was surprised to see the walls adorned by several portraits, all painted in incredible detail. Without exception, they appeared to be staring down at him, their features twisted into looks of hatred and malice. Staring back, he grew increasingly uncomfortable, making a concentrated effort to ignore the many hateful faces. He turned to face the wall, and exhausted, he fell into a restless sleep. Next morning, the hunter awoke. He turned, blinking in the sunlight. Looking up, he discovered that the cabin had no portraits, only windows.
That was spooky.
Bradshaw started off with the heavy hitter. Oosh.
Wow.
Welcome to Halloween, guys.
Welcome. So
y'all cracker goys spooked the fuck out of me with that paranormal shit, son. That's a white man's game. I don't play that shit, son.
Well, you know, DeMarcus, if you just want to hang out and be quiet in the corner, that's all good too.
Right.
Ooh.
No,
Yeah,
no.
DeMarcus, look, you can either deal with the ghosts that we deal with, or you can deal with the ghosts that are men in robes.
Oh,
yeah, them pointy head ghosts. Those
Well,
are good kind.
And I'm fucked either way, because you know the black man's the first one to die in every fucking horror movie.
Niggas is the first one to go.
Hold up.
Don't go in there. Don't go in there. God damn it.
Well, considering
But
we're doing
DeMarcus-
things at some point, I'm actually brought you
DeMarcus-
here for for insurance purposes.
But DeMarcus, you are also half Jewish, and the Jew is generally the last one to die.
I don't know, man. My
No, the
presence
Jew is
just breaks all
usually
the
like the
laws
little
of the
like
universe.
faggoty, like glasses wearing curly haired kid that saves the day. Yeah. Hate that. Masonius, are you here, bro? I see him, by the way.
I think he's here just in spirit for now.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to listen to you guys. You sound very distorted. I'm trying to figure it. I'm a Linux fag, so I'm trying to figure this out. So.
Okay.
Oh, goodness.
All right,
Hey,
just let us know when you're on, and then we'll let you jump into the.
Is it like a scary distortion?
So-
Yeah, it's a distortion. I heard that. Yeah, it's a digitized distortion. So.
Okay.
Is it like
Everybody, 1, 2, 3. All right, the Paranormies are gay. Stop it. Okay. Not doing that. Okay. Not that the Paranormies are gay. It's just that thing we just did was gay. We don't Oh my God! Do you have any idea how many emails?
We have been up all day.
Yeah, no. Johnny Monoxide has been up since 4:30 in the morning.
Now you know how it feels.
Oh my God, Gray! I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I've been awake for almost 6 hours now.
Shut up, Adam.
Fuck off, you
Country
got
Adam has a job, nigger.
That's okay.
Okay, Country Adam also has a girlfriend.
Yeah, well,
Anyways.
I'm well rested.
Okay, so I've been tired and been doing the thing where, you know, like I've been listening to the live stream all day long and doing the thing with the Bongo Bongo Book Club and the Darwin Digest and Culture Conf, and I all of a sudden now I'm like, you know, I just want to be. Oh God, it's just I can't. Okay. Right.
God damn, that was the scariest thing I've ever heard.
Right? And there's Johnny Monoxide's contribution to the show tonight. aside from the creepypasta that I recorded. Because we have that's the thing is DeMarcus, you do Tales from the Green Text on your show, correct?
That's all Ken, but yeah, we do that on the show.
No, nigga, it's your show too, so
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, we got the Tales from the Green Text.
Okay, so y'all do Tales from the Green Text, which is pretty much creepypasta. Like that's kind of, you know, one of those things we do on our show that, you know, niggas be stealing from us. But it's okay.
We just steal weird rants from Pole. That's
right.
different.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. No.
To be fair, if it was from X, that would have made more sense. That accusation, like, because then you've got like nope threads.
Yeah. No, the nope threads are great, but yeah. But we do our own version of you know, Tales from the Green Text. We call them creepypastas. And you just heard one from our buddy Bradshaw Wilson, who has another one for us later on this hour. We've all got one. Grayfield did one. Adam Hay did one. Actually, Hazard did one. It's probably going to be the longest creepypasta in the history of
mankind.
Well, you know, hey,
It's a good one. Oh, and we have 88 people watching.
90, but 88. Yes. Oh my God, I love it.
Did Hazard read all of Ben Drowned?
No, he didn't do all of it. I did. Well, I did Redwater. So I did one. So we still have one left from Bradshaw. We have Grayfield Stray. We have Adam Hay. We have Hazard McCree, and we have Johnny Monoxide's creepypastas. But here we are on the eve before Halloween. It is Devil's Night, and dude, what the fuck is going on that's scary
right now?
I don't know.
Well, black people.
Well, besides black people, I mean, black people are scary in general, but like, you know.
Well, there's black people burning the city down in Detroit.
Yeah, nah,
What?
Cars, not the city, just the cars, son. Just
They're burning cars in Detroit.
Cars
Yeah,
and
it's
houses.
evidently a yearly tradition. They call Devil's Night. They just go set random shit on fire, and the rich people that still live in the city will go across the river, rent a hotel room in a high rise, and throw a party and watch as fires burn across the river below.
Wow.
Yeah, that's true. I saw
Do they
8
do that
Mile.
from Canada, or do they do that from somewhere in the United States?
Somewhere in the United States, just across the river.
Wow.
I will say, with the Halloween approaching, we've actually had an outbreak of sightings of these like small, sort of slightly ugly-looking creatures. I think we call them children.
Thoughts? Yes. Oh, children. Oh, Gray. Oh. All right.
They go away if you give them candy.
Okay.
Pretty good.
It is officially
They go away
the
and don't
witching
come back.
hour.
Hold
It is-
up, they go away and don't come back the next year if you give them poison candy.
Oh,
As it did the Raider Blade in the
As I did it. Okay, so we are officially into the witching hour on the East Coast of the United States. It is 12 midnight. And now we're gonna play. I don't know. Hazard, pick a thing. We're gonna play a thing.
Pick a thing, anything. Let's see.
You want to do the thing
You know
from
I'm
NPR,
gonna-
or you want to do the other
I
thing?
was about to say, our lovely friend Jeffrey Fairwater gave us a thrilling Halloween episode of his radio drama Morality Police. So we'll play that for you guys.
Check it out. It's a spooky.
It's good.
Paranormies exclusive.
Yeah.
Well, he played it on his show, but nobody listens to his show. So
Nobody listens to his show.
Yeah.
Hey. Play it,
We
nigga.
love you, Jeffrey. Give me 1 sec. And
Jeffrey Fairwater.
October of the current year. The years are turning, and the cold is starting to set in. The greater American empire is rolling into the fall season with a yearning for holiday festivities. The holiday, once celebrated before the Great Coup, known as Halloween, is no longer celebrated due to its ties to paganism and other degeneracy. This time of year instead is celebrated by enjoying the harvest and rejoicing in the abundance that we reap here in the Empire. The dark shadow of the holiday no longer celebrated apparently echoes through time, because here in the Motor City, one of the finest cities in the Empire, times are dark, though most folks wouldn't realize it. My name is Detective Alex Murphy, and I'm the one thing standing in the way of the darkness and the innocent people of this city. With myself at the head, the morality police do their best to keep the evil of the human soul at bay. In a city with 100% white population, crimes like theft, assault, vandalism, and speeding simply don't happen. The crimes that are committed in this pure society are of a different nature. Crimes of the soul. I've been on the job 20 years and I've seen just about everything. Everything that a human is capable of. This next case I was about to take on would show me something new. But it wasn't human. There's been a string of missing children. Young children. Crimes of the soul. I've been on the job 20 years and I've seen just about every parenting and charged the mothers as being at fault. By the third case, we started to suspect something was afoot. We had no leads until Murphy, one of those missing kids, turned up abandoned in an alley downtown. He's alive but needs medical treatment. He's being transported to the hospital now. That's great news. Is the kid all right? What's wrong with him? The paramedics reported he was mostly unscathed, but he was mutilated. Mutilated? Mutilated how? What do you mean? It was his foreskin. He'd been circumcised. This is really troubling, Chief. The boy isn't old enough to talk, so I guess I'll go check out the scene where he was found. I'll report back if I find anything. I pull up to the alley and start taking a look around. Not much out of place, really. This is a clean city. Hardly even a piece of gum on the ground. Makes it easy to notice when something is out of place. And there was something. The manhole cover. It wasn't fully closed. Now it could be that a maintenance worker forgot to close it all the way. But that's unlikely. A man could get fired for a stupid mistake like that. No, I think this is my next lead. Better call it in. HQ, this is Detective Murphy. I need to speak to the chief. Over? This is Chief. Go ahead, over. I've got a lead. I think whoever did this is down in the sewers. I'm going in after him to see what I can find. Over? Stand by, Murphy. You're not going in there without backup. We're dealing with some serious Jewishness. It's too dangerous to go alone. Over. No can do, Chief. Every second we wait is another second these kids are in danger. I'm going in there. Out. Don't be a hothead, Murphy. Stand down. There was no time to wait. I was going in there, and I wasn't coming back out without those missing kids and the body of that freak who took them. This place was dark and eerie. Shadows danced on the walls, and reflections off the murky water cast images like a million tiny eyes watching my every move. There's footprints. They seem fresh. I'll follow them. After a few minutes of tracking these steps, I get a gut feeling that somebody's watching me. I always trust my gut. Who's there? Silence. I start walking again. Oy vey! Oy vey! Oy vey! Alright, I'm officially spooked. That Yiddish came from the direction I'm headed. I'm right on track. I turn the corner and enter a large open area. The scene laid out before me will haunt me. There are dozens of them, all crowded around some kind of altar. It was hard to tell what these figures were, but from what I could make out, they were stereotypical Jews. Long nose, beard, sweaty, ugly. I shine my flashlight in their direction and they recoil. They're hideously deformed, almost more rat-like than human. They're afraid of my light. Get back, you filthy animals. Back! I make my way towards the altar where the other two kids were laying. They hadn't gotten to them yet. I scoop them up and start edging towards the exit. The creatures are getting agitated. They're whining very Jewishly and oy-veying under their breath. As soon as I get to the exit, I make a break for it. They're hot on my tail. The kids are wailing now. I'm most certainly spooked. I make it up the escape ladder just in time and shut the manhole behind me. My heart is beating faster than ever before. Lucky for me, backup is waiting. Detective, what's going on down there? There's no time to explain, Sergeant. Get the mobile gas trucks here now. Seal off all other sewer entrances except the main outlet at the end of town. We're gonna set up the mobile oven at the end and flush them all into it. Move! The operation went smoothly, and at the end of the day, we had about a dozen extra crispy Jew rat carcasses ready to be swept out of the mobile oven. Moral of the story? I don't know if there is one here. Stay out of the sewers, maybe. It's hard for me to believe that these mutant abominations were ever people at one point. Then I remember that they weren't. They simply reverted back to their natural state when exiled from civilized society. No one down there for them to subvert and blend in with other than the actual rats. After this, I've had my fair share of spooky encounters for one lifetime. I think what scares me the most is the thought of some alternate universe where these creatures live among us, blending in and slowly destroying our society from the inside, mutilating the genitals of our young boys, poisoning our minds. I thank God that's not the case. And this case is closed.
That was amazing.
Holy shit,
And
guys.
can I just
Very
say-
high quality.
Can I just say to anyone who's listening in, don't worry, there's no such thing as Jews.
No,
That's it's all just a made up thing.
yeah,
Scare
it's totally
kids.
a made-up thing. Hey, Country
To
Adam.
all of our listeners, if you haven't already, go check out Nationalist Public Radio by Jeffrey Fairwater. It's on the TRS Radio Network.
It's really good.
Just about every episode comes with a new episode of the radio drama Morality Police, and it's a great.
It's really,
podcast.
really good.
Okay.
I give absolutely nobody credit on my channel, but Jeffrey Fairwater. No, you know it's good. It's good.
Cool.
He really missed his calling. You know, he was born a couple generations too late, because back in the days before television, he would have totally made a killing in the radio drama market.
Totally. I know how that feels. You know, I make music from the 80s, so I did actually.
I
while-
make music. I make
while
you
that was
music
going
from
on.
the '80s while I'm in the 2010s. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. So anyway, while that was going on, I actually looked up some spooky true life Halloween stories.
Oh shit! Okay, go ahead.
What I would share. Yeah, it's cool. So, the first one I have here is a 9-year-old dressed in a Halloween costume was accidentally shot by her relative who thought she was a skunk.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
What?
So I repeat, a 9-year-old dressed in a Halloween costume was accidentally shot by a relative who thought she was a skunk. The girl who's what? Sorry.
Go ahead.
The girl who stood outside her Pennsylvania home during a party when the incident happened. Police said the girl was wearing a black costume with a black hat and a white tassel. The main relative, sorry, a male relative, I'm not the main relative, a male relative apparently mistook her for a skunk and fired a shotgun, hitting her in the shoulders, arm, back, and neck. She was rushed to hospital following the incident Halloween last year. She survived.
So
that's a big skunk.
It's a big motherfucking skunk.
Does Pennsylvania have skunks that big?
I imagine that the relative was something that rhymes with skunk when this happened.
Drunk. Imagine that the uncle was drunk.
With a shotgun.
Well, I mean, it's not the worst thing that can happen with a drunk uncle.
Oh.
No, it's actually not. And it's the least. It's actually not the most intrusive thing that can happen with a drunken uncle.
Jesus We're talking
Christ.
about a 9-year-old.
Hazard, play a thing.
Oh god! Oh god!
Just pick one.
Oh god! Oh god!
Imagine that's how it would sound. Yes.
Let's imagine that. Oh, okay. So just play a thing, dude. I can't even. Just play a thing. And then we'll get it. Well, you play a thing, and we'll get into talking to Musonius. And
I think we got a guest.
No, we have a guest. We have Musonius. Oh, is Weave here?
Yeah, I just got on.
What's up, nigga?
What's going on, man?
How's it going?
Not much. I just woke up.
Welcome to the Halloween show, bitch.
Awesome. Is it spooky?
Well, it was gonna be.
It just got spooky, nigga.
It just got hellish. Now we got Musonius Rufus, we got Weave, we got Demarcus, and we're gonna do a thing real quick. Hazard, you're gonna play that thing, and then we're gonna come back and talk to our guests.
Yep. Let's see. Which pasta should we do?
I
You know
don't care.
what? Let's go with the one that Adam did.
Dude,
All
yeah,
right.
Adams is good. I like
All right.
Adam Hate. Ladies and gentlemen, Adam Hate is my nomination for best creepypasta. Just listen.
All right, here we go.
I work at a recently built city parking garage and transit hub. Late at night, it's my job to lock everything up until the morning. And then I patrol around the dark building alone with just my radio, linked to the local police department. It is a very simple procedure. It takes me maybe 10 minutes to lock everything up, and then 15-minute walkthroughs every hour. Pretty easy job. At about 3 o'clock in the morning, I was very tired from my 8-hour shift, and I still had 4 more hours to go. I dragged myself through the security center, which is just fancy talk for a room with some monitors and a chair. And I started going up the ramps. I was listening to my footsteps echo, and I realized it seemed a little bit quieter than usual. I could smell that typical putrid air in the city, with the fermenting feces in the trash can from all the homeless in the area using the bins. We actually had to lock down our public bathrooms to prevent damage, theft, vandalism, you name it. But most importantly, to keep people from going in there and overdosing in the middle of the night. Finally got to the top floor and summoned the elevator. I put my forehead against the door to feel the cold air rushing up through the elevator shaft as it reaches my door. It opened up with that satisfying ding. I stepped inside, went back down to the ground floor, and continued back to the office. Fling the door open, head inside, and was running for that cold office room and used my little magnet fob to unlock the door. The door usually gets hung up a little bit, so I kicked it open and slammed it shut after I got back inside. Made my way for the desk. The computers that run the cameras are ancient, to say the least. I don't even think they make them anymore. Not to mention that the internet that the cameras are connected to is so slow, they take forever to update. So I just sat there with my new favorite pastime, which is watching myself walk around with a tremendous amount of lag. I sat there watching myself drudge on through the stupidly hot weather. I laughed when I put my head up against the cold steel there just to cool down. The elevator arrived, the doors opened up, and the light from the elevator flooded the area around me. And that's when my blood went ice cold. There was a man standing there, not even 6 feet away from me, just staring. I got in the elevator, and he just started running for the stairs. My heart races as I watch each camera. He hits the floor just as I hit it in the elevator. The fourth, third floor, almost seamlessly, he's keeping perfect time with the elevator. My ears are getting really hot now, and I feel all the blood rush to my head. I'm having a hard time breathing. Watch the elevator doors close, and he begins following me again, getting closer and closer every time he turns a corner. I watch as I fling open the door, and he catches it heading right behind me, my heart pounding in my eardrums. He's inside the building. I keep watching, knowing I should look away. I can't find him, and then I see why. I kick the door shut in his face, which means I search the room and eventually figure out it's just me in there. Just to be safe, I radioed for a few officers to come in, and they looked around and gave me a slap on the wrist for not paying attention, and they left. The rest of the night, I just stayed in that room. I watched each camera diligently, but I didn't see him again. Now every time I go to work, I just can't shake the feeling that someone's watching me.
Boosh. Adam, that was pretty scary, dude.
That was a fun one.
That was a good one.
I gotta tell you, Adam, you're fucking awesome at that.
Hang on a second, Brad.
I thought yours was really good too, Brad.
No, I mean you just have to. You do a really good job reading stories.
Yeah.
Okay.
I said it in the past, but you don't just read them; you sort of act them out, and it feels good.
Oh, come on, guys! I'm blushing.
No, like the
Oh, hang on a second, guys. Don't tell me I'm doing a good job.
No, the story about the boy in the coma, man, that had me on the verge of tears.
Ooh, that was a really fun one to record.
You were tearing at my heartstrings, man. Like I had to like go outside.
Hey, Brad.
What?
Beep. Beep. Beep.
You're killing me, man. I got to go outside now and get some fresh air.
Oh shit.
Oh, Crack-a-Goy had me spooked. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh shit! Right, Demarcus. Right? Was that not like some scary ass white boy shit or what?
Oh, man.
Nigga, the hair would have stood up on my head if my hair wasn't so nappy and greasy.
As a black man, on a scale of from 1 to seeing a white dude do a card trick, how spooked were you?
I was shook, son. I was shook. I ain't gonna lie.
I was shook.
1 to 10. I don't know. I don't know how to count that high, but you know, whatever.
God damn it, Demarcus.
No, but seriously, it was pretty spooky.
No, that was like, yeah. Adam does a good job reading, and everybody that does the readings for the creepypastas has done a really good job. And
what, even my shoddy attempt?
Dude, you look. You haven't even.
I just want the compliment.
Wait. We haven't even played your part yet. So,
guys, 88 people watching, by the way.
Is it 88?
It's a sign.
White power.
White power. Like, okay. We've. I have to say, like last time we were talking, it was like, dude, you got Weave to go 2 hours without saying nigger genocide.
That's not that uncommon. Yeah.
No,
that's very uncommon.
No, that's not true. That's not true. I mean, I at least go I at least go 8 hours most days without saying nigger gents.
Right.
Yeah,
It was
because
like
you
six-
sleep.
It was
Yeah.
good 6 to 7 hours that we did the last recording, so like we caught it in between your.
Weave. The time you're asleep does not increment the time spent not saying nigger genocide.
We bridged the nigger genocide on our show. It was quite successful.
Oh, fuck. Oh.
It's a
I
pleasure
hate
to
you
have
guys.
you back, Weave.
Oh, it is a pleasure to
Great
have
to be
you.
here.
So, Wave, are there
We
cool
weren't
Halloween
expecting-
traditions over in Ukraine?
No, the celebration of Halloween is a pretty new thing here. Basically, there's definitely no tradition behind it. It's as Western media has promoted it more and more, you know, it's culture. Like they've sort of started adopting it. So there's a couple bars that do something, you know, but it's not like nobody goes trick or
But other than
treating.
that, it's like
you know?
nothing really big, right?
Yeah, it's not super big. There's
Like
generally.
Are there any remnants of the old faiths left around? Just, fall harvest festivals, anything like that?
Oh yeah. People like they go out and I don't remember what's done for fall. The end of winter is a much bigger one where they drown the effigy of Marzana or Mara, depending. They drown it in the river. But that's the one that you most see people. But if they're doing that, they're doing other stuff, right? I think like the fall one is something like there's not like a parade in the street for it. But I see runes on buildings here sometimes, like graffitied. I know that there's some pagans here, some Slavic pagans. So yeah, it's way bigger in Kiev than it is here. In Kiev, they're very serious about it. Like there's like the streets will fill up with people like chanting like "Down with Christ, bring back Dashbog." Like
Bring
they're
back
like,
the fucking god, you. Bruh. Yeah.
Yeah. So in Kiev, there's a much stronger pagan presence than here in Kharkov.
And it seems we've also been joined by Patty Tarleton.
Hey, how are you? I'm glad I could
Hey,
be
Patty.
here.
Hey, Patty, what's up?
What's up?
Hey, how are you? I decided to. I wasn't positive if I was going to be able to make it just because I have to be at work early tomorrow. But I said, nah, you know what? I'm going to make the show.
No,
I
you're
gotta do
gonna
that.
come on the show and you're gonna do it and you're gonna fucking be great.
Yeah.
Well, we've got an all-star home run cast tonight, guys.
We've
Yeah.
got Patty Tarleton, we've got Weave, we got Masonius Rufus, we got Johnny Monoxide, we got like Hazard, McGree, Grayfield, Stray, DeMarcus, Leibowitz, Adam Haight. Like we're going incrementally down in the ratings.
Excellent.
But like, yeah.
Great.
Like once we
Posse
get
hour
past
is,
like Weave, it's like
Weave. Actually, when I was doing, I do creepy fact of the day for the Paranormies Facebook page, and it's funny. One of the facts that I had lined up really coincides with your discussion about Wotan or Votan, however you pronounce it.
Say it right, Bradshaw.
I'm sorry. I'm a Mick. I'm not that German.
say it, nigger.
You know, the painting, The Wild Chase from Franz von Stuck was actually painted the same year Hitler was born, and Hitler was supposedly based his entire sort of look, the mustache and the hair, off of that image of Wotan.
Oh, that's
Or Wotan.
awesome.
Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Nice.
Yeah,
it's a
very interesting painting.
It is. I'll just look up The Wild Chase by Franz von Stuck. It's an image of Wotan on horseback. Yeah,
It really is. Yeah.
it's
It's
awesome.
interesting to think that you started off those creepy facts with the amount of people who were killed by cows.
And then,
I wanna
next
do a
thing you
base
know, you're doing creepypastas for the Paranormies.
I mean, I've done one before, you know.
You have. You like
the,
it.
the other one I wrote. I have some ones I've written. I just need to proofread them.
Okay.
Okay. Send them my way. I can spell.
No.
So
you
it's
can't. You're
Halloween,
British.
fellas. What are we? What's the
Yeah,
theme
so it's
tonight?
Halloween, niggas. What's happening? Scary bitches and shit and fucking boogity 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 boo.
Yeah.
Right? It's fucking Halloween.
Doing anything cool for Halloween?
I'm going on Thought Patrol and finding anyone wearing a Harley Quinn costume.
Oof.
Nice.
Oh yeah. They've ruined it.
There's going to be no shortage.
Oh yeah.
Well, I think in every city you're going to find no shortage of girls wearing the Harley Quinn costume. You're going to find that in every area. So there definitely needs to be a thing, in every corner.
I'm calling on a nationwide Thought Patrol.
Yeah.
That definitely needs to happen, Patty, for sure.
It's interesting over here because we don't really. Well, we do celebrate Halloween to an extent in the UK, but it's mostly seen as just a kids thing. Adults don't really do anything for Halloween.
Yeah. Well, and, it's definitely a kids thing here in the United States as well. Like grown-ups only do what their kids, oh, we're gonna have like a trunk or treat here. Yeah.
Trunk or treat.
Well, no, they have the trunk or treat. That's like where it's like a thing where they have it at church, where they have the vehicles where everybody's trunk is lifted up, and they have candy there so that the kids can get candy. So it's not a
it's not a safety hazard.
It's not a It's not a safety hazard because
Christ.
everybody grabs something from the the trunk and it's not
well, it's also like only people that are approved by like the church or whatever get to give out candy to the kids there. But still,
I guess.
Holy hell!
Seriously,
why the fuck do we live in a society where you have to worry about things like that?
Well, because we live in a society where people put razor blades in Snickers.
Well, it'd be really embarrassing if someone accidentally left a corpse in their trunk when they went to do that.
It'd be so funny.
That's a very interesting urban legend. I don't know if you guys want to go down that sort of.
We will do that. We will do that. So
is that for another episode?
Oh shit!
Oh, go ahead.
We are 7 minutes into the Paranormies, and we are into the Halloween episode. So.
Yeah.
This is like spooky posting. This is what we meant when we were doing the whole spooky posting thing, right? This is it. It's Halloween. It's Halloween. And we're doing spooky posting, goddammit.
I had does anybody have a ghost story to share? Because I have a ghost story that happened to me.
No,
and,
I know. Actually, Patty, you have what, 2 really good stories?
Yeah, I have 2.
Well, count them, nigga.
Go.
Yeah.
Go.
So one happened when I took a Jewish friend to South Georgia, and this ghost just jumped out of the woods and put a rope around his. No, I'm just joking. No.
There was a Jew with the
ghost.
rope.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, he looked like a ghost, but he said he wanted to show the fella the ropes of the area. He just wanted to show the ropes, show him the ropes and everything. So he just kind of took him tight by the. No. So the real story I have. So I was camping. I guess it was about it was about 2 years ago. So we're 2016. It was like 3 years ago. So it was like 2014. And I get a buddy who would fit in very well with us, but he's just sort of extremely introverted, and he's just not. He doesn't know anything about the alt-right. He doesn't know anything about our movement. So he just sort of, he would fit in with us well, but he's like very knowledgeable on guns and hunting and all that. And I've known him for years, but he just doesn't know anything about what we're doing. So he's in the dark. So, but at any rate, he's a friend I would always go camping and hunting with. And I said, what are you doing this weekend? He says, I'm going hunting up in Berks County, which is just outside of Reading, Pennsylvania, if anybody knows where that area is. So we went camping up in Reading. And he and I are real big history nerds and everything. And the area that we went in happened to have been territory where the French and Indian War touched in PA. And of course it touched all down, the northeast coastline and into some of the inlands. If you know anything about the American theater of the 7 Years' War, the French and Indian War was extremely brutal. It was like Balkan style warfare. It was like Vietnam, but with, you know, single shot muskets and all that, you know, hatchets and knives and all that. But and of course, you know, the Indians were fighting a proxy war for, you know, it was a European theater of, like, you know, French and English interests and all that, hence the language we speak now. But so I said, yeah, I'd love to go on a trip, man, like, you know, camping and everything. And I'd been hunting and shooting with them before. So he's like, well, we're not going to be hunting or doing much. We're just going to be camping and like hanging out and drinking booze and all that. I said, yeah, it sounds great. So we went, and it was at a buddy's farm that he lived just outside of Reading in Berks County. It's beautiful land. His family owns the land. And his family owned the land probably for the last like 6 generations. I mean, they owned it for a long time. And we set up shop, and the sun was coming down and everything, but it wasn't completely down. And we started. I before this, by the way, had never experienced like ghosts or anything like that in my life. I mean, by this point, I was like, you know, late 20s. I never dealt with anything like that. I never cared. I mean, I thought it was interesting to read about, but I never felt anything like that, you know. And they started seeing these shadows that were kind of like around us, and I was like, I didn't think anything of it. I just thought it was like, you know, I was tired because I hadn't slept the night before, because we drank the night before, hanging out and everything. And I was like, what's going on, you know? And true story, this definitely happened, 100%, not bullshitting you guys. Like this, it freaks me out just thinking about it now. But we started to cook food. We had like these little cans of Hormel corned beef and hash. That's what we brought to eat. That's all we had. So we started to heat those up over the fire. And the sun was like not completely down, but kind of down. And you started getting this real like eerie, like nervous feeling. And you know, just to reiterate, we were in Berks County, which is, you know, it's a country outside of Reading. Like when you get out there, there's nothing out there. I mean, there's little towns and shit, but I mean, you know, Reading's a shithole. But when you get out there, like it's this beautiful rolling hills and countryside. But where we were, it was on this hill, and it was right near our buddy John's place. And it was kind of like, you know, way out in the countryside. And fucking these shadows were like dancing around us, and I was just like, what? Like, didn't think any of it at first, but I thought like, well, look, but this is freaking me out a little bit. And I said, do you see that shit? And my buddy Mark was like, yeah, you know, it's odd, you know. And before we knew it, probably about like 10, 20 minutes later, yeah, about that, we started hearing like the wind started to pick up a bit, you know. And I said, this is like, I started to get a little bit nervous, but I felt like a bitch, like saying something about it and everything. Is everybody with me? It's really quiet. I don't know if it is. Everybody there? Hello. Okay. It's just really quiet now. I feel like yeah, I feel like a dick, like telling the story, because I've never really told it to very many people, and it sounds kind of bullshit. But the wind started really picking up, and I was just kind of like, you know, I'm getting kind of freaked out, and like he was like, you know, it's whatever and everything, and sun's finally down now at this point, and everything's just sort of dead still, and there was nothing happened for about a good 10, you know, for another extra 10 minutes, like nothing's happening, and I was like, all right, you know, just kind of brushed it off, and we started sort of feeling there was like this general nervousness around all of us. We're just kind of like why? Like I just feel on edge, dude. I haven't had any caffeine. I didn't drink coffee. I didn't take any drugs. Like I'm feeling tense, like nervous and everything. And my buddy John, who's, you know, his parents like owned that land around that area that we were camping on, he was like, yeah, I'm feeling like that too. And all night we just kept feeling this way. Like none of us slept. And so this is about like 3 a.m. So hours have passed. And this intense nervous has just been like pounding at us, you know. And we started seeing these lights around the trees that were, and it's like a mix of like pine. If you've seen that countryside, it's like a mix of pine trees and deciduous trees. It's just a sort of, I don't know that much about horticulture, but it's like this sort of like just mix of, you know, vegetation and all that, and mostly deciduous trees. But we see this sort of like these lights, and they look like light sticks, you know, they're kind of just like bouncing around back and forth. And I'm like, dude, fuck this. And we start to pack up camp. I'm like, no, I'm not fucking. And it was one of those things where we weren't talking to each other about it, but once we saw those lights, we were like, nah, fuck this. And we started to pack up camp, but it took us so long to get out of the woods to get back to where we parked because we walked so far. And by the time we walked back, so I guess this was probably more like close to 4 in the morning, 3 in the morning, because by the time we walked back, the sun was coming up. And this is the summertime, by the way. I don't know if I said that, but this is like summertime, so the sun's coming up a bit earlier. And we start to get like close to where the cars are, and the sun's kind of like, you know, sort of, it's like that, you start hearing the birds chirping, but the sun's not quite up. It's dark, you know? And in the distance, swear to God, hand to God, fucking seen it with my own goddamn eyes. 2 fucking, like, it to me, in my eyes, it looked like 2 Indians, like 2 American Indians, like red, Asiatic, fucking, you know, Indians that like lived in that area, like at a different time period. One like started like coming up to my left, and then another one was like kind of like to where my center was, where I was looking. And I don't know if anybody can see me on the camera now, but it was like right there, and then the other one was like right there, and they were just like fucking looking. And I was like, dude, what the fuck? And then they disappeared. It just kind of like evaporated, and then it was just nothing but shadows that started like spread around like where they had been, like where those forms had been. But it happened so fast that it was like a split second. And I was like, dude, what the fuck? And I nearly pissed my pants. I was like, dude, what the fuck? And come to find out, about 2 days later, our buddy John researched, like, you know, the area. You know, he's a history buff too, like we are. He further researched with his parents and everything, who were like, you know, they like raised him on, you know, the family history and all that. And that area that he lived in, like, he had ancestors there that massacred a bunch of Algonquin-speaking Indians, like from the French and Indian War. Like his blood lineage was responsible for killing like a shitload of Indians in that area outside in Berks County. And you know, the only thing we can come up with is that, like, they were like pissed off, you know, like that this guy was here. You know what I mean? I know it sounds like a bullshit story. Dead hand to God, like it happened. Like, and I was devastated. Like, it freaked me out for days. I didn't talk about it to too many people until like probably like a year and a half ago. I told my girlfriend about it. I told a few other people about it. Yeah, and I mean, it was in my late 20s, and I'd never experienced anything like that in my life.
Wow,
that is cool stuff.
Yeah.
See, that worries me because I've got an ancestor that died at Wounded Knee. So,
really?
Yeah.
While we're speaking about ghosts on camping trips, I recently went on a camping trip, and I had a, I guess you could say, running with the paranormal. I try and deny it by the fact that I had a very bad cold and I was exhausted from the hike. But a couple of friends of mine, we rented a cabin on the side of a mountain in White Mountains in New Hampshire, and it was like a 1.5 mile hike up, you know, to like 1,400 feet elevation, just to, you know, sleep in a cabin with no running water or electricity, just a wood burning stove. And the way the cabin was set up is there was like a center room which had a table on each side and a bench in front of it, and the wood burning stove in the back of the cabin. And in each corner of the cabin there was 2 wooden bunks that were kind of like divided into a separate room. And the second I got in, I'm like, I walked towards the back left cabin, or the back left bunks, I should say. And I was like, oh, this smells terrible. It smells like piss. And then I decided to move my shit over to, you know, the forward left cabin, or the forward left bunks. And I just left my stuff there. And, you know, we were hanging out. I had some celebratory wine for, you know, making up the hike when I had a really bad cold. And as we were just hanging around the wood burning stove, it started to get dark, and we ended up just starting to tell scary stories. And while we were like just chatting about, you know, spooky stuff, in the bunk room that I said smelled like piss and I'm not sleeping here, I saw a figure standing in the doorway. And I just kind of stopped talking for like a solid 30 seconds until the figure kind of like faded back into the room. And no one really, I didn't tell any of my friends about this because I didn't want to freak them the fuck out, because I'm not hiking down the side of a mountain at, you know, in the pitch black. I would rather, to take my chances with the fucking ghost if, it really was a ghost, if it wasn't me hallucinating.
Yeah.
And so I ended up saying, all right, I'm not even staying in this room. So I ended up staying in the same bunk room as my buddy I was with, just in a different room, or just at the separate bunk. And throughout the entire night, I didn't sleep at all because I heard whispering the entire night. I just heard the sounds of like people whispering in a language that clearly wasn't English. And when I woke up in the morning, I explained to my friends, like, yeah, I think I saw a ghost. I didn't want to tell anyone because I didn't want to freak anyone out. And the entire night, I was kept up by the sounds of people whispering. And when we looked this cabin, there's a little like notebook there that's like a journal for everyone to like keep when they stay in this cabin. I looked in the journal and I read that someone who had previously stayed there heard someone outside of the cabin whispering their name, which was also pretty weird.
Damn.
The way
I would say, yeah.
So you
and
say,
Bradshaw is like definitely telling the truth about this, because he and I had done the show, the first episode of Mass Grave, and like the week after, like he told me this happened, like through a text message, and I was like, Jesus, really?
Yeah, the second I had cell reception, I was freaking the fuck out, and I was telling people, like, I was on the side of a mountain. I didn't have a cell phone. I didn't have. I had a folding pocket knife. That's all I had, and I was spooked.
Sounds like you took that pretty well, man. I would have been scared out of my fucking mind. Like, I've never really experienced any paranormal shit, but if I ever did, I'd probably fucking piss my pants.
I was half a bottle of red wine down. All right, I'll go through anything.
I would literally have flown away on like a rocket of my own shit.
The alcohol, it gives me power.
Oh man,
I don't know. You said it smelled like piss in there, and my first thought was like hobo ghosts or something.
Yeah, no.
You go in there and they're like, "Hey man, you got a light."
It was a nondescript figure. It was just literally just like almost like a silhouette of a human. And it was the only thing that was lighting the cabin was a couple of like really shitty LED lanterns and the light from the wood burning stove. So it was really, you couldn't make out anything in the cabin except for each other's kind of like faces. And I swear I just saw someone standing there in the bottom of the back left bunk room that no one wanted to sleep in, and it just.
Mentioning shadow figures, actually, there's a local legend in the village I grew up of a thing called the shadow spider. And what that is when a person is feeling like particularly guilty, they'll start seeing like large silhouettes of spiders all around them. The idea of the legend is that they feed on that person's guilt.
I've heard that urban legend before, but
Nope.
They're like something that signifies a coming tragedy, and they're only on the corner of your vision.
Yeah, similar to that, but this one, obviously, as I say, it feeds on guilt. So if you've done someone wrong, they'll plague you until you do it until you put it right.
Oh, dude, fuck spiders and fuck that.
It's it's kind of weird, those kind of like urban legends that spread across different countries. It's a very common thing, but
I mean, if you've got a story that keeps popping up all over the world, I mean, maybe there's some truth to it.
I raise you the persecution of the Jews.
I mean, what's the country count? What's the country count at?
I think it's 109.
All of them.
109.
A weed. Have you ever had any experiences with the paranormal?
Nope, he's muted right now. I don't know if he's here.
All right. I'm back. Sorry.
Okay, there we go.
Have you ever had any experiences with the paranormal?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, this is not really a ghost story, I suppose, but and I mean, it could just be a hallucination because I hadn't eaten for many days, but I was in a cell in FCC Allenwood after I went on a hunger strike. It was a few days into it, about I guess 10 days, 11 days into the hunger strike, and there was like a wind in my cell, you know, and I felt like there was something in my cell, you know. It wasn't fully there, but like I could hear it talk to me, you know, that there was going to be a storm coming, and that I was going to leave, and he was going to free me, and I would serve in the coming struggle to envelop the world in storms. And I see this pattern before my eyes. It's tattooed on my arm now, actually.
I mean, if you can get on cam, you could possibly show us that. I know you had your camera on earlier.
It's this one. It's an ancient. Here's how do I get the light on it? It's a Norse stave, right? And it's meant to it's meant to like open doors. You know, it's like 3 keys, right? And it's
holy shit.
So I see this pattern, right? And I'm like chained to a table, and the next thing I know, they are knocking on my door. You know, they're knocking on my cell door, and like with the key, fumbling to unlock it and open it, and they tell me that they have something important to talk to me. So I get in the cuffs and I get out of the cell, and they walk me into a room, and they tell me that my sentence has been vacated by superior court, you know, the higher court, and that they're working the paperwork right now, and I'll be out of the prison cell maybe within the day, you know, and I'd actually got out of prison faster than anybody at that, like anybody who had their sentence vacated. You know, usually they languish in prison for at least a couple days, right? And it was like instantaneous. Like the decision came down, and within hours I was out. It was sort of unprecedented, you know. And I found out that before that happened, a friend of mine, she buried this stave. Put in blood on paper. She buried it in a tree outside the prison complex, and I think that I experienced the consciousness of Votan there in that cell, and they did pull me out nearly instantly as promised, and I'm here to make a really big storm now. So it's an obligation.
So we have a literal chosen one on our show.
A chosen one, but not that sort of chosen one.
Yeah, the good kind, obviously. That is a really fantastic.
We're gonna make being chosen great again. Yeah, that is just.
That must have been a
amazing.
really deeply moving experience.
Yeah, man. Yeah, no doubt.
Right.
I don't know how we're gonna top that one. That's awesome.
Yeah, as I said, I don't even know, man. How would you?
Well, why don't we take a brief break for another creepypasta?
That's what I was thinking. But John doesn't be here, so I guess you're control here, man.
All Heather has their new host.
All right.
Who knew the mutiny would be this easy?
Yeah, I mean, we started a coup by accident.
Yeah.
In the finest TSS tradition, coups go that way. All right, gentlemen. From Greyfield Stray, here is Pokemon Black.
Oh, I know this one. It's not working. It's not working. It's not working. Stop.
Best intro ever.
Hey guys, I might pass out now. I have to go
Patty, it was a pleasure having you.
What is going on?
Oh my god, what?
All right, Patty, it was great talking to you. All right, I'll see you Wednesday.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming on and sharing your
that
story.
I'm so sorry I can't stay on later. I wish I could. It's just I gotta.
No, that's fine.
Gotta be.
I'll see you soon.
Yeah, we'll hang out. So thanks so much, guys, for having me on. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for telling your story, mate.
All
Take
right,
care, man.
Have a good night, guys. Bye. Happy
Later.
Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
Yep.
Right, so that's that. What the hell, Hazard?
I don't know. I love, dude. Patty's great. He's a fucking walking history textbook.
Oh,
Yeah, that story was great too.
Yeah, he knows a lot about sort of like American history.
So what do you think Country Adam's doing for Halloween, Adam?
Who cares?
He's probably with his girlfriend.
I don't even know what you guys are talking about.
You know Country Adam's girlfriend?
I don't know who this person is.
Denying his existence.
Never happened.
All right. Yeah.
All right.
There you go first.
So, Gray, has there been any new developments with Roro Lido lately?
Oh god. No, there's been no new developments, and there hasn't been any developments since I was 6 years old. Yeah, I stopped having those dreams around about the time I turned 15, so I can't really tell you much more than I already have on that one. I could tell the story again if you want, because I guess we're trying to fill a gap here.
I mean, go for it, yeah.
Okay. Right. So, I mean, our audience is probably sick to death of hearing this because it'll be the third time I've told it, but here we go. When I was 6 years old, I just started school. I suffered from some pretty bad night terrors, and they would always be the same. I would be in bed when I would suddenly be completely unable to move. A sort of deep, sort of bassy, almost archaic sounding music would play, and then this it's hard to explain what exactly it is, but it's like a brown face in like a ring. It would just float through my window. It wouldn't smash through it, just pass through it, attach itself to my wall, and then just start yelling gibberish at me, and it was terrifying. And I suffered with that for about most of my childhood.
And what was its name?
It referred to itself as Roro Lido. I admit this could be my childhood mind making shit up. So that's happened. But the spooky part for me was we used to have, back in the day, you used to have school nurse inspections where they would just basically come check your general health, check your head lice, that sort of thing. And she noticed that I looked very tired. I was clearly lethargic. I hadn't been sleeping. She wanted to know why. To the story. She then snapped at me saying, no, not this again. Because apparently, I think it was like 5 or 6, I can't even remember the amount of number, kids had story. Which is pretty messed up.
Yeah.
That is creepy indeed.
It is.
All right. Time for
What's happened to John?
Yeah, let's hear another one. Which one are we listening to now?
Hopefully,
Pokemon Black
I'm assuming
by Greyfield Stray.
Ooh, here we go.
I'm what you would call a collector of bootleg Pokemon games. Pokemon Diamond and Jade, Chaos Black, etc. It's amazing the frequency which you can find them at pawn shops, Goodwill, flea markets, and such. They're generally fun, even if they are unplayable, which they often are. But mistranslations and poor quality make been able to find most of the ones that I played online, but there's one that I haven't seen any mention of. I bought it at a flea market about 5 years ago. The game started with the familiar Nidorino and Gengar intro of red and blue version. However, the press start screen had been altered. Red was there, but the Pokemon did not cycle through. It also said black version under the Pokemon logo. Upon selecting new game, the game started the Professor Oak speech, and quickly became evident that the game was essentially Pokemon Red version. After selecting your starter, if you looked at your Pokemon, you had, in addition to Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle, another Pokemon. Ghost. The Pokemon was level 1. It had the sprite of a ghost that you encountered in Lavender Tower. Before obtaining the Silph Scope, it had one attack. Curse. I know that there is a real move named Curse, but the attack did not exist in Generation 1, so it appears it was hacked in. Defending Pokemon were unable to attack Ghost. It would only say they were too scared. And when the move Curse was used in battle, the screen would cut to black. The cry of the defending Pokemon would be heard, but it was distorted, played at a much lower pitch than normal. The battle screen would reappear, and a defending Pokemon would be gone. If used in battle against a trainer, when the Pokeballs representing their Pokemon would appear in the corner, they would have one fewer Pokeball. What's even stranger is after defeating a trainer and seeing Red receive $200 for winning, the battle commands would appear again. If you selected Run, the battle would end as it normally does. You could also select Curse. If you did, upon returning to the overworld, the trainer's sprite would be gone. After leaving and re-entering the area, the spot where the trainer had been would be replaced with a tombstone, like the ones at Lavender Tower. The move Curse was not usable in all instances. It would fail against ghost Pokemon. It would also fail if used against trainers you would have to face again, such as your rival Giovanni. It was usable in your final battle against them, however. I think this was the gimmick of the game, allowing you to use the previously uncatchable ghosts. And because Curse made the game so easy, I essentially used it throughout the whole adventure. The game changed quite a bit after defeating the Elite Four, after viewing the Hall of Fame, which consisted of Ghost and a couple of very under-leveled Pokemon. The screen cut to black. A box appeared with the words, "Many years later." It then cut to Lavender Tower. An old man was standing, looking at tombstones. You then realized that this man was your character. The man moved at only half your normal walking speed. You no longer had any Pokemon with you, not even Ghost, who up to this point had been impossible to remove from your party, through depositing in the PC or otherwise. The overworld was entirely empty. There were no people at all. There was still the tombstones that the trainers used Curse on, however. You could pretty much go anywhere in the overworld at this point, though your movement was limited by the fact that you have no Pokemon to use HMs, and regardless of where you went, the music of Lavender Town continued on an infinite loop. After wandering a while, I found that if you go through Diglett's cave, one of the cuttable bushes that normally blocks the path on the other side is no longer there, allowing you to advance and return to Pallet Town. Upon entering your house and going to the exact tile where you start the game, the screen would cut to black. Then a sprite of Caterpie appeared, and then replaced by Weedle, and then a Pidgey. I soon realized as the Pokemon progressed from Rattata to Blastoise that these were all of the Pokemon I had used Curse on. At the very end of my rival's team, a youngster appeared, then a Bugcatcher. These are the trainers I had cursed. Throughout the sequence, the Lavender Tower music was playing, but it was slowly decreasing in pitch. By the time your rival appeared on the screen, it was little more than a demonic rumble. Another cut to black. A few moments later, a battle screen suddenly appeared. Your trainer sprite was now that of an old man. The same old man that teaches you to catch Pokemon in Viridian City. On the other side, the ghost, appearing with the words, "Ghost You couldn't use items, and you had no Pokemon. If you tried to run, you couldn't escape. The only option was fight. Using fight would immediately cause you to use struggle, which didn't affect Ghost, but did chip a bit of your own HP. When it was Ghost turn to attack, it would simply say, ellipses. Eventually, when your HP reached a critical point, Ghost would finally use Curse. The screen cut to black a final time. Regardless of the buttons you press, you were permanently stuck in this black screen. At this point, the only thing you could do was turn the Game Boy off. When you played again, New Game was the only option. The game had erased the file. I played through this game many, many times, and every time the game ended with this sequence. Several times I didn't use Ghost at all, though he was impossible to remove from the party. In these cases, it did not show any Pokemon or trainers, and simply cut to the cinematic battle with Ghost. I'm not sure what the motives were behind the creator of this hack. It wasn't widely distributed, so presumably not for monetary gain. It was very well done for a bootleg. It seems he was trying to convey a message, though it seems I am the sole receiver of this message. I'm not entirely sure what it was, the inevitability of death, the pointlessness of it. Perhaps he was simply trying to morbidly inject death and darkness into a children's game. Regardless, this children's game has made me think, and it has made me cry.
That was actually even more cringeworthy than I remember recording it.
I like the filter and the, I mean, it was a little cheesy, but
yeah,
that was really cool.
That's the one thing you always avoid is video game creepypastas. I did like your rendition, but
hey, it's corny, it's cheesy, it's the Paranormies.
Yeah, no, I mean we're pretty corny here.
I like it was that spooky radio show aesthetic.
Yeah, dude, you had that effect going on.
Yeah, I kind of figured you guys would actually kill it with yours, so I thought I'd do something a bit more lighthearted. So that was
like it. I like it. I've read that creepypasta before, so.
I think it was like the first one I ever read.
You did it justice, dude. You did it justice.
Thanks, man.
So, Weave, other than your abrupt release from imprisonment, have you ever had anything else paranormal happen to you?
No, I don't think so. That's about it.
I mean, that just sounds like something took interest in you and said, "This is my tool. I will use him."
Yeah.
Shouldn't really use
here
your
to
tool
wreck the world. It's my job.
I'm always looking forward to what kind of shenanigans you got coming up.
Yeah.
Please don't start another nuclear war.
Oh man, that's I don't believe nukes are real personally. I think that they're a Jewish bluff, but
they're a social construct.
Yeah, definitely. But other than that, I would definitely like to start some large-scale wars between brown people. I mean, that never seems like a bad idea to me, right? Like,
well, that sounds fun to me.
That's just a win-win, right? Like two fucking shit-skinned races killing each other. Oh my god, why don't we like? I mean, instead of the CIA doing everything they can to like ruin that troll, they should have fucking like given me a budget. They should fucking pay me to try to figure out how to do this even better.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, like all the money and like human costs we've spent of like fucking with the Middle East. If only we could have turned Africa on it or something,
Yeah. There's no innovation in the current intelligence community because certain people, and lack of echo there. I needed an effects pedal or something. That's certain people have decided that it's got to go a specific way, because Israel must be defended at all costs for some god fucking forsaken reason. But
yeah, I was watching your video a while back about like scientific articles being stripped out, and I think that's pretty spooky in the conspiratorial sense. And I'm I'm pretty. I would definitely believe that kind of thing would happen.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting that it was in the subject of relativity, because it's not really something that's in the public eye much. Like, who even knows what relativity is, right?
Yeah.
But
yeah.
if anybody who's taken a college physics course, they always talk about it.
I mean, there's just so many fallacies that they lead up to get relativity, as Einstein wrote it, to be something legitimate. It's like there's like you can only measure the speed of light in a closed loop, so you're forced to measure the average, right? Like it's I don't think that the speed of light is actually a constant. Like little things, like uncertainty, right? It's like
the
it's
uncertainty principle is very convenient for trying to sort of hand wave questions.
Yeah,
here's the reality. How can you even consider the speed of light to be a constant? I mean,
it is.
Exactly. I mean, the speed of light in vacuum. Okay, but in vacuum where these photons are still actually under gravitational forces, unless this takes place in, a hypothetical region of space that doesn't even have microgravity and blah, blah, blah. No. You can't just go.
So I have something. It was going to be a creepy fact on, the Paranormies Facebook page, but I might as well just talk about it now. In 1988, a physicist named I can't pronounce these fucking names. Lynn Vestergaard Hout succeeded in slowing a beam of light to about 38 miles per hour.
Wow!
What? Wait, what?
Yeah. Look this up.
Can you? How do you spell that?
I will just I'll drop the name in the Hangout chat and the Spurg chat. So here it is in the Hangout chat. And how do I even access the Spurg chat?
You just got to open up the YouTube link to it.
Yeah, I mean, all right, fine. I'll drop the name in there.
Let's see.
I think he wants to know. We're at 100 listeners right now. Oh no, we're down to 97. 3 people left. Nice.
38 miles per hour. Jesus.
Yeah.
I mean, we're getting into the. Yeah. We're starting to deal with really weird things. I mean, obviously that's not a scientific term, but
some really spooky shit, kid.
I think they use the word anomalous.
Anomalous.
That's the fancy scientific way of saying weird.
Because it's an anomaly, shit like that. Just light traveling at 38 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, existence itself, anything being there, is weird.
Yeah, well, Heidegger is, why is there anything instead of nothing? I think he thinks that's like the fundamental question or whatever.
It really is, dude.
But if there was nothing, then there wouldn't be him to tell us that there's something there.
Right, exactly. Which is the really weird thing.
The biggest thing is how does existence real, man?
I mean, mirrors aren't real.
Dude,
if you're a vampire.
I mean, are our eyes real? That's the real question here. If so, then mirrors are real.
Mirrors terrify me.
All right, I'm seeing something in the Spurg chat about we live in a simulation, and
shut up. You're an idiot.
Well,
that could be true. Let's hear him out.
Here's the thing I've come to realize, and I've actually spent a lot of nights talking to Death about this, but whether or not you buy into any sort of religious dogma or doctrine, any sort of gods, any sort of creator of the universe, the fact remains that in the beginning there was nothing, and then shit happened. And if it can do it once, it'll do it an infinite number of times. in an infinite number of permutations.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that can happen will happen on a long enough timescale.
Yeah. We actually have a word for this. It's called the trousers of time theory. Like, whenever a split decision is made, one U goes down one leg of the trousers and the other one goes down the other.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it's the same with any, but that's like invoking the infinite monkeys theory, you know?
So they're actually
So, but when you actually take that reasoning and just go all the way, then yes, the universe we are in is a simulation, but at the same time, it's also real in an infinite number of permutations.
But then you're looking for the definition of which is universe A through whatever.
Yeah.
We're going to need a lot of letters.
Yeah, but what's that in gematria?
Oh.
Probably 6 million.
So, we have a lot of guys. Who are we? Do we have Weave still, and we have DeMarcus in here? Do either of you guys have like sort of your pet subjects? Your pet interests about want to get into?
I've always been a skeptic, and I still am. But when Johnny originally asked me on, or to just be a guest on his show, I couldn't think of anything paranormal necessarily that I've encountered, but I've been thinking about it, and there's one incident that really creeps me out, and maybe it's just a coincidence, but yeah, when I was a teenager, me and my friends, we used to get into a lot of trouble, right? And we used to break into like abandoned buildings and go in there and like light off fireworks while we had gas masks on and like set off some pranks and things like that. And one night we decided to go to this large, empty, like 10-story concrete building, and we broke open the padlock with a hammer, and we went inside. And everything was concrete steps, concrete columns, and we saw nuclear fallout signs. So I guess this was an old building. It was designed as a fallout shelter, perhaps, or at least like a designated one just in case. And so we're walking around in there, and we go up one story and then another, and then we come across this concrete column, and it has this. It's like a graffiti almost, but it looked like it had been there for decades. And it was a picture of a guy. It was just a head. It was like a big head, and he had like a huge forehead. It was like a light bulb shaped, like my friend Charles, who was with us at the time. And there was 4 of us, right? And we looked around, and we found 2 more these sort of like graffitis or whatever. And they had 2, there's 3 of our names there, but we couldn't find one for the 4th guy that was with us. We couldn't find his name anywhere on the in the building. We were all kind of spooked just having found them, and one of them looked just like my friend, like in cartoon form. And the guy whose name we couldn't find anywhere ended up being committed to a psychiatric facility, and he was there for a long time. We tried to talk to his family members, his sister that we knew. She was a couple of years ahead of us in high school. And, we didn't hear anything about him, and we hadn't heard anything since. Like, the family didn't want to talk to us. After about 8 months, they stopped responding to us, and nobody's heard from him since. So I don't know if that's paranormal or what. It was a pretty creepy coincidence, but, I am a skeptic, and I just, coincidence maybe, but I figured you guys would want to hear that.
It's interesting you bring up psychiatric hospitals. Actually, I've been recently speaking to a dingo on Facebook who actually works at a high security psychiatric unit. He obviously can't tell me anything due to NDAs, but he did tell me about a few things, like the people who come in and how like normal they are when how horrific their crimes have been. Like, for example, they've got one guy who was a cannibal, Apparently, he's like the friendliest, most like nice guy you would ever meet. But one night, he just like snapped and decided to kill and eat his wife. You know. But the one that interested me the most was that apparently the Australian government uses asylums to house political prisoners, because how better to discredit them than to put them in a nut house?
Yeah, that's that's some
Absolutely.
1984 shit.
Yeah, tell me about it. It makes you wonder how many other countries are enacting this policy as well. Because
Well, I mean, Weave could tell us about political prisoners in 1984 style bullshit.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. What do you want to know? like, there's the West is pretty bad, I suppose, to its political prisoners. I mean, it's getting shot full of drugs in an asylum might be better than some of the fates that they receive. I don't know. There's most of ours are housed at like Marion or ADX Florence in the United States. The latter is it's like permanent solitary confinement. All the ADX stuff is. It's like you go in a cell and you basically don't ever leave.
Isn't that illegal?
I think
No.
the facilities he's talking about are the sort that don't officially exist.
No, they officially. You can look it up. ADX Florence. You know, you can see the cell. You know, it's
There's
a little
nothing
bit
better
bigger
than
than
hiding
most
something
cells.
in plain sight.
Yeah. It's not. This isn't a secret. It's not some sort of black facility. You know, it's well documented that this is a thing that exists. You know, and we just stick people there. You never let them out. That's there's a guy there that like they say he needs to be in ADX Florence because he spied for Cuba, and they're saying that like they worry that if he gets to a normal prison, he'll send intelligence back to Cuba. And mind you, he's been like we're like de-escalating Cuba now, like we're opening up and people can travel there again. And like this guy's been in an ADX prison for like the past few decades, I think since the 60s basically, right? And like what kind of secrets has he garnered in this fucking, but they say like he's still there, he's still in an ADX. I sent him a letter and I sent him a magazine, and both got rejected. Like he's not allowed to even receive basically anything, and but there's a whole prison full of people like this. Is the guy that's fight for Cuba? His name's Walter Kendall Myers. But there's a bunch of other people in ADX Florence. Thomas Edward Silverstein is there. He was actually wrongfully convicted of a crime. He was actually wrongfully committed of a crime. He did nothing wrong, and then guards like antagonized him so much and like beat him repeatedly. So finally, he just stabs one and kills him. And now he's in ADX Florence forever. But the original circumstances, him going to prison, like not a bad dude, normal citizen, didn't commit a crime, was persecuted because he hated niggers, falsely goes to prison, gets beaten by a guard repeatedly, snaps, kills the guard, in solitary confinement for the rest of his life as a result. Of course, Terry Lynn Nichols is there. He was just Timothy McVeigh's friend, basically. He wasn't like involved in anything McVeigh did, But it's like, he's there.
They list him with the
Ted Kaczynski in one of those facilities.
I think Kaczynski is in ADX Florence. Yeah.
I thought Kaczynski was in Supermax.
No, according to Wikipedia, that could be very inaccurate, but he's in ADX Florence.
Yeah. I'm pretty. He's there.
So we did an episode on the MK Ultra. Obviously, you know a lot of shit that a lot of people don't know. Have you ever come into any information about Ted Kaczynski and the MK Ultra stuff?
No, man. No. I mean, MK Ultra was shady as fuck, but it's like, if I start researching that, it's like I could spend years looking at it, right? I never thought to like
go through it. You know, I know that one fucking Jew, Sidney Gottlieb, was feeding people acid and stuff, and then they would freak out, and a couple dudes like ended up snapping and committing crimes. You know, I think a guy robbed a bank while he was on the acid that he was dosed with without his knowledge, and like they never.
Yeah, it was a deputy marshal, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and so he like freaks out, commits a crime as a result of like the CIA dosing him with LSD, and they never fucking like let him out of jail. You know, they just let him stay there.
Yeah, it's just horrifying stuff, and you of all people can attest as to what sort of pattern you're gonna recognize if you look at the perpetrators of these sorts of things.
Yeah. I mean, most of the really bad stuff was Sidney Gottlieb, and he was a Jew, you know, and who else was there that was really, really bad? I think that I can't remember else, but it's like a big pack of Jews, you know.
Let me run something by you, Weave, because fuck it. This is the live show. It's a spooky night. Do you believe that there is some supernatural malevolence behind the Jews?
Oh, absolutely. They worship a god that the Greeks referred to as the demiurge, right? Like there's two forces, right? There's like the set of gods that made like the spiritual essence of us, and then there's a set of gods that or a single god, depending on your perspective, that crafted the material world as a trap. And this second set, is the demiurge, as it's called, is the spawner of the lesser races. He is a demon of materialism that is worshipped by the Jews, and they absolutely have a divine malevolent force. You know, an evil god that they worship. And the purpose of this god is to exterminate the Aryan race, all whites from the face of the earth, and because he doesn't, he's jealous of the creation of the souls, the contribution of the original gods. He doesn't want it to exist anymore.
Now, one thing I've always noticed when I take a look through
Hang on, Hazard. Hang on. DeMarcus,
Yes?
your rebuttal.
A rebuttal to what Weave had said just now?
Well, you're the nigger kike, so you know.
Well, then the Nick side and the Kike side cancel each other out. So.
Fair enough. Okay. Sorry, Karen has it. I had to get that joke in.
So, Weave, one thing that has always struck me about the Old Testament, the New Testament, you know, Christianity, yeah, it's cucked. But one thing that's always struck me, it's always seemed to me like those two texts were never meant to go together.
The second text is a mockery of the first, right? Like there's so much in it that's Christ making fun of Jewish law, like when he says he like purposely doesn't bury the guy. He says, "Let the dead bury their dead," right? Like he's calling the Jews dead. He refuses to. He's given the chance to fulfill Halakhic law by stoning that adulteress to death, right? That was really the part where the Pharisees are offering Christ the chance to join them, right? Like he's sitting there, and he like kneels down and he starts writing in the sand, right? And whatever he writes is so fucking like triggering that all the fucking Pharisees, they stand up, right, and they leave. And this is in John 8. And he's like calling them out for being liars and hypocrites. Then he's ye are of your father the devil, the lusts of your father you will do. You know, he was a liar from the beginning, and he was the father of lies. So he probably like wrote down how all the whores that they were visiting, you know, and what that they did with them is what I imagine that he wrote in the sand that made them all stand up. You know, he started writing just probably like dates and times or something. and then he refuses to stone the adulteress to death. And there's just a lot of things where he's like making fun, and he's fulfilling some of the requirements of Jewish scripture while giving it the finger. It's an interesting text when you start to understand both of them and what
What it's always struck me as is that whatever Christ is referring to as his Father is most certainly not the God of the Old Testament.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Exactly right.
And I've started this just interesting because I mean, you keep seeing references through a bunch of old civilizations to the same entity, the same demiurge, whatever you want to call it. I've seen it under a lot of different names. The one I've seen it most commonly under is Moloch or Molech. But yeah,
Don't say that ever again.
But it seems to me that the message of the Old Testament isn't I am the path to salvation, and if you don't get your salvation from me, I'm going to damn you out of spite. It's more along the lines of, I am the path to salvation because I am trying to save you from this other thing, this jealous, spiteful, wretched beast that was jealous of what everything else created.
Do you view the God of the New Testament as something that's different than the God of Abraham in the Old Testament?
Yes.
Like they're two separate gods?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, who was Jesus working for?
So Hazard, as a man who's lived a fairly atheistic life, how do you separate one from the other? What's the defining trait?
Abraham.
Apart from the echo, I meant more in a biblical sort of scripture sense.
Well, I'm not really atheistic.
I am, so I'm going to let you take this one.
All right, dudes, I'm gonna go get breakfast. I might hop on after I'm done. I'll see you in a few.
All right.
It was a pleasure having you on, Weave.
Yeah, thanks again.
Later, Weave.
Yeah,
It's like 1:30 here.
I'd say I'm not exactly atheistic myself, but I'm saying I've lived a largely atheistic, so I've not ever really been a devoted religious person.
I understand what you're saying.
I would describe myself as more of a deist than anything.
No.
I'd say agnostic at best, but in my case, but yeah, and I'm saying how would you differentiate the Abrahamic God as Bradshaw put it from your what you consider the Old Testament God to be, just in a scriptural sense?
Yeah. So the new, or what I was saying was the New Testament God versus the God of Abraham.
The New Testament God seems to be... He doesn't exactly seem to be sunshine and rainbows and hugs and cuddles, but he seems to be a lot less harsh than the God of the Old Testament.
Okay.
The God of the Old Testament is pretty much any behavior that does not lead to you making more of yourselves to worship me. Anybody that engages in that sort of behavior, you need to kill.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
I mean, I've taken a look at Leviticus, and when you take a look at it, you start to realize that this is a breeding and hygiene code for just getting the most people into this faith as quickly as possible, and making sure that there's not any inbreeding going on.
Okay. That sounds very.
Leviticus is one of when I was first an edgy 14-year-old atheist. Leviticus was one of the books that I was just like, this is so stupid. I'm not allowed to eat lobster now, huh?
Yep.
Okay, worst religion ever already. What?
No, dude, it's just a lot of Christians I've talked to, they just say, oh yeah, everything Jesus said is basically discounted the Old Testament.
Interesting. It almost makes you wonder why it was written. It's like I mean, you're essentially taking the rules of your religion as based on its foundation and just turning it on its head.
Do you think Jesus intended to, create a new religion that was, opposed to Judaism instead of actually trying to fulfill the prophecies or whatever?
I don't know, man.
Well, I
Very good
think
question.
part of the narrative that you hear today from Christians is that he didn't come to like undo the law, but to fulfill it. And of course, the Christian narrative is like fundamentally interested in the sacrifice, because all this ritual sacrifice was, a big part of the way that the Hebrews worshipped, and then when they became the Jews. And Jesus is supposed to be the last one, and then it's all over. But what's interesting to me about it is that they like Christianity was supposed to not be racially motivated, or at least they were trying to basically say that Hebrews aren't the only people who this is going to be given to, the salvation or whatever, to become like one of God's chosen, or whatever you want to call it. Because originally, there was like the priest class that like the Levites and stuff, who did most of the sacrifices. And so there's just been this, from my perspective, an expansion of who counts as being part of the the group, the chosen people. And so Jesus, he opened that up to everybody, regardless of their lineage. And you see Paul talking about he rebuked some people who went and got circumcised, and he's like, what the hell, we're not Hebrews anymore. If you're going to do that, you might as well just go the whole way and cut everything off. Which is kind of funny to read, that he's telling people to castrate themselves and stuff. But to me, it just seems kind of subversive, because that sort of outreach has been expanded up to the point where we have now today, where Christianity is basically just becoming this weird mix of like brown people shamanism in Central and South America, because that's where like Catholicism is picking up. And I know Mormonism has a lot of outreach in Africa and in South America. And so it has this trajectory that is, ultimately self-destructive, because the only people that did anything good with Christianity at all were, of course, Europeans. And it's not really doing a whole lot for us now. It seems like a project that just got completely out of control. It doesn't really serve, doesn't serve our interests, certainly, in any way anymore. And then, it got super crazy and like evolved into all sorts of really weird stuff. I mean, Mormonism, claims to be Christian, but it's not. And, it just seems like a project that has been totally unrestrained, and doesn't look like it's going anywhere good.
Yeah.
I think.
Go ahead.
I think Christianity has always kind of responded to kind of temporal pressures. We see this now with this accepting of gays and so forth. And I think in the past, reinterpreting scripture to accommodate, pressures that were happening in society at the time have happened before. And I think it potentially could happen again, with whether it's a migrant crisis, which will, get worse, I believe, over time. And, perhaps a counter-Semitic kind of interpretation of the Bible. There was a theologian of sorts named Marcion, who lived in Anatolia, 1st or 2nd century BC, and he basically said that we should just throw away the Old Testament; it should just be the New Testament. And of course, there was no institutional power in the church tied to a state, so the church excommunicated him, but they actually, gave him back all all of the tithing he had given them and everything. But I wouldn't be surprised if something like that became popular, if juice became less popular or something like that. Or maybe, I mean, you could see a lot of like, you can pull a lot of stuff out. Like you look at Cornelius the centurion, who's the first Gentile to be baptized. He was baptized by Peter. Peter eventually was pressured into not eating with Gentiles in Antioch after he was criticized by Jews. And Paul confronted Peter, for being hypocritical based on some scripture and stuff like that. So it wouldn't be impossible to see Peter shown as like a great, leading the way and being like, counter-Semitic somehow. You never know. You never know. It's a very malleable religion. Just looking at how it's evolved over time.
Mm-hmm. It is, and that's very fascinating.
Yeah. Should we move away from religion and get back to the fun of Halloween for a while?
Actually, Hazard, how many more creepypastas do you have?
Plenty.
You have
Well,
plenty.
let's load one up.
One? Yeah, fire one. Pop one in.
Well, after we've done that, would you guys like to hear some creepypastas? Well, creepypastas, sorry, some spooky stories from London.
Of course.
Yes,
dude.
we would.
Do it up.
All right, and this one is a long one. Hold up. Hold up.
Okay.
You saying?
Now hold up. Now hold up.
Everybody's ears. Oh God, I hope I'm not.
Yeah, this
Okay,
is
that's
the
working
jump
so far.
scare section of the live show.
Here we go. I don't want to burst anyone's bubble here. So if you believe in haunted lost episode legends and enjoy living in that world, maybe this isn't for you. Don't get me wrong. I hate when people complain about lack of realism in entertainment, and I think all kids need to believe in Santa and the Tooth Fairy for as long as possible. But this is different. Back in the 80s, I met this dude, Sid, who used to cut old VHS tapes and shit. It was more than a hobby for him. It was pretty much his entire life. His parents were a bit more wealthy than I'd been blessed with, so when we were teenagers and I was slaving away at a Scats, yes, Scats, fast food restaurant, he just hung out around the house cutting tapes. All day, all night. Of course, as you get older, things in your past become a bit clearer, and I think he might have been borderline autistic. Or maybe he was a very high-functioning person with Asperger's. But of course, I'm no expert, and I'm not saying that was the case. It's just the best and quickest way I can think of to explain his personality and this obsession with cutting tapes, cutting tapes, cutting tapes. It started when he saw Old Yeller as a little kid. For whatever reason, his parents let him watch that shit. If you're unfamiliar with it, it's the tale of a boy and his dog. I hope I don't have to announce the spoiler on such an old-ass movie, but in the end, the boy has to shoot his own dog because it's rabid. Sid didn't appreciate this. His dad photographed and videotaped weddings, so he showed Sid how to operate some of the machines. And Sid cut out the ending, replacing it with an earlier, happier scene, as if Old Yeller just suddenly got better off screen. He watched the tape obsessively after that, even into his early teens when I'd first met him. He made me watch it once to show how he fixed it, and I could actually picture him as a little boy once he started applauding and cheering his own faux ending. I don't want to say I was a bad influence, but after I saw it, I asked if he could do that with other movies. My major interest was perhaps taking a film or two and cutting in some nude frames the actress hadn't really done. Don't worry though, I never had the guts to actually ask if he would. I just imagined how cool it would be. Often. Sid told me that, yes, he could fix any movie he wanted. In fact, he had done it with a few others. He had a copy of a Ghostbusters cartoon, and, I shit you not, every single ghost was completely removed. The story made no sense. There was no continuity, but he had accomplished it, and I was very impressed. I guess in the time of VHS, these things seemed more magical than they do nowadays. As time went by, I encouraged Sid to edit more movies, but with different purposes. Instead of whitewashing all the scary stuff like he'd wanted to do, I got him to see the light on how awesome he could make things. Somewhere out there, this chubby Star Wars nerd from our high school has all 3 original films flawlessly cut together, with edited in effects that would have made George Lucas himself cry out, "Enough meddling." We charged him like $20 for the only copy, because we were idiots. Anyway, this went on for a while before I lost most of my interest in it. It was more of a goof for me than it was for him. This is the point where I started working, started driving, started taking bases with local girls, while he just got more and more involved in cutting those tapes. I think his favorites were cartoons. When The Simpsons came around, he went apeshit with those. Now, his edits weren't so much fixing things as just breaking them in interesting ways. Another thing that sticks out in my mind is when he recorded an episode of MASH and cut it with a gory old war flick. Halfway through his version, the camp gets bombed, soldiers invade, everyone dies. At the end, he specifically worked in freeze frames of each cast member's face, eyes closed. He had completely reversed his interests and embraced what had once terrified him, scary endings. He seemed to love things like long, drawn-out sequences in terrifying silence. Make me be quiet while they play it, too. You may have heard about this mysterious fellow named Banksy, who goes around creating interesting graffiti and whatnot. At one point, he went into a music store and replaced some Paris Hilton CDs with his own face. Banksy had nothing on Sid. Every other week, he'd tell me about some store or a video rental place he'd snuck some of his tapes into. He swapped out the real ones for his versions, and then he'd start all over by cutting the ones he had stolen. At one point, when I hadn't heard from him in a long while, I stopped by his parents' house and found him in the garage. He'd set up his own little movie studio there, complete with a drawing board. He was actually animating entirely new content. All at once, I was blown away by his artistic skill I'd never seen before, and very concerned about when this guy was going to come out of the dark and start acting normal, like me. He barely looked up from his drawings as we spoke. I asked him what any kid, now in his late teens, would ask. What the fuck is wrong with you? Huh? Seriously, dude, this is some crazy shit. It's work. I'm working. My work is just as important as anyone else's. Are you even selling these anymore, or are you just sneaking them into places? How much is all of this costing your dad? I don't care. I looked at what he was so fervently illustrating. Is that a headless body? Dancing? Yeah. That's pretty dark, man. I know. That's the point. I don't get it. Those tapes. I thought they were wrong, but over time I figured out the truth. Which is? The scary stuff is right. The happy endings are the lie. He just kept drawing as I stood there. The silence was disturbing, and in that moment I could smell the BO coming off of him. It wasn't just sweat either. It was a mingling of that, and a foul ass, and piss-soaked cloth. I hate to say it, but I gave up on him right then. It's that moment when you look at someone you thought you knew, and all that you can think is, holy shit, I never realized they were this far gone. It wasn't until I was in my 30s that Sid crossed my mind again. I was pursuing the internet, just aimlessly wandering the web, when I came across a series of urban legends about strange VHS tapes, recut movies, and lost episodes. Some of these I recognized. I'd watched them with Sid, or I'd actually seen him in the middle of working on them. Every disturbing scene, every unbelievable anecdote, I believed it because I had been there. Others, SpongeBob cartoons, episodes of iCarly, or whatever. Those shows came long after I've made my break with Sid, but the style was all too familiar. Even the ones that didn't sound like his work seemed like they could have been broken copies, or attempts at mimicking his work. He was still doing it. My God, it boggled my mind. I called up Sid's old number, not entirely sure I'd still find him there. It rang for minutes on end, and I knew that the search was hopeless. Even if he still lived with his parents, it wasn't likely they'd all still be at the same house by now. Still, I made it a point to drive out to his old place, to see if he was still in that garage, cutting tapes, or manipulating them via computer, or whatever he would be up to. When I passed by the house, the unkempt lawn was overgrown with huge, waist-high weeds. The dilapidated facade of the building, with its peeling paint on the shutters, missing roof tiles, and muck-filled gutters, told me no one had lived here for a long time. I saw a note on the door, but couldn't read it from the road. Maybe it was something I could use to locate Sid and see if he'd ever gotten the help I now realized I should have given him. Pulling into the driveway, my headlights illuminated the garage door. It was windowless and vandalized with the gangster tags of some traveling band of assholes. The note on the door, as one might expect, spoke of a certain bank now owning the property. It noted that trespassing was heavily discouraged, and that at a certain point, someone would be out to make sure the house was winterized, whatever the hell that is. As I walked back to the car, defeated, something was nagging at me. I knew that Sid's parents kept a spare key under a false rock by the back stairs, basically by virtue of Sid locking us both out on several occasions. When I found that key, a sense of cold, gnawing dread swirled in my stomach. Who would move out and leave everything in place like this? The key was the most obvious thing, but flower pots and lawn decorations were still there. Sid's old, rusted-out Huffy bike was leaning against the house and had created thick, rusty streaks along the aluminum siding. I don't even know what I expected to find, but using the key, I entered the house. The smell was overwhelming. Not a putrid smell, nothing rotting or decaying, just the smell of, I don't know if this would make any sense to you, but the smell of electricity, like burning dust on a light bulb, or a heater giving off a particular warmed metal odor. That was the least of my concerns, however, as I saw everything just as I had left it. Everything Sid's family owned was frozen in time. The dining room table we'd all sat on many occasions was dust-covered and supported an emaciated dead rat which had all but turned to dust. The television, that bulky, oversized television set we'd all sat around to watch Sid's tapes and laud his creativity. It sat where it had always been, silently displaying a violent bombardment of black and white static. As I moved through the rooms, the sense of panic and discomfort within me only grew. Every fiber of my being was shouting, "Run! Run, you fucking idiot!" Still, I pressed on into Sid's bedroom. It was now empty and in disrepair. His prized action figures and blank videotapes, hundreds of videotapes, stale and water damaged. I almost wanted to call out, to shout, "Sid!" and wait for him to appear as if nothing was out of the ordinary. I went into his parents' bedroom. There, lying in bed, were two motionless bodies. Gone. Gray. Half turned to dust, just like the rat in the dining room. I could scarcely believe what I was seeing with my own eyes. Not only were two dead bodies slowly dissipating within the confines of this once idyllic suburban household, but nobody had even checked on them. Nobody had discovered this until now. My mind raced. My heart raced. The only things that wouldn't move were my feet, which remained glued to the spot. Sid, I thought, must have done this. There was no way the two of them would just lie down one night and simultaneously die of natural causes. Sid had said he didn't care about his parents, and when was the last time I had seen them? God, I hadn't seen them for days, maybe weeks before the last time I talked to Sid. When I finally left the room, I took out my cell phone and began dialing 911. However, as soon as I lifted it to my head, an ear-splitting shriek of interference nearly caused me to fling it across the room. I rushed to the kitchen phone, squealing static. I tried the living room phone just to be thorough. Static. It wasn't until I put the receiver back down that I heard it. Music. Faint, barely audible music that I hadn't noticed before. It seemed to be some repeating melody, happy and light. Some flutes, maybe a whole horn section. I followed the peppy tune to the in-house door to the garage. Pressing my ear to the door's dirty surface, I determined that the music was indeed coming from just beyond. "Sid?" I called out, barely managing to forward the name with cold, bloodless lips. "Sid, are you in there? Are you all right?" I tried the door only to find it somehow locked from the other side. It was no matter, since one wild kick nearly knocked the rotting wood off of its hinges. "Sid!" I shouted as the dust slowly cleared. Through the haze, I could only see the light of a television screen. Vibrant colors. Blue, green, yellow. Soon, I could make out a cartoon playing on the screen. Then, the silver wires running from the set itself to some dark mass. Then, the dark mass took shape as my eyes adjusted to the odd lighting. It was Sid, Or rather, his body. Not dead nearly as long as his parents, seated in an old office chair. The wires from the television set led directly to his body, eventually disappearing into several old, crusted-over holes in his leathery flesh. Through a small worm-eaten opening in his ribs, I thought I could see more metal inside of him. I walked to Sid's side, holding my hand over my mouth for fear of vomiting. His face was twisted into a hideous, wide grin. His empty eye sockets almost seemed happy, hooded by a pleased brow line. "Hi there," I heard a jarring voice. The voice was upbeat, high-pitched. It sounded almost like Sid, but different, bubbly, cartoony. I turned to the screen. The green grass, the blue sky, the yellow flowers, and Sid, a perfect caricature of him. It strolled along the infinite loop of that utopian cartoon background. It waved to me. "Sid," I whispered. "Oh God, Sid." He, the cartoon version of him, turned his attention away from me and continued to merrily stroll across that unending cycle of the same backdrop. He passed a shrub, then passed it again and again. The same bluebird, chirping happily, flew through the sky in a figure eight. "Sid." I shook my head, unable to comprehend the scenario. I never should have let you leave reality. I thought about what Sid had done to his mom and dad. I thought about how the bank would come by soon, and this would all come to light. I watched Sid walk along for nearly a half hour. Then I unplugged the set.
Oh my god.
Fuck.
Okay, that one's a new best. Fuck mine. Holy shit. I'm not even kidding. I grabbed my fucking gun. I've got it on my desk right now. I've been staring out my window. It's like pitch black, just like expecting someone to just stick his face up at me.
Oh, that Phil win no gun.
Glad that you like that.
Oh my
Wish a nigga
God.
would though. Like wish a nigga would though.
No, I don't want to fill out that paperwork.
Man.
The paperwork.
Good grief. You picked that was fantastic.
That was a good one. I still we need someone in the Paranormies to do their own version of the Russian sleep experiment.
God
I thought we were trying to stay away from the overly famous ones though.
Such a good one though.
Hold up.
I'll do it.
I was about to say, well,
Good.
I can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Right. So shall I take you guys on a tour of Spoopy London then?
I don't know, man. I'm gonna need a sec.
I forgot we were gonna do that. Well, before
I'm
we
more
get back
spooked than the
into
black
this-
guy in here.
Yeah, I was gonna say before we get back into spooping, I was bored today and I just started writing something and I decided, this is gonna be my new project. Is I'm gonna do a choose your own adventure YouTube creepypasta.
Nice.
Yeah, well, you got your what is it, Bradshaw's Creepy Compendium, right?
Yeah, the thing that I haven't touched in a while because my laptop got fried.
Well, hey, I'm looking forward to seeing that on there.
Yeah.
Well, the creepypastas I recorded tonight are going to go up there, just so I can have them for the account.
Interesting.
But anything that I write myself is also going up there.
Good grief. All right.
People are saying the Russian sleep experiment is a stale and old pasta.
Oh God, you're wrong. That's one of the best of all. It's a true.
It is, but it's been
classic.
so overdone.
So what you're
Classic,
saying
though.
is, so what you're saying is we do Slender Man instead because nobody's done that.
Yeah, let's
Ooh,
let's
that's a
do
good one.
let's do Jeff the Killer versus Slender Man. Let's do a real fucking Spurg creepypasta here.
Oh
Oh,
God.
dear. No, fucking Sonic Lost episode. That was one of the worst. I think.
Oh God.
Dear. Right. So are we recovered? Shall I begin?
All right.
You
Yeah,
can
go
begin.
for it, Greg.
Okay, so you guys all know that London is the capital city of Britain. It's a very old city and as such is steeped in many legends. Some legends are pretty normy, others are pretty fucked up. I'm going to go through some of the more fucked up ones here. So I'm going to start with the Suicide Pool, which is in Epping Forest. It stretches from the fringes of London deep into Essex. Epping Forest has long been a place of myth and mystery. It was here that Dick Turpin's gang plied their trade, and Elizabethan poets found their inspiration. But it's a place of dark, unsettling legends, the darkest of which has to be the Epping Suicide Pool. Many decades ago, or so the story goes, a young couple in love were followed to the pond by the girl's father. Although the tale is hazy on what exactly happened next, it is generally agreed that the two confronted him. The father responded by killing them, as you do. Not long after, something strange happened. The waters of the pool turned a dark, impenetrable black. Wildlife began to die at its edges, and clearings soon became barren. Then the bodies started to appear. First, a woman was found dead beside the pool. Then a girl was found, her young child dead beside her. Rumors began to surface that the pool was drawing people in, leading them to their deaths. And there the legend stopped. Supposedly Epping Forest Suicide Pool is still out there somewhere, unmarked on any map, waiting for someone to find it. But we understand that you'd rather know. But we'll understand if you'd rather not go looking, just in case.
Ooh,
nice. And all a lot of these involve trains. Actually, I don't know how familiar you guys are with London Underground.
Oh, the Spurgs are gonna love this one.
Very familiar.
Very familiar. Okay. Basically, the Underground, for anyone who doesn't know, is basically our version of the subway. It stretches all throughout London.
Yeah. Don't you have a homeless problem in the underground?
No, we don't let homeless people stay in the underground.
That's New York. You're thinking of the wrong city.
Yeah.
At one point, didn't you, though, in England?
Well, we used to use it as a bomb shelter during the war, so possibly, I don't know. You occasionally get buskers around there, but I don't think they allow homeless people at the doors.
I've heard stories of, like, bums taking naps on the London Underground.
Okay, fair enough. I would,
but then implying there are white Britons left in London.
Oh, come on!
That's a good point.
Come on, too soon.
R.I.P. Britain.
It's okay. We're gonna build a wall around London. It's gonna be beautiful. It's gonna be so big. You're gonna be so proud.
Remember your mother. Anyway. So anyway, although it sounds like a low-budget horror movie, The Whitechapel Corpse Train is probably the most intriguing item on our list. Unlike many we discussed, it has no supernatural origins or manifestations. Instead, it features a very human horror, hundreds upon hundreds of corpses. In the early days of the Tube, death was not an uncommon occurrence in London's many hospitals. Faced with the overflowing morgue and nowhere to put the steadily mounting bodies, the Royal London Hospital came up with a solution, equal parts genius and grotesque. Without telling anybody, they allegedly installed a new line on the underground running underneath the hospital and into Whitechapel, a line they could use to ferry human cadavers away from the morgue, to lie unremarked upon the station's spare ticket office, meters away from oblivious commuters. Make of that one.
So it's like a corpse storage.
Yeah, pretty much.
Was that the London Necropolis Rail?
Yeah, that's the one, yeah.
Yeah, dude. That's spooky as fuck. Hold up, give us just a second. As soon as there it is. Hi, Petulant Child 23. Hold up. Let's see. Please don't make me regret this because Johnny's asleep, so we don't have the ability to kick people.
What?
Great.
But so I'm taking a chance. So come spook with us, buddy.
Oh, we're
all right. So what you were talking about?
Check
they would
check your Twitter.
Yeah, isn't it?
They would use the London Underground for like transporting bodies. That just kind of makes me think of the Waverly Hills Sanitarium, where they had the body chute, which was just the body. Have you ever heard? Are you familiar with the Waverly Hills Sanitarium? It's one of the most haunted, places in America. The body chute was a literal back when tuberculosis was at its peak in America. They would just send these bodies down a chute into the underground tunnel so they could be cremated. and it was like it was just a slide. They even called it the death tunnel. And so it was like this very slow staircase next to a chute, and they would load the body bags into the chute and just send them down.
Whoa. So what
okay,
was at the
sorry, I
bottom
was
of the chute?
mishearing shoot, like they were just like using corpses as target practice.
No. I'm talking about like say a laundry chute, but this was for bodies.
Oh, that's dude.
There's a lot of cool like spoopy stuff about sanitariums and like all those different insane asylums that that you could get into, but that's for another episode.
God damn it!
Yeah.
It's our line.
Yeah, this nigga Johnny's narcoleptic, son. Always falling asleep on the podcast.
Right. But that's okay. That's okay. Johnny actually does an awesome job editing our show, and he works really hard, and he also busts his ass at his job.
Yeah.
That's true. It's
and
true.
he's been up since 4 in the morning.
And he does meat space stuff.
I wasn't dissing the nigga, so I'm just saying he's got mad tryptophan in his system and shit.
Yeah,
I was about to say.
Ah, boy.
Oh boy.
Right,
Here we go.
Should I tell another, or is the guy coming on?
Looks like we got a man Brody here. Is that right?
Oh, we got someone. Hello.
You're a bit quiet, mate. I can't hear you very well. Can you turn yourself up a
Sorry,
little?
I'll move closer to my mic. My apologies.
No problem. Pleasure to have you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you
I
okay.
can hear you fine now.
All
You
right,
may
great.
now convince spamming
Yeah.
daddy's cummies into your mic if you wish.
Oh God!
Don't encourage them.
Coming.
God damn it! Grayfield, have we lost you to the temptation of real dingo hours?
It does sort of feel that way, I must admit.
So, Brody, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing rather well.
Feeling
Nice and
extra
comfy here.
spooked?
Yes, very spooked. Got a nice gin and tonic here. Sitting here, getting rather spooked.
So you said you had some stories for us.
Yeah, I have one story. It's not necessarily like paranormal inherently, but it is kind of spooky.
All right, let's hear it.
Go for it.
Okay, so yeah, a little bit of backstory first. My parents kind of owned a ranch in Southern California. They used to farm exotic parrots, basically. They would breed them and then sell them off to pet distributors. It was kind of up in a hill, and then you go down a valley, and the entire place had no electricity, no cell service, and the bridge that you would use to actually drive into the place had been basically washed away a few years prior to this story by a storm. So basically, we would go there. We'd feed the parrots, do things like that. And this one time, me and my mother, we had to go and we had to catch a few hyacinths. If you don't know what those are, they're these huge fucking parrots that have giant beaks that can bite off your fucking finger if they want to. And basically we went there. By the time we got there, it's about an hour away from our house. It was basically dusk. It was just, the sun was just coming down. It was getting dark. So we go there, and normally you would go in, and to the left there was a straw bale. And if you don't know what that is, it's kind of a house that's made out of straw and mud kind of plastered together that my father had made a few years prior. The entire thing was run down, kind of dilapidated. It had become rotten, smelled like absolute shit, and had holes in it everywhere that you could see through. You would go up, you'd go into the ranch. On the left there would be the straw bale, then you'd go up and you go to the right, and there was this thin path, and to the right there was this kind of empty field that just had a few trees in it. And I remember going there during this time. Me and my mother were walking along this trail, and to the right, out of nowhere, this had never been there before, there was this kind of strange building made out of, it looked almost like an igloo made out of a bunch of sticks. And it's kind of strange, but I thought, hey, whatever. A lot of spics, unfortunately, would come by and they would kind of squat in that area and kind of stay there to grow pot or whatever the fuck they were doing. So we go there. Normally, the parrots were very, very nice and tame and whatever, but this time, for some reason, they're acting like real assholes. And anytime you'd go in, normally, They'd just climb on your hand, you'd put them in a box and then carry them away and put them in the car, drive back, whatever. This time, they decided, we're going to bite you, we're going to act like assholes, we're going to screech and holler and act really strange in a way that was kind of off-putting. So we finally, after a few hours, we get the birds that we need. They've bitten my hands bloody by this point, and I'm kind of, tired at this point, but we're going back to our car. The parrots are still screeching and making all kinds of noise that are all kinds of fucking disturbing. We go by, and by this time it's incredibly dark for some reason. It had only been a few hours, but it had gotten very, very dark. As we're heading back along that narrow path, as I look to my left, I see that igloo-shaped thing, and inside I see what looks like a dim light, almost like somebody's lighting a fire in there. And I think, hey, whatever, I'll just let it be. We'll go home and we won't worry about it. By the time that we get back to the car, we try to start it up, won't start. We try all we can. We tried messing with the key and everything, and the thing won't start. So we figure, hey, the closest neighbor's around 5 miles away. We're not going to walk all the way over there just to risk them not being there and wasting all of our time. So we decide, hey, we're going to stay inside of the straw bale. It's all fucked up, but, we can live for the night. We pull out blankets. We bring the birds into the straw bale. We lay down the blankets. We try getting to sleep. And inside the straw bale, my father had used it to basically house just nothing but a bunch of burnt out tools like band saws and things like that he had previously used. They're all rusted to shit. They're completely broken down. They look like something that you would use to torture somebody. Inside, we kind of lay down. We're having trouble going to sleep because the entire floor is just concrete. You can see outside through the holes that are kind of rotted through this straw bale, and the entire thing smells awful. While trying to get to sleep, I'm obviously having trouble going to sleep, and every once in a while, I would see that the hole would get covered up by like something was behind it, and the birds just start flipping their shit, just squawking and making. If you know anything about parrots, you know that they can make some really creepy noises, especially at the ranch where I was at, because we would have a lot of kids over, and they would actually mimic little kids talking, which was off-putting, especially when you see people walking, or whatever it was, walking over these holes. So they're flipping their shit. Eventually, the parrots calm down, and I managed to get sleep. By the time that we wake up, around 8 o'clock in the morning, we wake up to the sound of sirens. We walk outside, and we see next to our car, across the where the bridge is washed out, we see another car. And on top of that car, there's just a guy laying on top of the car. We get a little bit closer. We get across the creek. We kind of have to wade through it. And on top of the car, there's a guy with both of his wrists slit, just bleeding all over the place. The sirens, the paramedics are kind of pulling him away, but the guy's just muttering in these really kind of low-voiced tones. And I couldn't understand a goddamn thing he was saying, but he just kept on looking at me the entire time. And while he was being pulled away into the ambulance, he wouldn't keep his eyes off of me. And it scared the shit out of me because I was like 10 or 12 at the time, but he just kept on looking at me. And all the way up until the two doors kind of closed on the back of the ambulance, he just kept on looking at me. And by the time we got all of our stuff fixed, we went back. Next day, we go back to the ranch to catch a few more birds, and the entire thing, our entire ranch is burnt down.
Whoa.
It's just completely fucked. And this is a somewhat common thing there because it's near Camp Pendleton in Southern California, so they start fires all the time. But normally it never gets that close. The entire thing is burned down. We go up to all the cages where all the birds were. All of the latches are loose. All of the birds have flown out. And there's padlocks on all of the latches. They're just loose. We have no idea what the fuck happened. And
like loose as in broken, or like just
no, they were just undone.
What the hell?
We never found out what the fuck was with the guy who, whatever he was trying to do. We never found out all of the igloo had burnt down and everything, whatever the fuck it was. and it's not necessarily supernatural, but it spooked the shit out of me when I was a kid.
Well, dude, that's definitely creepy as shit.
Yeah, there was some fucked up shit that went on around that area too. There were a few people that got murdered at one point. It was mainly just Mexicans coming across the border and killing people, but whatever.
Typical.
Yeah. But yeah, that's basically my story. Sorry if it's not that spooky. And
dude, that shit. That was, definitely qualified as spooky.
Yeah, I see all the birds and shit. No, not really. No, not really. Not too much spooky shit, unless you want to hear about the conditions of my shitty house that I grew up in, which was dilapidated all shit and all kinds of weird noises would happen in there. But no, not really.
Well, thank you for sharing.
You said you said SoCal?
Yeah, SoCal it's the ranch is in Temecula. It's up in the hills near where they grow all the avocados and shit.
Okay, so it couldn't have been the Bohemians.
No, I don't think so.
Bloody Moloch again.
Yeah. Great!
Coming around here, stealing our.
He's a bird god. He's probably
all of our birds. Fuck. Maybe it was just blacks trying to get some fried chicken. I saw that in the chat.
Yeah,
very expensive fried cockatoo.
God damn, man. God damn. Well, thank you very much, mate.
Yeah, no problem. I'll go ahead and leave now. Don't want to interrupt too much.
It's a pleasure having you on, man.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to have you, man.
Yeah, you too. Have a good day.
Also, who just said he who shall not, the god that shall not be named is a bird god. He may take the image of an owl, but he is not an owl. He can also take the image of the bull. Yeah.
That's true. Actually, we had quite a few instances of owls going into our our greenhouses and shit, and getting caught in there. Who knows? All right. Well, I'll show myself out.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks very much, mate.
No problem. Have a good day.
Thanks for coming on.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Bye.
Well, that was a pretty cool story.
That was an amazing story.
That was a cool story.
That was weird.
Nice little treat. Unexpected.
All right. Who wants? Does anyone else? I mean, we still have 92 people watching. Who else has a story they want to tell?
Just let us know in the chat, and we will happily have you in for a few seconds. Should we play another creepypasta?
How many do we got left? That's the question.
Let's see.
I have one more of mine.
You have one more of yours, Brad?
Yeah, so we heard the portraits one, but we haven't heard the baby monitor one.
Okay, so we've got your second one. We have Johnny's, and then we have the Spoopy Autiste.
Ooh.
Which of the three is the best to end the show? Don't use that one, and then just use one of the ones.
We're going to be using the Spoopy Autiste to end the show.
All right.
We're ending the. God, that sounds so autistic.
No, or
yeah,
we
no. We should definitely. Yeah, I like that idea. Let's end the show with that one.
It's more of a funny than a spoopy one.
Well, come on, we're here having fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, just play whatever,
right.
man. I could read a live creepypasta right now.
All right, Spurg chat. Do you guys want a spoopy autiste? Do you want to hear the autiste de spoop?
That's French.
Yes,
it's got it's like a D and then a high comma spoop.
That's
yes, they want autism. Sure, they want autism right now.
They want the spoopy autiste. All right, gentlemen, this is solid gold, and this fine gentleman, Le Autiste de Spoop, is going to be producing content for the Paranormies on a regular basis.
Oh
my
boy,
body is ready.
All right. Oh, hold up.
No. Hold up. Nigga.
All right, testing.
It's a little quiet.
Halloween.
Did you break your shit?
Oh, shit. Fuck.
So I was on base the other day.
Each Halloween, the fall air carries with it a scent of the paranormal, and seemingly otherwise rational men and women are often susceptible to retelling and even believing embellished ghost stories and horrifying urban legends. If every myth has its basis in reality, what is the reality behind these ghost stories that we love to tell, these terrifying legends that reach into our primitive psyches and take hold with such icy grip? Well, I have spent the last decades researching just that. And after much investigation, data gathering, and old-fashioned legwork, I can, with confidence, present to you the original accounts of the real-life events that gave birth to these modern Halloween stories. We begin with this real-life tale that has an origin stretching back to 1961. Springtime is especially beautiful in Madison County, Alabama, and with high school graduations drawing near, anticipation grew with the local teenagers, as it does with all American teens, for the upcoming high school prom. Billy White was the starting quarterback for the local high school Fighting Bulldogs football team. He was quite popular, as one might expect, and many of his female classmates would have loved to be asked by him to the prom. However, it was no surprise when Billy asked the very likable and attractive Joan Tilton, cheerleader and treasurer of the home ec club. Well, when the big prom night arrived, it was particularly special for Billy and Joan, as their classmates chose them king and queen of the prom. Following this special occasion, the couple decided to go for a drive, as they weren't quite ready for the night to end. Billy, wanting some privacy, pulled off the deserted country road and into the nearby woods, where he parked the car. And with Elvis crooning on the radio and the soft glow of the dashboard lights accentuating Joan's porcelain skin, the mood was set, and the young couple began making out. Before getting too far, an embarrassed Billy reluctantly admitted that he had to relieve his bladder, so he excused himself. "I'll be right back," he told Joan, as he exited the car, leaving her alone in the front passenger seat. Only moments later, Joan heard what she thought was a scuffling noise. Already feeling paranoid, she was upset by it, but soon dismissed it as merely the wind. But as she sat there, she could hear an unmistakable scraping sound. Joan could not dismiss it this time. The noises would not stop. And what was more, the sounds were coming from the roof of the car. Instinctively, she locked the doors. She wanted to call out for Billy, but terror paralyzed her throat. Feeling trapped, her eyes darted from window to windshield, not knowing what was out there in the dark. The noise was constant and unyielding. She couldn't take it anymore. Where was Billy? She had to do something. In tears, she forced herself to open the passenger door slowly. With her heart pounding and her breath panting, she rose up to turn to see what was on top of the car. Her face turned pale as a look of horror spread across. The scraping sound was coming from a pair of shoes belonging to a man hanging by his neck from the tree limb above. The corpse's black, lifeless face was smiling at her with a menacing death grimace. In horror, Joan ran through the woods, desperately trying to outrun the image of evil that was right behind her. In moments, she had broken into a clearing and stood frozen, staring at what was before her. First, there was momentary confusion, then a sudden, stark realization had set upon her. There Billy was, drinking Budweiser with hooded Klansmen by the light of a burning cross. My investigation was further able to confirm that Billy indeed did not get any that night. Our next story traces its origin to 1943. With Western Europe now pacified, the effects of the war seemed a distant thing to Mr. and Mrs. Decker of 263 Prince Canal in the picturesque city of Amsterdam. This seemingly happy middle-class couple were celebrating their wedding anniversary. Mr. Decker had decided to take his wife to a restaurant to mark the occasion. It would be just the two of them for a romantic evening. Mrs. Decker, excited by the prospect of the evening, asked Laura, the 16-year-old neighbor girl, if she would babysit their two young children. Laura was quite happy to do it. Before leaving, the Deckers gave Laura the telephone number for the restaurant at which they would be dining and instructed her to call if she had any questions. Laura was a natural with the children and enjoyed playing games with them until their bedtime. After ensuring they were asleep, Laura went downstairs to listen to her favorite radio program. Some short time after, Laura thought she heard a noise. So she turned down the radio and listened carefully. There it was again. She definitely heard something. Assuming one of the children had gotten out of bed, Laura made her way upstairs to find the children still fast asleep. Again, she hears a muffled noise. She's frightened, but she knows she is responsible for the children and she must act accordingly. She checks the bedrooms, the closets, and finds nothing. Still, the noises persist. She feels more and more frightened, wondering what she should do. Suddenly, she hears a low moan. Oh. Panicked, she runs downstairs to the telephone where she calls the number of the restaurant. Please, I need to speak to Mr. Decker, she tells the voice on the other end of the line. Waiting for Decker to pick up the phone seemed eternal as the moans became louder and louder. When finally he answers, she is beside herself. Oh, Mr. Decker, I don't know what to do. There are noises in the house, but I don't know what's causing them. I'm so frightened, Mr. Decker. Mr. Decker responded, Laura, listen to me carefully. The noises are coming from inside the attic. The Jew is in the attic. The Jew is in the attic. Additional research has shown that a team of exterminators were subsequently called in to remove the nuisance, all to Laura's great relief. Finally, this last tale is one of very recent origin. While out of town for a GOP committee meeting, Paul Ryan ran into Ted Cruz at the entrance of a hotel for which they both had made reservations. After the usual pleasantries, the two entered and Paul Ryan checked in. Afterward, Ted Cruz attempted to do the same. However, due to a mix-up, his reservation had been lost and there were no more available rooms. Understandably upset, Cruz began to berate the hotel clerk when Paul Ryan offered to share his room for the night. After all, the room had two beds and the two congressmen had known one another for some time. A grateful Ted Cruz agreed to this arrangement. Later that evening, Cruz left the tired Paul Ryan to sleep while he went out to meet friends in the city. When the bar that he and his friends were patronizing closed at 2 in the morning, he decided it was time for him to go back to his hotel room and get some sleep. Now, being a conscientious fellow, Cruz was very quiet when opening the hotel room door, not wanting to wake up Ryan, who he was sure was fast asleep. He even kept the lights off as he felt his way to his bed. During the long day and the alcohol, it didn't take much time for Ted Cruz to fall into a deep sleep. The next morning, he awoke to an aching head. He looked at the clock on his bedstand and realized he overslept. As he pulled himself up, he looked over to where Paul Ryan was sleeping. The bed was empty. He was gone. Cruz then looked down to see the morning's complimentary newspaper lying haphazardly on the floor. As he picked it up, he glanced at the front page article and immediately sat back down. What he read was nothing he would have ever expected. Written in bold-faced type was the following headline: After rescinding Trump endorsement, Paul Ryan's favorability numbers plummet. Cruz sat there for a moment, disbelieving his own eyes. Shocking him back to reality, the buzz from his vibrating iPhone demanded his attention. With trepidation, he reached for the phone and read the ominous text message. Aren't you glad you didn't turn on the alt-right? To all the paranormies out there, have a spooky Halloween.
Damn, dude.
That was some concentrated fucking vaccines right there.
Dude, slaying cucks, slaying nigs, slaying Jews. I love it, man. Beautiful.
Yeah.
That's the same guy who did
that
the.
was spoopy autiste.
That's the guy who did the McNabb thing for the Daily Show, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he is, and he's going to be doing regular contributions for the Paranormies Present.
You have your own Autiste. Look at that.
I know. Autiste Spoop, he's amazing. He is absolutely amazing.
That's the first time I've heard him. That was really good. I really enjoyed that. My sides were sorted like a victim.
The
With a
Jew
knife.
is in the attic.
Speaking of Jews, let's talk about vampires.
Vampires.
Oh God, are we doing this?
I mean, if you want.
I think we should. I think we should look a little bit at the history of the vampire and its connection to the Jewish people, shall we say?
I was gonna say I have random notes laying around, but I mean, if you actually have somewhere to go, let's do that instead.
And random is a good as well. I'm just throwing out ideas. But yeah, basically, all across Europe for as long as have been Jewish people, the vampire has always been a metaphor for them. Think about it. It's the parasitic, blood-sucking monster.
Ugly,
that,
sweaty. Yeah, wasn't Nosferatu like gross?
Yeah,
Then
absolutely.
he had a hunchback.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing. I don't know where I'm going with this. Roger, you do your notes. Have fun.
Oh, way to put me on the spot. I was gonna say these are just like random notes I took for like potential episodes we'd be doing. Like I have
Is it like 60 notes of buy more beer?
yeah, I just have a little pocket notebook that just says I'm just listing different beer brands that I plan on buying. No, I have oh, I wanted to come on an episode where you guys would talk about this, but I have some notes on urban legends.
Fuck it, talk about it. It's your soapbox now.
All right, I can get into one. I don't want to ruin everything I have in case you do that episode. I do want to come on because I'm big into the urban legends, more specifically the local urban legends of New England. But one we have up here is called the Dover Demon, which appeared in Dover, Massachusetts in 1977. Which, funny enough, the same guy that coined the phrase "the Bridgewater Triangle" also came up with the phrase "the Dover Demon." That is that's Lauren Coleman. You can actually listen to his Red Ice radio interview where he talks about how Sandy Hook doesn't rail. Other than that, he's actually a really interesting guy. He has a lot of good things to say. I reached out to him asking him if he wanted to come on the show, but I never received a message back. So the Dover Demon is just a large-eyed, it has a very large cranium, not like the head in general, but just the cranium, the top half of the head. It's very large. It doesn't have any hair up there. It has very large eyes, long tendril-like fingers, and yeah, if you're into cryptozoology, its description really goes with that of the Menegishi.
Did you almost say Manischewitz there, Bradshaw?
No, I don't drink that anymore.
Wait, the Manalishi?
No,
like from the Judas Priest, the green Manalishi?
No, I'm talking about a Native American spirit. I used to pronounce it Manishigi, but I just realized it's not pronounced Manishigi.
Manishigi-digi?
No, it's a.
I seriously hope you guys don't spook this.
Manigishi.
Okay. Managashi.
If that's how you want to
She was
pronounce it.
nuked in the 30s, or
So it's actually it's a trickster in Native American folklore.
Like a Puckwudgie.
Like a puckwudgie. All right, get it right, a puckwudgie.
Yeah.
Pudgy Wudgy was a worm. Pudgy Wudgy had a Puckwudgy. They gave him a worm.
I'm a skeptic when it comes to all this ghost bullshit, but Puckwudgies are real, and I'll fight you on that.
I'll see you at the fucking parking lot of TRSomania, faggot.
Implying I can afford to go there.
Puckwudgie. Is that like a gremlin at a hockey game?
Dude, I talked about Puckwudgies on the episode I was on. You were there, Adam.
Yeah, it was a joke, Bradshaw.
Yeah, but nobody listened to that episode.
It's not a very good one, Adam.
No.
So what were we talking about? The Dover demon? He's got a big head.
The Dover demon, yeah.
One of them big head peanut head niggas.
He looks like a Menegishi, which is from Cree folklore. It's just like a big trickster, like there's a lot of tricksters in Native American culture. I don't get that, everyone's trying to Jew them out of everything, but for some reason they fell for the whole we'll give you beads for land thing.
Right.
They fell for the beads for land meme.
Is that Beads by Dr. Dre? Which Dr. Dre?
Which Dr. Dre?
I don't know how we got to here, but I like it.
Oh God, this is
what sleep deprivation does.
Is the Dover demon a trickster?
Oh boy. You never know. There was 2 sightings of it back in 1977. One was by a 17-year-old named William Bartlett, who claimed that while he was driving, he saw, the tendril-fingered, glowing eyes on a broken stone wall on Farm Street in Dover, Mass. And that same, year, 15-year-old John Baxter also said he saw the same exact thing in a wooded area on Miller Hill Road.
The same evening?
Which it was actually on the same night.
Sorry, did you Miller's Light Road?
Miller Light, that was a Freudian slip because I want more beer and I'm out of beer.
Was there anybody else, like another 15-year-old?
There was actually another one, Abby Brabham, saw the on the next night, sitting upright on Springdale Avenue in Dover, Massachusetts.
They all draw sketches?
Yeah, they all drew sketches. Yeah, you're on the Wikipedia as well.
I'm sorry. I keep interrupting you.
No, it's fine. The only reason I really brought up the Dover Demon is because it kind of just became an inside joke with me and some friends of mine, because it's there's not a lot on it, so it's really, really, just like a not that well known cryptid.
Yeah. Well, the good thing about those is you can essentially,
What were you gonna say, Howard?
Gentlemen,
the good thing.
I have a proposal for you.
What?
My proposal is as such: you guys continue talking, and I will go find the Spoopy Artistes original offering.
Ooh.
Oh, there was
how about that, Spark
Okay,
Chat? You want to hear the Spoopy Artistes original offering?
God damn it, Hazard! You've got them on edge.
So one thing I was actually thinking about doing, but it's kind of limits me to my own area because I'm not traveling across the fucking country or the globe, is become the Paranormies field agent, because there's a lot of spooky stuff here in New England. I know for a fact, pretty close by, in a couple towns away, there's a haunted battleship that you can go and visit. I can go to the Lizzie Borden house. I can go to Salem. There's a lot of really creepy stuff I could go and visit, and just sort of report back my findings to the show.
Yeah, that'd be
cool,
if you
mate,
carry over. What?
I was gonna say that sounds cool. Just don't suddenly disappear and then turn up in some shaky cam footage, if you know what I mean.
Ooh.
No. There is a I have a friend who went to a abandoned tuberculosis hospital here, and he had his own spooky story. I know a lot, this was the thing. All the kids, would all go to this one old abandoned hospital, and they would explore it or whatever, and they all had their haunted stories.
Mm-hmm.
My buddy had this story where he went there with a bunch of people, and he ended up just going to the very, very top floor, and his friends were a few floors down, and apparently the security showed up because it's abandoned, but there's still security patrolling the grounds.
Right.
And so he freaked out, and apparently he ran down 3 flights of stairs, and he was still on the top floor. And he just kept running down. He ran down at least six stories worth of stairs before he actually reached the bottom. And it was only a 3-story building.
Ooh.
Which was like a
what the hell?
Yeah. There's a lot of stories from this place. I don't know if I can't remember the exact name. It's a Massachusetts. It's here in Mass, so it's Plymouth County Hospital.
Right. Interesting.
It is in, yeah. In 19, the Hanson Tuberculosis Hospital was constructed as a sanatorium to treat the victims of tuberculosis from the Boston and Plymouth County. When the tuberculosis epidemic died out due to advances in medicine, the hospital was used as a general hospital under the name Plymouth County Hospital. So it's just an old, TB hospital that eventually became a regular hospital. We have a lot of those, we have a lot of
TB,
like creepy TB hospitals here.
Right. Interesting.
Many of them have also been torn down in the past, 10 years, which is really depressing because I really like those sort of haunted, hospitals and just that kind of, even just the old hospital architecture was really cool.
Yeah. Do you guys ever go like urban exploring, like looking for like abandoned shit around your towns and checking them out?
No, that would be illegal. I'm winking.
Really? Okay.
Yeah,
I've never broken the law.
A lot of urban exploring is trespassing, but I would never trespass because that'd be illegal.
Okay.
Yeah, me either.
I say
I've
we've got a
never
lot of
trespassed.
yeah, no, of course. I say, like I say, I mean, we've got a lot of open land sort of in and around where I live. A lot of it's sort of government owned, so there's a lot of public footpaths going through it. So there's foresty areas you can sort of explore, and you can see like abandoned camps and things like that, which are pretty cool. So I found some like cans of like lighter fluid from like 1972, stuff like that.
It still works.
So, I didn't test it. It didn't seem worth keeping.
No, I get that.
Yeah. But largely because I don't smoke, so there's no need for me to have any later, unless I'm gonna start a fire, I suppose.
Don't talk about smoking. You're gonna make me want a cigarette.
Don't you need a
Illegal now,
license to start a fire, even in your house?
No.
Ooh, right on Vance.
I was about to say, isn't Flint illegal like everything else in your country?
We basically just live in rubber security obedience domes at this point.
Yeah, the fire rises. All right, are you guys ready for the Spoopy Artiste's first offering?
Oh, is that right?
Fuck yeah.
All right, let's do it.
That man will be right back on The Daily Show.
Due to an unexpected neat dividend, I have had time to systematically review the entire TDS archive. After closely listening to each episode twice, I have come to the following conclusion. McNabb does not exist. It has long been recognized how much McNabb and Ghoul sound alike. This is no coincidence. McNabb is merely a voice character developed by Seventh Son from his failed attempt to do an impression of Ghoul. Pray tell, you ask, what evidence thereof have you? What first brought me to this postulation were the 437 noted anomalies in the Daily Show of podcasts involving both Seventh Son and McNabb. A few of the more outstanding examples are as follows. Example 1, episode 13 at 57 minutes 32 seconds. Mike Enoch asks, "Where's McNabb? He was supposed to join us today." Seventh Son replies, "Oh, he's here. He's with me, and you know that." Example 2, episode 38 at 43 minutes 14 seconds. Seventh Son is speaking, and the distinct sound of a barking dog can be heard in the background. He then mutes his mic. Within a minute, McNabb begins speaking, and the same barking dog can be heard in the background. Example 3, episode 78 at 59 minutes 24 seconds. When this Moon Man song is played backwards, the following can be clearly heard repeatedly and in a guttural tone. McNabb is 7. McNabb is 7. Though disturbing, it does yield corroborating evidence vis-a-vis the original postulation. Compelling as this circumstantial evidence is, I wanted to have definitive quantitative data that would support my thesis. Therefore, I systematically collected samples from all episodes that included McNabb. These samples were quantified with different vocal signature recognition programs. Before I continue, it is important to understand that one's vocal signature is like a fingerprint and is distinct for each individual. Even if a person seeks to disguise his voice, he cannot alter the signature. One of the analytical approaches used was to analyze the vocal signature in the spectral domain, using the Fourier transform and comparing McNabb sound samples with known Seventh Son vocal templates. Now, some problems do arise when signatures vary or are corrupted by noise. In order to compensate for dissonance in these samples, features such as cepstral and linear predictive coding coefficients were used as backends for the hidden Markov models and neural algorithms. The algorithms were modified to fit the problem domains in certain terms of frequency ranges and time scales. Also used to quantitatively compare the samples were two more robust algorithms. A, the auditory image model that mimics the human auditory system, and B, the learning vector quantization model, as nearly inspired by the Bayesian optimal algorithm. The results of all this analysis was a scalar deflection of less than 1.3% between the McNabb samples and the Seventh Son samples. This minuscule deviation is statistically implausible between two separate and distinct vocal cords. Now, it is important to note that these results were valid through episode 81. Subsequent sampling and analysis shows that by then, Gould was finally able to do as good of an impression of himself as Seventh Son. From then on, McNabb has been voiced by both. Quod edat demonstrandum. McNabb does not exist. Also, the real Bulbasaur died in November 2015. The current Bulbasaur is an imposter.
That was the Spoopy Autiste's first offering.
I can confirm that Fourier transform stuff. I used to do that in the lab. We were a bit underfunded though. We had to use an abacus. It took a while.
What?
Yeah, our boss was kind of a dick. Sometimes he would kick your water bottle over, like for no reason.
Sounds like some Soviet shit, son.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. I'm just kidding. He didn't let us have water.
You sure this was a lab? Are you sure this wasn't prison?
I don't know. I didn't know how to read the signs and stuff.
Are you sure they were signs? Are you sure they weren't nothing?
I mean, who can really be sure of anything?
Fuck. Tickled me. Oh my.
Oh God, let's see. What else do we have? This has been a fun night so far, hasn't it?
It's been fucking chaos. I love it.
Well, you have
Well,
a
it's
creepypasta from Johnny and a creepypasta from me, correct? I can read one right now, man. I got something.
What do you feel like reading, Bradshaw?
Oh, just a good old fashioned American classic.
Go for it.
Okay. Should I leave as your former oppressor?
There was an old woman who had no family still living. Her only friend was a little white dog who went everywhere with her. With one exception. The dog loved the fireplace in the winter. And after the old woman went to bed, he would sometimes go and lay in front of the warm coals. Usually, though, the dog slept at the very edge of the bed on a throw rug. The woman wouldn't allow the dog on the bed with her, but if she became frightened or had a nightmare, she would put her hand down to the little white dog, and he would lick it reassuringly. One night, the woman was reading her newspaper just before going to sleep. She shivered and pulled the comforter up around her as she read that a mental patient had wandered off from a nearby hospital. No one knew if the patient was dangerous or not. He was a suspect in the murders of several women who had lived alone. The woman turned out the lights and tried to sleep, but she was frightened. She tossed and turned fitfully. Finally, she reached down to where the little white dog slept, and sure enough, a warm, wet tongue began to lick her hand. The woman felt reassured and safe and left her hand dangling off the bed as she turned and settled in comfortably. She opened her eyes for a moment and looked through the open door into the living room. There, in front of her fireplace, was the corpse of her little white dog, and in blood against the wall, it said, "Humans can lick too."
Yeah, that is a classic.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
It is. The one you already heard from me is also classic. The portrait one.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
It's an old gold one. The only reason I chose that is because I recently had some paranormal shit happen to me in a cabin, so I was like, oh, this one's about cabins.
Cabins.
All right, Spark Chat. We need a decision. Should the Russian sleep experiment be read?
I'm not doing it right now.
I'll do it.
Right now?
No, not right now, dude. No, that's so long. Save it for it's fucking 3 a.m. Save it for an episode.
Yeah, I think we should do a good production of it if it's going to be,
like
a classic. Get the music behind it, make sure all the takes are good, etc.
I'm shit faced. I can't read it.
Can I do a quick live reading?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I do a quick live reading of a really deep and interesting one? It was dark that night. I spent some time with my girlfriend. We sat there, hand in hand, eye to eye. A voice at the other end. Away from her. I turn to the girlfriend. I say, "He has found us." She say, "Nay." Then who was phone?
God damn it, you piece of shit.
Oh, God fucking damn it.
Go fuck yourself. I hate you. All right. That just makes me want to go to bed. That's what that does.
Absolutely wrecked.
Well,
I should have seen it coming.
I know. I did see it coming, but I let it happen. Why did I let it happen? I could have stopped it.
Shh, just let it happen. Just let it
Is that
happen,
what
little
Tyler
guy.
told you?
I don't know who that is.
You don't know who.
Let's see. I believe Johnny left us a
Apparently,
box.
the Manalishi guy you were mentioning earlier from the Judas Priest album. Apparently, in the Cree folklore, there's also one called the Meme Gwezi.
Well,
mean
what
Wesley?
you're talking about is not the Judas Priest thing. Is not what I was talking about. All right, I was talking about a Maniguchi.
The Manischewitz or whatever.
Yeah, Manischewitz.
Yeah,
Blackberry wine.
Yamaguchi.
Somebody say Manischewitz purple drank. That's my shit.
Oh God, yeah. Oh wait, no, not only are you black, but you're also Jewish. So like, you double love that wine.
I prefer the term nigkike.
All right, but no, that is a very, very popular wine amongst the African American community. They refer to it as that church wine.
Yup. That's right.
Wait, they don't call it Manny or something like that?
Well, they don't know how to read the label.
Manischewitz. Like, no, it's
To be
Manischewitz.
honest, they're usually so high on it. They just say, "Yeah, that's it, man."
That church. No, they refer to it as that church wine because that's the wine that they serve in church because it's just grape juice.
We mix it with the Henny.
You don't mix anything with Henny because Henny is gross.
You know, I was outside in Albertsons once a long time ago, and there were these two kind of like portly older women talking to, having a little conversation. And one of them, they were talking about wine. And one of the women, she said, "Oh, well, I really like that wine. The Manischewitz is very good." And the other one was like, "Oh, yeah, that's cool." And the first one, she says, "Yeah, it's very alcoholic."
It's not. It's like your standard wine. It's just, it's kosher.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's really what the paranormal aspect of this story is why would she be saying that if it isn't actually alcoholic? I mean, who knows what she was actually talking about? Might have to open an investigation into that.
Yeah, track her down.
All right, guys. How about another pasta from our dearly departed Johnny?
F. Yeah.
I'm down.
All right.
I already poured some out for him.
Yep.
I was on a business trip about a year ago and had to drive from Denver to LA. It was a long drive and I was growing tired of the road, so I stopped at the Holiday Inn hotel that was nearby. I walked up to the desk and rung the bell. Just seconds later, a man came out from the back room. "Hello, sir. My name is John Shelby," the man said. "How can I assist you?" "I'm looking for a room," I replied. "Are there any available?" He searched in his computer to see if a room was available. To my luck, there was one more room left. He gave me a key and told me to have a nice night. I asked him to point me towards a vending machine, and he did just that. When I walked to the vending machine craving a bag of chips, I noticed a pool at the end of the hall. A lot of hotels have pools. There's nothing strange about that. What got me confused was the fact that the water was red. Blood red. I purchased my bag of chips and went back to the front desk where the man was still present. "What's up with that pool back there?" I asked him. "What do you mean, sir?" he asked. A confused look had grown upon his face. "The water is red," I said. "Why is it red?" He took off his glasses and took a deep breath. "Well, it's kind of a freaky story," he said. "Years ago, a woman was found brutally murdered in that pool and the water was contaminated with her blood." "Are you telling me that her blood is still in there?" No, of course not, he said. "The water was removed and the pool was closed down, but many people say they still see the pool filled with red water." He put his glasses back on. "Personally, I'd never seen it, but I think this hotel likes to play tricks with your mind." "So this place is haunted then?" He shook his head yes. I was shocked, not really scared, but just surprised because I'd never had an experience like that before. I went up to my room and took a well-needed hot shower, and I lay in bed. I couldn't sleep for some reason. My mind was so curious and it had so many questions that needed answering. I got out of bed, put on a shirt, and I walked into the hallway. I walked down the hall and headed towards the pool. It was quiet out in the halls. I guess nobody else had trouble sleeping. I was laughing at myself when I realized I was in my underwear, so it was a good thing that nobody else was out in the halls at that time. I do believe that I saw a woman cross from one room to the other. I didn't think anything of it at the time, but I just figured it was another guest. When I reached the floor of the pool, I was able to see the blood-red water even from way down the hall. I passed the front desk and nobody was there. Then I passed the vending machine and I stopped directly in front of the door that would lead to the pool. I tried the door, but it was locked. I don't think I would have gone in there even if it wasn't. I looked through the large window that showed the blood-contaminated pool. It looked as if the pool had been closed for a long time. I looked behind me, down the hall to the elevator. I was imagining that scene from The Shining when the stream of blood came shooting out of the elevator. I had a feeling that I would see something similar to that, but I didn't. Instead, I saw a woman standing at the edge of the pool and looking as if she was about ready to jump in. She was completely nude and had a single piece of clothing on her body. When she snapped her head my way, I jumped back in fear and I walked back to my room as fast as I could, taking the stairs next to the vending machine instead of the elevator. Hours later, I woke up to my alarm going off. I took a shower, threw on some clothes, and I walked down to the first floor for breakfast. After breakfast, I was ready to check out and get back on the road. I decided to take one last look at the pool before I left. I walked slowly past the front desk, past the vending machine, into the pool. I was still pretty freaked out by what happened the night before as I looked through the window. I was surprised to see the pool was empty. There was no red water and no woman. I walked back to the front desk where a woman was working. "Is John Shelby available?" I asked. She gave me a confused look. "Excuse me?" she said. "John Shelby," I repeated. "He was working here last night." "John Shelby died back in 1982, she said. "He killed himself after murdering a woman right there in that pool." She laughed. "Is this a joke, sir?" "Yeah," I said, forcing her to laugh. "It was just a joke." I returned my key and I left the building. I got back on the road, never forgetting about what had happened that night in that hotel.
Damn, Johnny's got a good voice for that.
I liked it.
Very good voice.
Oh, that was a good one.
Wait, so you have one left, right?
We have one left, and we can also do some live stuff.
I mean, I'm a little flattered right now. The first creepypasta was mine, and the last creepypasta is mine.
Grayfield, you okay? Grayfield?
I think he caught the gay.
And that was the last we ever heard of Grayfield.
Eric, sorry guys.
And no one had seen or heard from Grayfield since.
He was just so scared he's crying now. It's all right.
Oh, God. You know why I'm laughing, and it's like
Shut up, dude. Shut up, dude. Don't mention it.
You're crying. Grayfield, come on. It's all right, guy. It's all right.
So scary.
Come on, Gray. Big girls don't cry.
I was pretty scared too.
Oh man.
Real Grayfield sleep deprivation scare hours.
You would not believe it. It's like fucking 7 a.m.
I know. Like,
Are you hearing the morning call to prayer yet over there? What's...
No, that's only on a Friday.
Is that the one that sounds like that song from the Lion King where it's like Hanya? Inmates run the asylum.
Oh God, I'm fucking dead.
I recognize that right away. Sonic the Hedgehog song.
Okay, we can't tell Johnny about this.
Oh my God. See, this
Don't
is why
worry,
we need
I
Johnny
doubt
here,
he
because
listens to his own
otherwise
show.
He can't know about this. It's never happened.
Like I said, dude, it's fine. He
Chat,
probably
you won't
doesn't
tell
listen to his
anyone,
own
right?
show.
Chat, don't tell Johnny we did that.
That's our secret.
Is that because he's a Mario fan or something?
No, it's just you know. He probably would not have wanted that to happen. But what he don't know won't hurt him. When are we gonna do?
What's your you know, if you go through everything like a famous ghost, a cryptid, or anything, what's your favorite, you know, just paranormal thing or paranormal subject?
Sasquatch, 100%.
Sasquatch.
Sasquatch because it's actually real, unlike a lot of these stories.
Okay. Please back up your claim.
Well, so I know at least one Sasquatch. His name is Groot Toot. He's
a very good friend of mine.
Yeah. Well, I know him very well. And
Jeremiah was a Sasquatch. He was a very good friend of mine.
Yeah, well, there's other Sasquatches, but Groot Toot, he time travels using a skateboard that gives him that ability.
So I'd just like to tell you guys, you originally requested the Russian sleep experiment creepypasta, but instead what you're actually getting is the Paranormies sleep experiment reality.
Yeah.
This is what happens when we don't let Grayfield sleep for days on end.
Yeah, he actually hasn't slept since the last recording.
God,
this is against my human. Oh fuck! Yeah,
All right, who's
sorry.
next?
Please continue. We got up to Groot to time traveling skateboard.
Hazard, what's your favorite paranormal thing? Whether it's a cryptid, you know, a story, a ghost, or like a figure in history.
All right, Hazard fell asleep too.
Hazard?
Okay.
No, I'm here.
Oh god, another one bites the dust. All right, go ahead.
Bites the dust.
Wait a minute.
Hello?
Wait a minute.
Johnny is asleep. Can we shit post about anime now?
Ooh. Let's not open that can of worms.
What's the spookiest anime?
How come there ain't no black people in anime? What the fuck?
Samurai Champloo, Jinx from Pokemon. Come on.
Yeah, Jinx is a nigger.
You don't even pay Popo from Dragon Ball Z. You got representation.
Oh, he's clearly a nigger.
All right, I'm still.
They all nasty caricatures. So.
Well, that's true, but you know.
Hold up, can you fuckers hear me?
Yeah. Can you not hear us?
So who is the whitest anime character, and why is it Kira from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure?
It's Goku.
No.
Yeah, you're right. Dragon Ball Z is a Western show.
I think all the clowns from Akira because they was riding Harleys and shit.
Oh God.
We was Easy Rider and shit.
All y'all didn't give y'all favorite paranormal creatures and shit.
Well, Hazard's taking his time on that one.
Hazard never answered, so Hazard, go ahead. I can tell DeMarcus wants to talk about his
favorite paranormal creature.
No,
or just paranormal anything.
Just paranormal anything. It's just kind of.
Oh fuck! You know what we should talk about? Let's talk about dilettante pass niggas.
Oh,
that actually, dude. No. Save that for another episode. 'Cause I want to come on that and I want to talk about it. Come on.
All right, since Hazard won't say it, DeMarcus, tell us about your favorite paranormal whatever.
I would have to say anything to do with voodoo, son, because that's that black people paranormal shit.
Black magic.
They be shrinking your head. They be taking a lock of your hair and fucking sticking pins in dolls and shit. I love that shit.
Is it true that the original zombie myth comes from Haiti? I've heard that, but it might be, we was zombies type stuff.
Well, black people created everything. Y'all cracker-goys just stole that shit.
Yeah, it was really easy. You just kind of showed up and did it.
It's like y'all pay all of our benefits. Y'all pay all of our gibs. So it's like
not for long.
Don't
yeah,
say
I mean,
that.
if we hadn't have wandered out of a cave and dismantled your powerful technological society, You know, where would you
Yakub
be
is pretty
staying?
cool.
Jakub, son. It's that name,
What is
Jakub.
what is your favorite paranormal subject?
Well, I obviously like all sorts. I mean, I'm really into sort of vampires and the whole goth thing, but I think for me, the one that I've looked most into is probably the Beast of Bodmin.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Beast of Bodmin. Basically, on Bodmin Moor, which is in Devon, in the south of England, there is supposedly a large cat-like creature, pitch black, which is supposed to have scared and attacked locals and like killed local wildlife and stuff like that. A lot of evidence has popped up to suggest that it might be a panther. Which, by the way, as a side note, there's actually no such thing as a panther. They're actually just high melanin level cheetahs.
No, I think they're
yeah.
jaguars, son.
Are they jaguars?
Ooh,
Yeah.
Or one or the other?
Son, y'all talking about African animals, of course, son.
Well, you know, you're the expert, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
So wait, is it that? Hold up, though. Is it that jaguars, or wait, is it panthers? Is it that panthers are cheetahs with high melanin, or is it
I believe
cheetahs are panthers with deficient melanin?
No, it's jaguars, son. Jaguars and panthers.
Yeah, jaguar. That was the point DeMarcus was making. See, I only needed to be told once. You had to repeat the question. This is why I'm bringing up the Beast of Bodmin and you're blasting fucking Sonic. Oh dear. Oh, I'm gonna fucking miss this.
Yeah, I just looked this shit up on Wikipedia, and there's two different kinds of Black Panthers. One is actually no, hold up.
No. Hold up.
The Black Panthers in Asia and Africa are leopards with more melanin or whatever, and the ones in the Americas are black jaguars.
Okay. So just any form of black large cat equals panther, as far as it doesn't really matter which cat it is. Wow. Talk about inclusive. Yeah, I say we remove them.
I hit you with that fancy book learning and shit, son.
Can looking at Wikipedia really be classed as book learning, though?
Yeah,
it's got footnotes.
If you have Facebook next to it open, you know, another tab.
Oh, and just to mark the occasion, we're now officially on Halloween for the entire continental United States.
And here on the East Coast, we have now entered the witching hour.
Wait, isn't Alaska part of the continent, though?
No.
Fuck off, Alaska.
We're talking about the continental 48.
All right.
Yeah, the real ones.
The real states.
I'm not convinced that Hawaii
Alaska
is real.
isn't real. It's just a fucking hologram.
It's just some dude. Alaska's just a meme. I can't believe anyone takes it fucking seriously.
I mean, what the hell kind of name is Alaska anyway?
Yeah, when I was in high school, I would go and hang on with my friend, and he had a twin sister who was so fucking dumb that she actually thought there were only 48. You know, I actually, let me correct myself. She didn't think there was 48 states. She thought there was 52, and then like my friend would be like, "No, there are 50," and then she goes, "Yeah, but then there's Alaska and Hawaii."
Ooh.
And I never said anything about that because she was so hot and I wanted to just fucking rail her.
I feel you.
All right. That's great.
Well, yeah.
This is when we were like fucking 15 too, and I didn't even know how to rail a girl.
You know, the amateur mistake.
Yeah, I thought like holding hands was sex.
It's not?
It's actually you have to like pee in her butt.
Dude, when I was younger. No, hold up. When I was younger, I actually thought like the way you got a girl pregnant was peeing inside of her.
We really got to move to.
I don't know how we got.
I'm issuing a moratorium on P until we can figure out what the hell is going on.
I don't know what happened here, but I have the distinct feeling I'm getting blamed for it tomorrow when Johnny wakes up.
I can talk about my favorite aspect of the paranormal is sort of black magic and the occult, like anything pertaining to sort of dark rituals or I really like Aleister Crowley. I like when I was a shitty fucking minarchist libertarian type faggot. I liked his ideas of post morality and all that bullshit.
Yeah, post morality and
just fucking like fuck magic. Not like fuck magic as in I hate magic, but like literal
magic.
Like literal, sex magic. That's what I'm saying.
I think that nigga could have used that shit when he was 15 with that sister shit that he was talking about. His friend's sister. By the time I was 15, I already had like 3 illegitimate kids, son. Beat that.
Do you have any legitimate ones?
Nigga, I'm black, please. Whitey's tax dollars pay for that shit.
Blickety black and I'm black, y'all.
Blickety black.
Blickety black.
Even if he is legit,
Sir, I believe that you are darker than this cookie. Get out. I have no fucking idea what I just said. I'm so fucking tired.
Oh God, don't we got a creepypasta?
We got one left. Isn't that what's gonna play out the show though? That's gonna be the last one.
No, we'll just end the show on fucking Sonic. But like
not again.
You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna end the show on Sonic. Because
come on. It was funny once.
All right, so you're gonna ignore like the hard work I put into that creepypasta. That's cool. I get it.
We're gonna play the creepypasta. Hold on.
The creepypasta that someone else wrote and I read. So much hard work.
Hey, you mess up the take, you gotta redo it.
I'm just gonna let you know I was completely shit faced when I recorded both those things.
Really? Well, color me whoa surprised.
Wow, Bradshaw's drunk.
What?
All right.
Brad, I have a problem.
That never happens. No, I don't have a problem. I have a solution.
A final solution?
Oh, there's the one solution here.
Only one solution here, to be honest, fam.
Yeah. Oh God, I don't want to spoil anything, but I made the story I started writing, the Choose Your Own Adventure one. I made a subtle nod towards that meme.
It's not so subtle anymore.
It's time for your pasta.
Yeah.
All right. Well, my second pasta here.
Yes, your second pasta.
This one was recorded. Like this is the second one I recorded. And I was really drunk. All right, let's hear it.
Shut the fuck up, Brad!
Jim looked away from his computer. He had just about finished his work for the day. He almost forgot about the final report that was extremely important to his boss. If he didn't finish it tonight, he would be fired. Or at least that is what his employer let on. He was told not to come into the office today and to finish his work in the comfort of his own home. To concentrate better, his boss told him. Jim had been on his computer since about 1 in the afternoon, and it was now 8 p.m. He only took breaks to eat and to check on his newborn son, whom was only about a month old. His wife and he had been married for about 3 years before they decided to try and have a child. They were joyful as their first baby was healthy and, they hoped, happy. Jim stretched in his chair and looked at his computer screen once again. He quickly saved his report, and then he wondered when his wife would return from grocery shopping. Jim sat back in his chair and looked at the ceiling. He closed his eyes and began to doze off. And before long, he was awoken by the sound of crying. Soft, faint crying. He looked around, wondering where the sound was coming from, and then he noticed the baby monitor on his desk. Well, Jim thought, time to check on little Steven again. Just as he started to stand up, he heard the sound of a door opening in the baby monitor. Jim stopped and listened. He then heard the sound of his wife singing a lullaby. Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Mama's gonna buy you a mockingbird. And if that mockingbird won't sing, Mama's gonna buy you a diamond ring. Jim sat back down. He laid back in his chair again and started to doze off once more. The sound of his wife singing the lullaby wasn't just making the baby sleepy, but him too. This is a start to a wonderful family, Jim thought to himself. Just as he closed his eyes, he heard the front door creak open. Jim watched as his wife walked in with grocery bags in both hands. He looked back at the baby monitor, his wife's voice still singing the lullaby. He then stared back at his wife for a brief moment before he sprinted to the stairs and raced to his newborn's room. His wife dropped the groceries and ran after her husband. As Jim was running, he kept thinking, no, what is happening here? Jim bolted to the door and almost destroyed it as he threw it open. Jim gazed into the room and then he witnessed something he will never forget, no matter how hard he tried to.
Oh shit!
I hated the ending of that story. That was the most disappointing part of it when I was reading it.
It did sort of go off into who was phone territory.
It did, and that's what really upset me. It was just like,
Who was Baby Monitor?
Who was Baby Monitor?
Who was Baby Monitor? Yes.
When I was looking for that, I was originally looking for another creepypasta about some kids who like rode around on bicycles with a baby monitor, and they would like prank people like with the baby monitor. And then eventually they go to this, like they ride by an abandoned house and they go on the baby monitor, and then like someone in the house like is like knows their name, and you know, it's just that kind of. That was the one I was originally looking for, and I just found this really, really short one. It was like, you know, this is going to take me like 2 minutes. I'll record it.
Nice. Well, short and sweet does work occasionally, but creepypasta tends to lend itself to a bit of length because you need that level of suspense.
You know, I think the ideal length for a creepypasta reading is 10 minutes. Which I don't think we've ever had on the show. I don't think you've ever had a creepypasta that's gone 10 minutes.
Yeah. Well, when you consider that, you know, that Hazard's one was probably the best of the bunch.
He really it had that length. It had that heft to it. You know.
Yeah.
It had the length. It had the heft. It had the girth. And it had the zing.
Longing. It was very long and girthy.
I felt it was a story that really penetrates the soul.
Oh.
You know, very deep. Really sort of fills a hole in my life, you know?
When it comes to my own reading, the one thing I'm trying to do is just kind of slow everything down.
Yeah.
I think there's an option for that in Audacity.
No, I'm not talking about that. Just, you know, my own personal reading, because I can't remember who I was talking to. It was someone not from the U.S., but they just said, you know, you Americans, you all talk so fucking fast.
Well, that's because for non-Anglo races, what it is time moves a lot slower. So while the rest of us are working at normal speed,
you know.
Yeah, exactly.
No, but you know,
I get that. It takes me a while to read stuff too.
You should hear Manhattanites talk. It's fucking ridiculous.
Oh, what the fuck are you doing? Get the fuck out of the road, kid.
No, Manhattanites don't have a New York accent. Manhattanites are like fucking upper middle class professional assholes. They're like, okay, and I'd really like to have that on my desk by 3:00, and it's just like a.
That's why we need to, raise New York City to the ground and salt the earth.
Crush the urban.
I agree.
I'm a lad from Bedfordshire, England. I'm not, as far as I'm concerned, all New Yorkers sound like Joey Wheeler to me.
Oh God.
Yuki.
Oh.
You're all filled with Brooklyn rage, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Kunai with chain.
Oh God.
Here we are.
Oh God, it's fucking 3:30 in the morning. I should really go to bed.
Our best episode yet.
I had a lot of fun. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes,
It's been amazing.
I think I'm gonna have to bow out now, though.
Well, thank you very
Hold
much
up,
for joining
hold
us,
up.
Brad, and all your creepypastas.
Guys, are we gonna call it a night here?
Yeah, I think this is a
we
good
should.
point.
I think we should.
All
All right, play us out with a little tune, Hazard.
Yeah.
Most comfiest music on TRS.
That's right.
I'll spook the fuck out, man. I'm gonna have nightmares now.
Well, happy Halloween, guys. Thank you very much for coming out and joining us on our live stream for Halloween.
Mr. Hour has been here the whole time. Listen to this hour has 88 minutes.
Sleep tonight and don't get grabbed in the cold, dark night.
Laters.
God
Won't
damn
have
it,
to
I'm
get my-
still asleep. The stream's just gonna keep going. Fuck it, we all hang up.
This hour has
Stanley
88
Kubrick did 9/11.
This hour has 88 minutes.
He also did the moon landing.
Yeah, more ham for Gizmo, which is the last time we'll be able to say that.
This hour has 88 minutes.
I mean, an hour is 60 minutes.
No, this hour has 88 minutes.
Okay, hang up now. Everyone has to hang up.
I do?
Yes, because the show is over.
Oh.
It's time to go home.
You know what I never got to say?
What?
I never gave my calling card when I came in.
Oh, go ahead and do it now.
Yeah, son. It's the Marcus. Leibowitz.
I like how the show is officially over, but because fucking Luigi over here fell asleep.
That's tonight. A fangul. That's for chim.
It'll cap out at 8 hours.
Yeah, but I mean, it was like 20 minutes into the actual show, and this motherfucker fell asleep.
I say we should just keep talking shit about him.
He's all,
he's
all tuckered out.
God, I was about to go to sleep, but I kind of keep shit posting.
Hey, I got a Italian joke for you. How does an Italian get into an honest business?
They don't.
They kick in the back door.
Nice.
Oh man. Here comes the brandy train.
I just want to make sure that everyone knows that Italians are not white.
I love that women.
What's your verdict on the Irish?
See, the Irish are like the Jews because they're trying to coax sympathy out of people like centuries later. It's fucking annoying as shit.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not the question though. Are they white?
Hey.
I would say they look white, but they don't act white.
Yeah, we can hear you, Hazard. It's still streaming, by the way. Since
Yeah, I know it's still
fucking dead.
streaming. I tried to close out the stream gracefully, and you fuckers gonna go fucking shitposty?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh Christ!
Well, welcome to the
Bay After Hours.
I
Yeah,
never
yeah.
got introduced during the show, so I'm gonna have to shitpost after the show's done.
I'm still telling you, man. You should call it the Paranormies present the Witching Hour because it's late. It's 3 a.m. here. It's this is when it's real shit posting.
Or you could just call it this entire podcast is just an advertisement for this hour has 88 minutes.
All right, is Johnny awake now? Why? Who wants to come on and shit post? Who did that?
No, I did.
Yo, we on that bonus track shit, son.
Yeah.
It's that bonus track shit. Are we gonna try and see how many rap features we can get on one track? Can I get Drake in here?
Hey,
You already got Drake, son, right here. He a black Jew.
DeMarcus, this is important. Can we book you to come on in a couple weeks on Saturday at 8:00 p.m. Eastern?
On the Paranormies?
No, on Bonga Bonga Book Club.
Which Saturday? Which Saturday?
Saturday after next.
I don't see why not. I would say ask me that week.
Sounds good, and we'll get you to read some fine African American literature.
I could do that, son. You want me to do it? I could do it in a little black kid's voice. I could do it in a black man's voice. I could do it in a black woman. I mean, you name it.
I mean, aren't you all three right now?
Not a black woman right now. I mean,
do you want to give it a shot?
I mean, you want me to do impressions right now? I mean, you got a script for me?
Just Google the word black and then read out the Wikipedia page.
All right.
You should read Aleister Crowley's Hymn to Pan in a black voice.
No, you know what you should read? You should read some show notes from This Hour Has 88 Minutes, the best podcast on the TRS radio.
Pod, come on.
All right, let me read this shit.
Isn't that one getting canceled?
No, it's not.
Oh, okay, never mind. Just people stopped listening to it. I got that confused. Yeah.
Y'all want to hear this shit or not? Black is the darkest color, the result of absence of complete absorption of light. Like white and gray, it's a achromatic color, literally a color without hue. It is one of the 4 primary colors in the CNYK color model, along with cyan, yellow, and magenta. Used in color printing to produce all other colors. Black is often used to represent darkness. It is symbolic opposite of white or brightness. In the Roman Empire, became the color of mourning. Over the centuries, it was frequently associated with death, evil, witches, and magic. I don't really like this script. I don't know. But when I come on your show, just give me a script, and I might have to edit it to black it up a bit. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, it's written by niggers, so. You okay there, Stomo?
I'm good, man.
I'm
feeling the spirits.
I really like words with like LE or EL at the end. So instead of saying like apple, I could be like apple. And shit like that.
Bone apple to teeth.
Yo, son, you riding a Camu.
Why is that funny? It shouldn't be funny.
It's like me with my Boston accent, you know. I like when there's like a word with an O in the center, like, you know, like cop, so I can go cop.
I really
pronounce it. Oh,
I really like when a sentence ends in a question mark, so I can say A at the end of the sentence. Eh?
God, we need 2 walls.
I just got booked on like 4 shows today. Everybody wants me to just.
Hey, you want to come on my show too? Nick at 5.
Hey, do you want to come on? This hour has 88 minutes. Just kidding. You're not Canadian. Sorry.
That's foul, son.
Yeah.
Hoser.
I actually don't think any of you qualify for the show I wanted to start. Move to like a New England state and you can come on my show.
I could do a fake New England accent.
The thing that I don't understand is what is with all of like the regional American state podcast things. Like there was Sunshine shit posting, there was a couple others that I don't remember the names of off the top of my head, and they all failed.
I don't know, man. Ask Patty. He was the one who wanted to do it. I was like fine, not doing a podcast anymore because mine was shit.
Like the only regional podcast that works really well is The Sour Has 88 Minutes, which is
all right. Yeah, that one's actually. Well, how many listens do you get a week? Just curious question.
Episode 13 has 3,500 listens right now.
Wow, that's like when I had my podcast that failed, that was like the low end of it. Congratulations. Enjoy obscurity.
What podcast was that?
The one
Saturday Night L'Chaim.
Saturday Night L'Chaim.
You know what? I put a lot of effort into that show.
Yeah, I didn't put any effort into Saturday Night L'Chaim. That's why it failed. And I still got more listens than you. How's that feel?
I do my show live every Friday. So, and if you add the SoundCloud and YouTube listens together, I get over 5,000. But that's mostly because of my nigga Ken and his monologues and shit.
No, you have a higher production quality than any other show on the network. That's why.
No, you know what?
You're unbelievably professional. Like it kind of blew me away the first time I listened to you guys.
You know what's funny about it though? We do it live on YouTube every Friday, and Ken is such a genius. He hooks up all kinds of like different phase inducers and shit. I don't even know what the fuck he do, but he take the audio from YouTube and he spruced that shit up and put it on SoundCloud. Like he's recording it in a different way than YouTube, like while we're doing it on the Google shit. So it's like, while we're recording, it takes it into his computer as well as onto the YouTube. I don't know what the fuck he'd do with that shit.
He's probably just using some simple audio recording software.
Nah, he's doing all kinds of crazy shit. He was the nigga that came on here when we had problems before the show started and told y'all what to do with the.
Even though I said I was around and I could help out.
Oh shit, son, this nigga's jealous.
A little. What's your point?
Oh,
fight DeMarcus?
I'll fight you at TRSomania, nigga.
I'll
I'm
come-
already fighting Mr. Stone, son.
Oh.
Nigga's getting his
Yeah. Apparently at TRSomania I have to fight Hydrick, even though he's not going to be there. Freelance. Who else was it that
Someone
I had to
should fight Wyatt.
Oh, I'll fight Wyatt.
Wait, nigga, Wyatt's going to that shit?
If he was, I would kick his ass.
I hope you understand that I'm not actually going to fight any of you if you ever hear this, but I have to fight you.
I actually have no beef with Wyatt, but everyone else has convinced me to hate him. So I want to fight him.
You know what? I want to see the ultimate death match. I want to see Wyatt fight Christopher Cantwell's alien girlfriend's forehead.
What?
Yo, my nigga Asgardian, he's like 6'4", like 260, solid muscle. If that nigga comes to TRSomania, he better be my tag team partner, son.
Dude.
I'm
just gonna get Mike Enoch as my tag team partner. He's just gonna talk you guys down and make you feel sad.
I love how it's called TRSomania. That was just like a meme.
Great. It's great.
That was like a meme at one point.
Yo,
that was our meme, Bradshaw.
Actually, no, I take it all back. Kevin Owens is gonna be my tag partner.
My PlayStation 3 is broken, but I actually started creating all like the inner circle members in what was it, WWE like 2K14, and I had an entire like an entire promotion of just us, TRS guys, and that's how TRSomania was like happening. And I was gonna like record it and stream it, but that's not gonna happen.
No, if you give me like all of the names of the people that you want, I can do that in 2K16.
Yeah, that's a garbage game though. It's 2K14 was the peak of.
I don't know. I really like 2K15 and 2K16.
I go back to my Sega Genesis shit, son.
Ooh. Genesis was a good console.
Yeah,
Genesis was a good console.
but you're also older than I am.
Have we,
How old are
gentlemen?
you?
We've been shit
20.
posting for a very long time now. Have we become trans dingo?
Could be.
We haven't shit posted that hard.
Yo, son, I love them marsupial niggas, son.
I don't think it's fair to compare myself.
They all got chlamydia though.
I want one of them pouches, son. Man,
Dude,
jealous.
Nigga, buy a fanny pack.
No,
Nigga,
having a
buy
pouch
a fanny
stick
pack.
shit would be awesome.
I store all my Swisher sweets in all my Nick bags and that shit.
You know, I don't have a
I'm going
webcam,
slow.
but I have a couple of Swisher sweets in front of me. Because occasionally when I'm drunk, I like to smoke really cheap cigarillos. So.
Oh, I thought this thing was rolling a blunt, so.
No, I don't do that. Yeah, that's degenerate.
Yeah, neither do I.
I just drink and smoke tobacco, you know.
No,
that's not degenerate.
Alcohol's degenerate and tobacco's degenerate. Everything else is also degenerate, though, so it's okay.
An argument, man. Sorry.
Yeah, it is.
No,
You don't like beer?
No, I don't drink anything.
I like my beer like I like my Avatar, Mad Dark, son.
You a stout? Are you a stout man?
I like porter, son. I'm all about that porter.
I prefer
Hey,
stouts to
I
porter.
drink my coffee black.
That's nasty, son. I like to put
that. You know what they say about people who drink black coffee? Typically, they're psychopaths.
Well, I mean, there you go. Now you know the entire explanation behind my shitposting style.
Yeah, I get it. You're an amoral piece of garbage.
Yeah, dude, totally.
Me too.
You know what's funny? Ever since the show ended, we only lost like 2 listeners.
Why? I actually have a question.
Yeah, the show's over, go home.
Why are you still here? No, we're down to 46 people listening right now.
It just dropped. We just gained 2. That's crazy.
There we go. Right there. That's how we do it. Why am I here? I don't belong here.
I'm just reading through here. Everyone who still left is autistic.
Real
This
quick,
one guy saying I'm gonna get tag teamed. Fuck you.
I'm a weirdo.
I got a question for y'all. Who's the biggest mic cucker on all TRS? Who cucks the people on the mic the most?
Mike Enoch.
No, McNabb does. McNabb by far. McNabb, like for some reason, his mic is like must be Filipino or something because this is the most powerful mic on earth. But like, he anytime he says anything, he just interrupts everyone. He just fucking mic cucks everyone.
I mean, Enoch, I don't know, man, because sometimes Sven will be like, do you mean until he gets his sentence in, man. Sven, because when I called the last time to the last TRS live show. I might cucked Enoch, but I couldn't mic cuck Sven, son. This nigga wouldn't let me. It's that Anglo shit, son. It's that eternal Anglo.
He's probably played with the settings, so he can't get mic cucked. You know, he'll always be above you.
Could be.
Because I know when I use when I actually adjust my microphone with voice meter, I know nothing about audio production, but for some reason, whenever I use voice meter, I get audio cucked so easily.
Yo, you want to invite Nausea in here?
I don't know how to do that, man. You're fucking.
I can't figure out how to get the invites to work. Otherwise, I probably would have invited WAP.
I invited him earlier, but he was at work.
How do you invite people?
Just go. What I usually do is I just copy the URL and then paste that shit.
Oh.
I think I
Okay.
think I don't think I'm gonna make it any longer, man. I think I'm going to bed. It was a pleasure, gentlemen.
Yeah,
I really enjoy doing this with you guys. I'm so glad I got to come on. Expect more creepypastas from me. I'm gonna work on my speaking abilities, just specifically for that. So
Hey, chat. How'd you guys like this?
It sucked. It fucking sucked.
I enjoy my ass.
You suck. You're no talent piece of shit. I walk Bob Dylan up on stage. Who the fuck are you?
You do that really well.
I completely ignored the World Series tonight. I'm a big baseball fan. I was into this shit. So
I lost interest when the Cubs started, not winning.
They won today.
Yeah, I don't know why, but everybody shit posting about how the Blue Jays were gonna win every single game, and then they started losing, and nobody cared. That's what GTA life is like. People get all excited about one of the Toronto teams, and then they fucking lose.
Everybody thinks I'm a Yankee fan just because I'm from New York.
Yeah, holy fuck, Hallandare. Have I been on for 10 hours?
I've been off and on for like maybe.
I don't know. I kind of want to sleep, but at the same time, this is way more fun than sleeping.
Here, since we started talking about nigger ball, one of my coworkers told me a little like a normie nigger ball meme. Have you seen how Bud Light is doing in every like individual state? They're doing specific cans of that team's logo. Have you seen that?
I don't go outside.
Well, the Atlanta Falcons, it's really cool that they have a Bud Light can of the Atlanta Falcons because when it's really cold and you leave it on the table and lift it up, it doesn't leave a ring on the table.
Oh, that's foul, son. That hurts.
I wish we could unmute Johnny so that we could hear him snoring again. Yeah, just like that. By the way, I've been wondering this whole time, what does my name appear as?
Shlomo.
No, that's not me. That's no.
Oh, Slug.
Oh, okay, good. Because this is a sock account, and I didn't know what it would show up as.
So wait, who's the nigga that invited me on this show? I forgot. It's I'm at tired. It's late.
What? Me? Bongo Bongo Book Club.
No doubt, no doubt. What do you want? Y'all just bullshit? I mean, y'all.
It's full on shit post taken to the next level.
So what's your guys' deal? Like, I haven't listened to you yet. I've got a big backlog.
Yeah, we find nigger books and then we read them.
You guys want to talk about Roll of Thunder? You guys want to talk about Roll of Thunder? Hear My Cry. I had to read it 3 times in public school.
What is it?
What book was that?
Hear My Cry. It's you know how everyone has to read, like, what is it, To Kill a Mockingbird? I had to read Roll of Thunder, Hear My Cry instead, and I read it 3 times, like once in 5th grade, once in 7th grade, and once in 10th grade.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, you don't want to know what it is. It's so fucking terrible. It's about like some like a nigger family, like in post, or in still a segregation era, like nigger family who like share crops or some bullshit.
Hold up, Chain Slaughter. If you're making a power ranking, where does the Paranormies fall?
At the bottom. Bam.
We can't be at the bottom. That spot's reserved for this hour. Has 88 minutes.
Oh, that's impolite. You should apologize.
That's reserved for the current year tonight.
The #1 show is Knockoff. Everybody knows that shit.
Well, I actually don't like Knockoff.
Every time someone
no. Let me clarify before you get to cross and crucify me. I don't think Knockoff is bad.
It's just not good.
No, not like that. It's just not my thing.
Have you heard the 3rd episode though when they're talking about the Brussels attacks? That was the best podcast I ever heard in my life, son.
I've tried it. I just
y'all just jealous, son. That's why.
Anytime people meme about Knockoff being the best TRS podcast, I just link them this one podcast on YouTube about Pokemon that's called Knockoff. And I found it completely by accident, but anyone's like, yeah, Knockoff's great. And like, I just linked to this one Pokemon podcast.
That sounds
Pokemon podcast? Like About the
Yeah, because
video
knockoff
game?
is like a move. Yeah, knockoff is a move in Pokemon.
Oh, is this podcast about the video games, or is it about the anime, or
I don't
what?
know. I've never actually listened to it. I just know it's a Pokemon podcast, and I link it to people anytime they say, "Yeah, dude, knockoff is great."
I don't know why people make podcasts about shit like a show or a movie or a video game. It's like you can only do so many. Like
That's why I like the Paranormies. Just,
technically, this hour has 88 minutes. Wouldn't make any sense if this hour has 22 minutes didn't exist. But oh well.
The fuck is this hour as 22 minutes?
It's a show run by the CBC, the Canadian Broadcasting Company, or the Communist Broadcasting Company. That's been running for like 30.
The fuck is the Canada? What the fuck is a Canada?
Sorry.
Good answer.
Yeah, so it was actually Anomalous's idea. He was I was trying to figure out a name for what it was going to be, and he was like, "How about this hour has 88 minutes?" It's like perfect. That gives us both a time, a really good name, and Sven likes it. He even said so on his.
Yeah, but he also said he hasn't actually.
Dude, he said
power.
Hold on. To be
Hey,
fair,
what's going on, Weave?
Hey, what's up, Weave? To be fair, Sven on that episode said he liked every single podcast because he doesn't like offending people.
Yeah, but you know what he said about intersectional? All right, he said future dominance. Future.
You guys are actually, I completely agree with that. You guys like have the best production in the TRS radio.
Honestly, we the number 2 show now. So we went to. I don't know if y'all was listening, but we declared war on that show of shit. So.
Well, I know. You guys are number 2 right behind the Paranormies.
You know what, DeMarcus? One day you'll catch up with this hour has 88 minutes, I'm sure. Don't make any comments on that because I already know what you're gonna say. It's okay.
What's going on,
Weave?
Weave?
3 different jokes I could have thrown out there, but that's all right.
Not much. I'm waiting for my breakfast to show up.
I thought you already went to go get it.
What time is it in Ukrainistan?
It's almost 10. It's 15 till 10, so it's in the morning, and I didn't already go get it. It took me forever to leave my house.
Are you in a restaurant right now?
Yeah, I am.
Cool. Can you
hear the Russian music playing in the background?
Yeah. Can you just say Heil Hitler for us?
Oh,
I didn't hear it. You got to say it again.
Heil Hitler.
Awesome. That was great.
The absolute madman.
Is that? It looks like there's like sheets and shit on the ceiling.
Like Halloween.
Oh shit!
Place.
We corrupted them with that burger culture, son.
Yeah. This is like the place. I mean, it's not actually even. It's not Ukrainian. This is actually a Czech brewery. It's there's a chain of them. It goes all the way across like the Eastern Europe. There's one in. This isn't the only country it's in. So it's foreign and it's super like. It's a little bit seedy and at night, and there's always they always decorate for American holidays. You know, it's probably the most holiday embracing restaurant here.
Would you say that it feels like Arkansas?
No, this part doesn't feel like Arkansas. Actually, I'd say the place that felt most like Arkansas was the first day I got to Serbia. I get off the plane. Right, my friend totally forgot that I was arriving, so I show up at his place, right, and I'm ringing the doorbell and waiting forever, you know, and then he drives up and he's like, oh shit, I almost my neighbor called and told me you were banging on the door. I was 40 miles out of town, and it picks me up, and then he drives back to where he was going, which was up in the mountains, you know, with a bunch of war criminals, and they were brewing, they were drinking the rakia that they'd made, you know, and the homemade liquor, the brandy that they make from fruit, and they were eating pork and talking about killing Albanians, and I'm like, this feels like home, you know. It was good. It was all pork and moonshine and racism. It was great.
Because if there's one thing all the good old boys in the United States talk about, it's killing Albanians.
Yeah, Albanians, niggers, we all have our problems.
Yeah, tomato.
Yeah. To be honest, I think Albanians are way worse than niggers.
Really?
I've never had any experience, so I can't comment on that.
Yeah, they're pretty much the worst, right? Like, if you had to live near Albanians, you'd hate them more than Jews for sure.
So
like,
would you consider Albanians white?
That's I don't know if I can agree with that, man. Like,
go live in South Serbia in a place with a bunch of Albanians, and then get back to me. Yeah.
But when you say that Albanians aren't white,
Definitely not.
Well, I live in America, and I don't have to deal with Albanians. I have to deal with kikes constantly.
I don't live in America or Ukraine, but I have to deal with Indians all the time.
Oh, we've been through that, son. I hate them motherfuckers.
I fucking hate Indians. I want them all to go back.
If you set up a hierarchy, Indians are not as bad as niggers or.
No, I think they're worse.
Wait,
hold on. Nobody's worse than kikes. I mean, that's a given. Kikes are the worst. Everybody knows.
Well, you see, the thing is that the Indians certainly have a much higher verbal IQ, so they can get away with a lot more because they can just pretend that they had no idea what they were doing.
I just like the Indians because all the corner store Indians I go to, like we just talk about we know we kind of dance around the subject, but like we always just talk about how much we hate niggers.
Well, oh god,
everybody hates niggers. So what?
No, that reminds me of something. Weave, you know where you know about Vidor, Texas, right? Massive Klan hotspot.
No, I'm really not aware. I don't pay attention to the Klan. Like, it's all federal agents, right?
Okay. Well, there was a couple of years back, me and a buddy were driving cross country, and we decided we were going to stop in Vidor, Texas. And we go in, and, it's like all white, except for the fucking convenience store clerk, who is like a fucking poo in the loo Indian bitching about niggers. And it's just like, what the fuck?
I mean, who are they to bitch?
Yeah, I mean, everybody hates niggers. Even the shittiest of shitskins that shit in the street hate niggers. That's just how it is. And it's ingrained in their culture. The Vedas is like filled with texts about how the lighter skinned people are superior and they fighting back the dark hordes and whatnot. And I mean, they hate niggers for sure.
Weave, are you in like a Quentin Tarantino movie right now? What's going on with that music?
I have no control over the music in the restaurant.
That song was a big hit in the 90s, if I remember correctly.
It looks like it's empty in there. You should tell them to play Johnny Rebel.
Honestly, they wouldn't understand. They wouldn't take any offense to Johnny Rebel. They happily put it on. Like getting in a conversation on the fish. I don't know enough Russian to tell them to change the music. I don't care.
Use Google Translate.
It's always a pain. I'll just take the what is this, Chris? Whatever, I forget the name of this, but I'll deal with what they play. Yesterday was good. It was like Tool, and yesterday I was happier with the music.
Nice.
Tool, good.
So this has nothing to do with paranormal stuff. This is great. This is probably the best part of the entire stream for the day.
All right, you can go fuck yourself, dude. If you didn't want to listen to the paranormal stream, why are you here?
I'm fucking joking.
Yeah, all right. Fight me IRL. I'll see you at TR WrestleMania. We're going to scrap.
Yeah, I'll see you at TR WrestleMania, and I'm not going to fight you, but I'm going to look at you very angrily for a few seconds.
What kind of a man won't fight one another? That's shameful, Slug. You should throw down.
Okay, I've every time somebody said that they wanted to fight me, I've said no. This has been consistent. I don't want to fight any of you guys.
Hey man, I don't want to fight, man. Come on, violence sucks, dude. Come on, why can't we be friends?
I'm sorry, dude, Slug. I can't fight you. That violates the non-aggression principle. I completely apologize.
Yeah, that's
I can't violate the non-aggression principle.
Come on, man. Why can't we just talk things out, dude?
I have a rule in that I won't retain a lawyer or an accountant if he won't have a fist fight in the street with me.
That's a good way to make. That's a good way to make sure your lawyer isn't a Jew.
I got into a drunken fist fight with the guy who ran my criminal trial in the street. It was great. We had an argument over. I think it was over. Like he's really into what's the Alexander Hamilton? You know, all federal attorneys are, right? They love that fucking Federalist shit. And then I'm really am a fan of Andrew Jackson, who they think is just a madman, right? And they started getting a very heated argument over Hamilton and Jackson, and the next thing you know, we were fighting in the street. You know, and that's how you know this is a proper attorney. If an attorney won't get in a fight with you, you should find a new attorney.
And Camping Carl enters the fray. What's up, you fucking marsupial nigger?
Not much. Just got back home from the gym an hour ago or so.
Oh shit, Dingo.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. I have to go to the gym in like 3 hours. No, 4 hours.
Oh, is that Slug 2 from the forums?
Yes, it is.
Fucking Kanakuk or whatever we call Canadians these days.
Yeah.
I think they're just cucks now.
Oh, yeah, okay. That one too.
Oh, I call them igloo niggers.
Igloo niggers. That's pretty good.
Leaf. That's what he is.
I mean, that's the standard one. That's if you just want to signal about how angry you are about the fact that I exist. You just call me a leaf, and that pretty much portrays all of it.
So wait,
maple nigger.
What does it feel like over there? I had one of our friends, Grayfield, traveled to Finland recently, and he said the country itself feels very different. It feels as if you can still feel the old gods there. Do you have that over there?
Well, yeah, it's definitely different here. We got Perun, we got Dashbog, you know, and they're still here. Like they'll say, like if you go to certain places, like you can feel the hand of Dashbog, right? And you can visit here. Yeah, there's some places, and it depends on like how connected they are to the palms that sort of founded their nation. Finland has like a sort of recent direct link in that they really. Everybody knows the Kalevala, right, which is an epic poem, and it's actually a really recent poem. It's the in terms of like the 19th century, early 19th century. So it makes Finland in one text basically, and it's very new actually. But as a result, this sort of poetic rebirth of their country, right? You get sort of a chain. It's a recent link to poems that came before it, right? And it's the same in here in Ukraine, right? The famous one here is Zapovit. It goes like Yakamru Kapohovite Menanomogerli Serit Stepu Shirokugo Navkraini Mali, and like these everybody knows these poems. They know Shevchenko. They know Frank have a much more recent link to a national identity, you know, that sort of is a good environment for old gods to foster.
You know, sometimes in Canada they say you can still feel Vishnu if you close your eyes and spin around in 3 circles.
Gents, I'm actually going to bed. I'm actually going to bed this time. I'll talk to you later.
Have a good night.
Bye.
It was fun.
There's a shitload of dot heads in Canada.
Later.
Take care.
Is that why you can feel Vishnu in Canada?
Yes, that's the joke. Good job, Camping Carl.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Slug, how you gonna get in contact with me if y'all want me on your show? I'm on Twitter usually.
I don't have Twitter. I think Freelance does though. You got
Hit me up
Discord?
I'm on the TRS forums.
Okay, yeah, I'll just get a hold of you on the forums then. That works.
Yo, before I signed up for Twitter, I was like, this shit's just for celebrities and niggers. But then by the time I got on there, pretty much the alt-right had been raging through that shit. So I always find I'm always like 10, 15 characters too many. I gotta cut it down.
Why
I
is
think
it?
that's
What
why
is it?
everyone's swapping to
140?
Gabai.
I think it's like 142 or something, 143.
The 140.
Why the hell do you
Yeah, you
pick
got to
an arbitrary
practice.
number like that?
Practice your concision. It's not arbitrary. Twitter started back when most of the cell phones weren't smartphones, right? So it had to fit, including the username, everything. Everything had to fit in the length of a text message, the default text message length. That's why it has that a seemingly arbitrary character limit, because it had a specific like number of characters of wrapping like the colon that came after the username, and the message, and it all had to fit one text message.
I kind of like it because it reminds me of Rock's Drift.
How many characters is the max limit on a text message again?
Well, these days, I mean,
I think I've heard it before, but I don't remember.
140.
140. Okay.
No, it's more than that. It's more than that.
Is it 255?
160.
Okay.
So yeah, anyway, all the leftists here have their buttholes inflamed again because our, center-right party has suggested a horrifically offensive and radical new immigration policy where anyone who comes here illegally is banned for life from entering the country.
Yeah, it's a big win for the dingoes. Good job. Turnbull, not such a faggot after all.
It hasn't gone through yet, but everyone's all like the news is saying, "Oh, this is so radical and racist and offensive."
Why not just reinstate your white Australia policy?
Because Turnbull's a cuck.
Oh, okay.
No, we'd need someone like from old Labour to come through, and that's never going to happen.
Not with that attitude.
I think
never say never.
I think the Aussies are pretty
Hang
big.
on, I'll be right.
Like besides the Slavic world, I think the Aussies are pretty much the most based. I think they're more so than Western Europe, Canada, or America.
It's possible.
Although we got guns, though.
I don't know, man. Aussie politics are like really cooked, dude. Really cooked. There's not a single like right-wing party right now,
Yeah, but they do tow fucking boat people to like third-party islands and just stuff them in camps. Like that's pretty based compared to America or Western Europe. I mean, we just let those fucking Guatemalans come over the border and fucking look what's going on.
Well, I mean, they have the luxury of having a big fucking ocean, right? It would be easier to manage if we didn't have a land bridge, right? Like it's a little bit different. Without a wall, like how are you really gonna stop that, right? Like wall is step one.
Well, look at Britain. Britain's an island. If they wanted to keep them out, they could.
What have I missed?
Oh, we're just talking about how much of a piece of shit Camping Carl is, because he says minestrone instead of minestrone.
Yeah, I mean, Britain is definitely cooked as fuck. I mean, their whole parliament is kid fuckers being bribed by Saudis, right? Like that's the reality. Is it's a little bit different of a situation there. It's not, but I don't think that Australia is less cucked than the United States. I mean, like Donald Trump is just like my I have a girl in Australia that she's moving here shortly, but she just like lost her job because she got outed as a Trump supporter, basically.
Jeez.
I probably would too.
Is she from Melbourne?
She might be, yeah. Pause capital.
Sydney.
Yeah,
Either those
one
two
of those two
states
pause capital.
No good.
I'd probably lose my job, which is totally at Subway and not somewhere else, if I was outed as a Trump supporter, especially if I was outed as white nationalist. Like, people would not be happy about that.
I would, if on the latter, if they found out I was a white nationalist, I'd be fired. If they found out I was a Trump supporter, I would never get a promotion.
Well, I mean, if I was outed as a Trump supporter, maybe it would be okay if it was kept quiet, but that's about it.
Well, if he's elected, eventually people are just gonna have to get used to it.
I mean, when he is elected,
Hopefully it
I'm
starts,
just gonna don my "Make America Great Again" hat and just wear it everywhere I go for at least a few days.
Imagine all those government employees if or when Trump gets elected, every post office, every federal government office has to have a picture of the president in it. That's going to be so triggering because the fucking the government is just like a big jobs program for fucking nigs. So
I hope it mandates a picture of him with a smug smile on his face.
oh, his picture's gonna be his fucking portrait painting and everything's gonna be him smugly looking like, get the fuck out of here. Who the fuck are you? Like, this painter sucks. Who is this fucking idiot?
Hopefully it starts like a ripple effect of nationalism throughout the world.
That's probably what's going to happen.
I think so.
It'll take a while to get here, but
I mean, maybe
eventually.
Maybe Axe in the Deep is going to run for leader of a major political party, preferably the Conservatives, so that we can take that shit over and eventually have Axe in the Deep as our Fuhrer.
I mean, Canada is so reliant on like trade with America. It's not even funny. So, I mean, it's a pretty left-leaning country, but you see, they need to sell oil, so they're like, yeah, we're gonna be super lefties on everything, but selling our oil. But I mean, if you look at Europe, if it wasn't for American institutions like our NGOs, our State Department, CIA, and our media, academia, all these think tanks and shit, like Europe wouldn't be anywhere near as paused as it was. Like a lot of that's reinforced by like institutional power in America. Like
Certain
Soros.
tribes.
Oh yeah, it's very much echoey. There's no doubt about
The
that.
reverb is torturous. It down there or up there.
Yeah, well, we got about as many Jews as Israel does. So, I mean, they came here for a reason. They knew America would end up being the most powerful country, and they knew that Jews would have to fucking.
Yeah, what worries me now is that the Jews, speaking of Australia, the Jews have taken a special interest in Australia for much the same reason that they did America, and that there's such a geographic separation and potential global conflict. Australia's sort of far away from everything, and they want to turn it into.
There's a conflict there because the Chinese are trying to out-Jew the Jews, and the Chinese are very good at that.
Yeah, no doubt. But
China just made some big deal with some ex-politician to take over the port in Darwin.
You still see some
Darwin, basically.
Some very Semitic things happening in Australia, particularly in terms of internet censorship and hate speech and whatnot.
Hate speech laws, yeah.
Yeah,
Liberal is trying to get rid of 18C, which is our hate speech law, and of course, all the leftists are, literally shaking at the idea of, free speech.
Who's trying to get rid of it?
Liberal, the Australian Liberal Party. I know that kind of twists your head a little bit.
No, I know what liberalism means in other countries. Yeah, it's classic.
You know that Australia is real fucked when like one of the more right-leaning parties is called Liberal.
It's centrist more than it is right wing. I mean, maybe it's like if on a scale of 1 to 10, it's like 1 on the right. It's baby's first right wing party.
Pauline Hanson, what's the name of her party? The Australia
One
First,
Nation.
something? One Nation.
Yeah, she's like a 3 maybe. on this right-wing scale.
That's because for you, 10 would be like conquering the entire galaxy and exterminating every alien race you find.
Maybe.
That sounds like fun. We should do that.
Intergalactic white
She's one of those
supremacy.
people. She insists. She is like Donald Trump, you know. She wants a white Australia, but she insists that she's not racist.
That's like a 4 or 5 maybe. I forget how genocidal you are though, Carl. Sometimes.
Yeah, well, fucking Asians, I swear to God. I don't know what's wrong with you, Seppos, and your love of the chinky eyes.
I think that's how we became buddies in the first place, Carl's, because you realized how much I hate this Euro shit.
I mean, what really disgusts me is how much.
No,
people
Demarcus,
yell.
we became mates because we hated Indians so much.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit,
Remember
we
we
should be
ganged
mates
up on
in
that
Camp
British guy.
Carl?
Yeah, Slug. That's his
Ian.
least. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
He thought Indians weren't so bad, and we just bashed him down.
Well,
relentlessly.
he's very new to the alt-right. He's
It's amazing how much he's changed since we first talked to him.
Yeah, he is. He learns fast.
He's like Asmodor tier now.
Yeah, well, we educated him. What can I say?
I think that the world would be much better off if, rather than trying to colonize India, England just wiped it out.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
That would have been great.
Well, they were a mercantile empire, not a conquering kind of empire.
Yeah.
I mean, they could be extremely ruthless
but still,
at
they should have
times,
wiped out
but
India.
they still preferred, their shekels, their 30 pieces of silver.
I think before World War One happened, it would have been real nice for the European powers were just like, oh, guys, we got to stop with this system of alliances so we end up fighting each other. It's bullshit. We should just exterminate all the other peoples on the earth, and then we could just split it up. Plenty for everybody.
Oh, yeah, World War One, that's definitely the death of the old world and the birth of this new world where
Jew
imperialism
world.
is bad. Yeah, Jew world. Racism is bad for some reason,
Acting in one's own self-interest is bad.
Well, unless you're Jewish, black, Asian, non-white in general.
Albanian.
Brown. Yeah, Albanian.
Slug, you hate that. You said your least favorite was street shooters, right?
Yeah.
Besides Jews, yeah.
Yeah.
Every time I see one, something comes over me, and I just want to beat their skulls in.
Well,
but,
I'd say it's different for me because I'm so surrounded by them that if I beat the shit out of every Indian I found, then
You'd be very tired.
I'd be very tired. Yes.
You'd just be constantly bashing the shit out of them.
I wouldn't only be very tired, but I'd be very in prison.
See, this is why we need the systemic extermination. Ruthless, cold robots devouring the whole world and exterminating everything in a programmatic fashion.
Yeah, I've been watching the clock. I'm still waiting for those
on their
nigger
own,
killing
they'll turn
robots.
all right.
Reeve. Come on.
Even bought the video cards
Reeve,
yet.
after you've made the first pass, can you make robots that'll do a second pass and weed out the thoughts?
I don't know. I think that we just have to man up and discipline those with our fists.
Yeah, as that
So
Braden
we're not
from the
gonna make
fatherland is always
genocide
saying,
real?
get that pimp hand nice and strong.
I think we gotta
smack it
all,
around.
all women are whores. Don't forget it. There's not a single one on this earth that won't become a thought if it's advantageous to do so. And the reality is that they just need a social system that treats them like a resource to be managed, and make sure that they're just simply not allowed to act in a lascivious manner.
Dude, does your waifu live in constant fear?
Not at all.
Hey, Hazard, are you Norman Twitter or something?
Am I what?
Are you Norman Twitter?
Norman Twitter? No.
Okay.
We used to have a social system like that, but then World War One happened, and all the women they got their freedoms.
Yeah. It's time to correct
You
that
know, they-
particular mistake.
They got their freedom because they went on strike and got millions of men killed due to lack of ammunition. Yeah, good work. When I first found out about that, I was fucking pissed off.
I don't know about like the first wave feminism, but second wave feminism is like entirely a Jewish creation.
Oh, the first wave.
Every
was as
wave
well.
of it was. Yeah.
Who was the original prominent like first wave feminist that was like?
Dvorkin? Or no, that was second wave, wasn't it?
Second wave was like Steinem and all that shit.
Let me put it this way: I'm not exactly happy that I'm going to be going back to school in January. I'm excited to be done with that shit.
I kind of enjoyed being a shitlord in college. I remember we were talking about
school.
Hey, I had a great time in school because the teachers and friends I had were massive shitlords. Like I probably told you about that time where my teacher actually said that Aborigines were turning back into monkeys.
So suffrage was pioneered by Ernestine Rose, who is Jewish.
Really? No surprise there.
Well, I mean, if her last name's not Jewish, at least her first name is Ernestine.
Hey, in New Zealand, Emily Seedberg and Ethel Benjamin. Yeah, those names echo, all right?
Yeah, this bitch was born in 1810. She must have been like one of those for the very first fucking kikes. God damn it.
Everything that's bad, it's always them at the center, always.
Highgate Cemetery in London. I've been there. I should have fucking kicked her fucking headstone over. Of course, her headstone's mad cheap looking because Jews are so cheap. Ugh, I'm just looking at these quotes. Fucking double speak. Fucking kite bitch. I'm getting triggered.
I saw a Jew on the bus the other day, and I really wanted to take his kip off and run away with it.
That's a hate crime, goy.
Yeah, that's why I didn't do it.
I remember
We had
sometime
some
last year I
prominent
was
feminist on a $20
getting
note.
Mike
I think.
cucked by Camp and Carl.
I'm always doing that to you, mate.
You do that to everybody. You and Wooderson are the worst.
Wooderson's great.
See, what we should
Ultimate
do
band.
is
Best
just
bands from a Seppa I've ever heard.
is just fill it up in here with dingoes and see how shitposty we can get.
Are there any other dingoes online? I don't even know.
I don't know, maybe Sandgroper is.
I'm like utterly
Okay.
terrified by the prospect of what would have happened if we were a dingo.
Oh no.
He
I don't know. Probably would have grown up as a normal, white child and not had to
He would have
flee from
gained.
the FBI to fucking Paraguay or wherever
Dude,
he
he
is.
would have gained the nuclear codes and then said, "Give me all the chicken teddies on the planet, or I set it off."
Honestly, if you give me a different set of life circumstances, I probably wouldn't be a radical, right? It's like it took an amount of pushing my whole life. I mean, my parents adopted 2 niggers and then told me how fucking terrible I was for being white my whole fucking childhood, and then I started
to drugs and orgies or something.
No, I just became a racist really early as a result.
No, you snapped and went crazy in all the right ways.
Yeah, it's like you push somebody, right, and eventually they're either gonna break or they're gonna push back, right? And like civilization pushed me a lot, endlessly, more and more, and the reality is that different set of childhood circumstances, I probably wouldn't be a radical. I'm not a violent or confrontational person by nature.
All it took me was New York City public schools. That was it. I was sold on racism.
Yeah, it's funny how they're like, oh, you're racist because you just don't know, right? And it's like I have more exposure to minorities than pretty much anybody. Like I've lived all across the world. I've lived in Arabia. I've lived on the subcontinent. You know, I grew up with 2 blacks in my house. Like, I have more exposure to non-white behavior than any of these fucking swipples telling me that I don't know anything about it, right? Like,
yeah, I find that almost everyone that shows up here is racist because they do know about non-white behavior.
yeah, it's not, nobody I know is prejudiced. It's all post-Judas. You know, every single person was exposed to the reality of non-white civilization and came to the proper conclusions as a result. Not a single person just is like, I hate niggers because I hate niggers, and for no reason at all. You know, I've never heard of this, and I've never met a single person like this.
Anyone who says that is an FBI agent.
First time I saw an African was when I was 13. I'd never seen one before then.
I don't believe that.
Well, you know, Australia's still like 92% white, so, and that's like current data. You still believe it? Not believe it?
That's pretty amazing. I guess because most of the minorities that go over there are minorities that tend to have lower birth rates than even whites, like chinks, like slants.
Yeah, mostly
and,
Asians.
Yeah.
Like we have more Asians than we do Aborigines.
Aborigines don't count. They're not even fucking human.
Yeah.
They're just like moving fauna. They're just like fauna
Anyway,
in
as I was
motion.
going to say before,
No, you
on
won't.
our money, we have a Jew, a socialist, and a feminist.
You can't be serious.
On the $10 note, we have Dame Mary Gilmore, who was a prominent socialist in the 1800s. And then on the
Disgusting.
$50 note, we have Edith Cohen, who was a feminist.
Disgusting.
And on the $100 note, we have Sir John Monash, who was a Jew.
Disgusting. Do you have...
Well, I kind of give John Monash I let him go because he was a top bloke. He was a top general during World War One, and he was so good at his job that he basically minimized Australian casualties to such a large degree that we managed to stay in the war.
Oh, you mean he was good at getting whites to kill other whites in a pointless war?
No, he was good at getting whites to kill Turks.
Okay, that's okay then. Yeah.
Because that's where, you know, he spent most of his time.
Yeah,
in
that's
the
a
war
Jewish
with
scheme.
delivery.
He wanted Turkey to collapse, so then to further Zionism.
Yeah, probably, but still, there's nothing wrong with killing kebabs.
If it helps Jews, yeah, it does.
Killing Turks is objectively good.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it.
My landlord's a Turk. You should kill him.
Honestly, killing Turks without a solid plan to retake Anatolia for white European civilization is a bad idea, right? Like any destabilization in the region has consistently been to Zionist benefit, every single bit of it, right? Like we can say, oh yeah, killing brown people is great. Like when we went and killed a bunch of brown people, we did it in Iraq, we did it in Syria.
One at a time, Carl. One at a time, man.
Like unless we take the land, unless we firmly exterminate the population and take the land afterwards, there is no point and no gain into killing any of these people.
Did you listen to the last Intersection All Right week? Because we did a LARPing time about that.
Yeah. It's you had that one guy on, and so, but yeah.
My plan is after we the alt-right takes power, we're gonna imprison all the white SJWs. The men just go to a labor camp to provide whatever, you know, in the labor
You say
camp
that
for
every
us.
alt-right.
And
Intersectional
this
alt-right.
was a segment, and that's the free for all. That's when your ass is allowed on the show, not the actual fucking podcast. And then you take the women and you impregnate the female SJWs with the seed of our finest warriors, because you can't waste a white room, right? And then you raise the kids like the son of Sparta, and you use them as like cannon fodder to take back Constantinople.
Yeah, this is something that we definitely need to do. I mean, we
need to take back all of Anatolia at all costs. I mean, that is white European territory, and North Africa as well, right? Like this is just we need to restore the original borders of white civilization. And this is an absolute must.
All the Levant too.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know how deep we need to go into the Levant, because I mean, we weren't all the way in Jordan, right? But like we were in Lebanon, we were on the coast of Syria.
Yep.
Had a large amount of it.
Oh yeah, there's still European tribes in the mountains of Afghanistan and Iran.
Yeah.
Nigga Sargon of Assad is pretty white looking, man. His people is just pretty white looking. We gotta kill
Got them nigger eyes though. Got brown eyes.
Okay. There's a pretty famous alt-right guy who has brown eyes. I'm not gonna say who it is though.
I think that we should start with the Anglo countries and just remove anybody that's not white, and then in, I don't know, 50 years or so, we can remove anyone that's not Anglo, and then
Oh fuck! I'm gonna have to leave.
Anglo supremacy.
Anglo supremacy, yeah.
Man, don't talk about like the Eternal Anglo has not done very well. Look at London. You guys let your country be turned into
Well,
third
we're talking
world
about how shit Anglos are.
I'm not in
actually
London.
Anglo. I'm actually a Slav.
I have no admiration for seeing how the Anglo has given up his entire civilization. Basically, like the Anglos are the worst. The Slavs clearly are the superior people, right? Like it's pretty obvious.
Swedes are pretty bad.
They probably had the biggest turnaround. Like they used to be the biggest badasses, and now they're just bad.
So while you're saying that Slavs are superior to Anglos, you're sitting in a Slav country speaking English.
Yeah, that's true. That's true because my own fucking Anglo civilization got so fucking paused that I had to flee right into a place that has a modicum of sanity. Guess what? Anglo civilization is shit.
And there's also an Australian disco band playing in the background, by the way.
What? Hey, hang on. What song is playing?
The Bee Gees song "Staying Alive." Of course, you're such a fucking Australian chauvinist. You even like the Bee Gees. He likes the fucking Bee Gees. He likes Men at Work. He likes fucking Vegemite. He likes everything Australian.
AC/DC.
Hey, Land Down Under was a good song.
I do like that song.
Nobody likes Vegemite.
It's just called Down Under, mate.
Like, is Vegemite? Do Aussies actually like Vegemite, or is it just a meme? Is it just a prank?
It's all right.
Wait, Carl, you like that song "Down Under"?
Yeah.
That doesn't seem up your stuff. Well, you just man, such a chauvinist. It's like Ayers Rock is the best rock on earth, mate.
You know, the Bee Gees aren't actually Australian. They just formed in Australia. Like they were over here on holiday.
Oh, so they're just inspired by the greatness of your
oh yeah, of course.
Yeah. How do you feel about Axl Rose singing for AC/DC?
Well, I have to admit, I saw like one video of him singing one of their new songs, and it wasn't that bad.
Guns N' Roses is a great band. One in a Million is a very racist song.
Yeah, it's fucking great.
I would have expected him to fuck it up majorly, but he was surprisingly good. I mean, has he got English like DNA or whatever?
He's a redhead, man. I'm guessing he's probably Scottish.
Is he? I thought he was blonde.
Nah, he's a redhead.
Well, hey, Bond was Scottish, so
he wears he used to wear a kilt. Axl Rose. I think one of my favorite songs of all time is
so he's your typical Scottish American.
Rocket Queen. Rocket Queen's
Like
a great
Bond
song.
never wore a kilt, as far as I know. He was born in Scotland, so
Yeah, I know the Celt thing is all fake.
like the only time I hear of Scottish people wearing kilts is when they go on ceremonies, or if they're playing in a band with their bagpipes. I'll tell you, I
Wait,
love
so
bagpipes.
are you telling me that they don't perpetually wear kilts? Because if that's what you're telling me, I'm gonna be really sad for a long time about that.
Slug, it's time you know the truth. They don't.
Shit.
They're actually quite normal people once you get to know them. I mean,
I
you
heard
can't
someone say
understand a word they're saying, but
I heard someone say both of those exact things about a nigger a while ago, and they were wrong.
of course, they were trying to convince you that it's human. It's not.
So are you saying that Scottish people aren't human? Because I think they're human. What's wrong with you, dude?
Oh yeah, they're human because they're white, but they're just extremely, different. You
Oh,
can't
yeah.
understand a word they're saying. But at least they're saying words instead of just mumbling gibberish at you.
I'm not sure. It just sounds like perpetual alcoholism.
Well, it is.
I'm looking up Axl Rose's ethnicity. Let's see. He is Scottish and Irish on his dad's side, and his mom is German. So pretty typical American mutt.
I can never remember which came first, the Irish or the Scottish. I think it's the Scottish that came first, and then
To
they
where?
colonized Ireland. I'm talking about like the identity of Scottish and Irish.
Mm.
Like Scottish people were a thing first, and then they colonized Ireland,
No.
and they just became slightly different.
Actually, I think it was the other way around. I think there was an influx of Irish culture into Scotland in like the 1700s. That's what I remember from history.
I'm talking way before the 1600s. I'm talking like.
Oh, you're talking about going back to like the Picts?
When Rome was a thing. Yeah, the Picts.
I don't know.
And the Caledonians and all that. And the
So,
Editari, I think they're called.
So who here is going trick or treating tomorrow?
Oh, dude,
Today,
I don't participate because all the nigs come up from their shit neighborhoods to come up to the white neighborhoods, and they're fucking rude as fuck. I just don't answer the door. If white kids would come to my door, I mean, in my new apartment I don't, but my old neighborhood, if like white kids would come up, I would like give them candy. But if I saw like black kids coming up, I would peer out the window. And I just wouldn't answer the door. Just fucking
Speaking of
obnoxious.
globalism,
I don't know.
for some reason,
gonna
Halloween
be-
has become a thing this year. Like, it never used to be a thing, and then this year.
Well, this year, I mean, it's
Like,
it's
all
the
the
year.
fucking...
It's
I
the
mean,
all the
current year.
shop
And,
all the shop people are dressed up in costumes, which I've never seen before. Like I went to go buy some fucking.
I'm pretty sure we
something
can
at the store.
attest to this year's the only year that matters.
It's definitely really important. I mean, this is
The
actually
Seppos are having an influence on Australian
Yeah,
culture, and it's bad.
This year is year of our Lord Vishnu. I'm just kidding. Please don't ban me.
I bet,
All right, I'm
I bet
headed
next
home.
year
See
we'll be
y'all
letting
later.
homos.
Okay,
marry
see you,
because you
Later,
fucking
Weave.
Seppos
Later,
love
Weave.
fags. Why do you Seppos love fags so much? I don't get it.
For the longest, we didn't. It was just like a couple of fucking Hollywood shows and movies fucking changed everybody's mind.
Right.
The why?
Yeah, everyone here used to not like him either, but now they do. And I bet we'll have fag marriage next year.
Can't believe we beat you to that. That sucks for us.
Well, you beat everything to,
Nah,
everything
there was
you do, we
there was
do
mad
10 years
countries.
later.
There was mad countries in Europe that had fag marriage before we did.
Yeah, but we're not in Europe, are we?
I forgot. Nobody. Your country's so inconsequential that I really can't be bothered to learn the geography of it.
Do you remember when you were a teenager and you thought gay marriage was a good thing?
No. I think that was just you. And Slug, because he's Canadian.
It was me who said that.
Oh, I thought it was Hazard who said that.
No,
Hazard grunted.
Oh,
So what part of the country are you from?
I can admit to having gone through a love is love phase.
Oi, say it right. Come is come.
Did that leave you with grids,
Cummies are
Hazard? That period.
Oh, right.
Slug, where are you from? What state or whatever region you from?
Canada?
Oh, really? Both of y'all Canadian?
No,
I'm
just
from
me.
Texas.
Oh, okay.
Just me. I'm from Brampton, Ontario, Canada.
I hate that fucking area. I hate fucking cheers. I fucking hate them.
Yeah. This city, over
Every time I see them, I just want to pound their flesh to
DeMarcus,
dust.
DeMarcus, over 50% of this city is Indian.
Oh.
I'll send you a DM before I nuke that fucking city.
Yeah, please do so that I can move. To
You know what? That would be too
I'd be
quick a
surprised
death
if
for them.
we had more than 50 Indians in the country here.
I don't believe that.
Yeah, you're fucking lying. You're right near
I don't
India.
know. I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe in my state.
You basically are India.
Remember, 92% white.
Only by fluke.
Yeah,
I like half of your Sheilas are Asian.
No.
Yes.
That doesn't make sense, Slug.
Carl, have you ever dated
I don't
an
think
Asian
you can
girl?
be intimate. No.
No.
Why not?
I'm
I
too
hear they
racist
make,
to date Asian
No,
girls.
I hear they make good sucky, fucky.
Did you guys hear that Spencer dated like several Asian girls? That was in a recent article.
I'm not surprised.
I just don't get it, man. I don't get why any white guy would go for an Asian girl.
TBH fam wouldn't have kids with one, would fuck one.
Dude, they're so
Maybe
like,
he wants more Elliot Rodgers.
they're so unwomanly. There's like no hips, no ass. Ugh,
It's because they look like aliens, dude.
Wait, aliens? Are we talking about Cantwell's girlfriend?
Yeah, we're talking about Asians.
No, that's a Jew. No, the Jews work for aliens. They're not aliens.
Yeah, but don't the Jews work for the reptiles?
Yeah, aliens.
Lizard people.
Don't
That's the
start
talk.
calling Jews people.
This past like year and a half, this campaign has been so surreal. It's gonna be.
Really has.
It's just
Dude,
fucking bizarre. It's just crazy.
I am enjoying this wild ride. This is so much better than Mr. Bones' shit.
And it's a fuck ton better than Mr. Shlomo's wild ride. Fuck that.
Just think in 9 days the campaign will be over. It'll be a whole new world.
Fuck shit.
A whole new world.
Don't you dare close your eyes.
Dude, I am so excited for Trump and Fuhrer to declare war on Israel.
Yeah, it's probably not gonna happen.
Yeah,
Shut
I
up,
heard some,
Marcus. Let me dream.
I heard some funny things that he
next
said at some sort of speech that he did. He was saying all kinds of weird things like heroes are those who kill Jews. Israel must be wiped off the face of the earth. It's very strange to be hearing that from him.
Yeah, he's repeating stuff that Iran said or whatever. That guy. But he did say, I don't need your money to like the Republican Jewish Committee. And he was like talking, he's always talking about
oy vey.
Yeah. Yeah. They were booing him. And he was like he was so smug, so confident up on that stage. It was hilarious. He knows what's going on. It's too bad every single one of his kids is dating a Jew or married to a Jew.
Total Jewish annihilation is
Is that
the solution.
is that including Trump Jr.?
Yeah, I think his wife is a Jew too, or a part Jew.
That'd be strange considering he goes on poll.
I don't know.
Let's look it up.
So, when Axe in the Deep is inevitably Prime Minister of Canada, do you
Who?
think Axe in the
Vanessa
Deep-
Hayden.
He's one of my buddies on This Hour Has 88 Minutes, one who does all the actual thinking.
Yeah, Vanessa's
Hayden-
father was Jewish.
Oh.
I'm telling you, all of them. The young daughter that looks fucking weird. She's dating a Jew right now, so I think that's pretty much all of them. I think Eric.
Ivanka.
No, the young daughter, the weird looking one.
So
that's Ivanka.
So
no, it's not. There's the Nicole Trump, I think.
So if I
Oh,
find an
Junior's
Asian
daughter.
girl with
dick.
with nice milkers and doesn't look like a teenage boy, is it acceptable to have
No.
sex with her?
No, she's got to have hips and some kind of hips. Dude, you're not mating with
rice
any
roll.
Asians. Yeah, just
no,
don't fucking do it. Period. I don't want to hear it.
Note that I said have sex with, not have kids with. Big difference.
Yeah, no. Just find yourself a white girl. What the fuck?
I'm pathetic and I can't get laid.
Read Heartiste. Read Heartiste.
Or read Autiste and dedicate yourself to wizardry.
Or can I just get
Become a priest.
Or can I just get the alt-right's Black Jew to help me with picking up women?
All right.
Not women, a woman. Don't become
You know
a
what I
degenerate.
mean. Jesus.
Well, here's the first tip. When you're talking to a girl for the first time, don't point your chest at her. Have lean your head over your shoulder to talk to her. Yeah, in passing, whatever. It's cool. Here's another thing. If you're at a party, and you see one girl who's like, wow, she looks like your type.
I don't go to parties.
All right. Let's say, do you have any friends at all?
No.
This is gonna be tough. I mean, first of all, you got to talk to girls. You really do. How old are you?
20.
All right. Are you incredibly out of shape? Your name is Slug.
Start lifting, bro.
I've been in better shape, but right now I still need another week before they'll let me go back to the gym.
What happened?
Concussion.
How much can you squat, Slug?
I can't hear you.
You squat your body weight?
Going by memory because I didn't actually write it down. I think so.
As if you can't you don't memorize how much you squat.
I've been to the gym 5 times before I got the concussion.
Oh shit! Eric Trump's wife is Jewish too. All of his kids are married to Jews. Tiffany is the other one. She's dating a Jew. Barron Trump has got to be the one that doesn't. Barron Trump has to be. He's an autiste.
I don't know why, but I can't see any echoes around this Vanessa Hayden.
Wow.
Whatever her name
Type
is.
in Jew
Or
with her
above.
name and you'll see.
Oh, all right.
Now wait, who is Baron? Which one's Baron Trump?
He's the new one.
Yeah, he's the youngest one. He's a total autiste. He looks so autistic all the time.
Is he the one that's so good with computers?
I don't know, but I think he's definitely gonna be the big shitlord of them all.
Okay, so he's Trump's 10-year-old son.
Yeah.
There is no way that any of his kids are still blue-pilled after this fucking election.
Well, they're all married or dating fucking Jews.
But they've got to at least. I mean, I can understand them.
It
still
might be
being
some of
blue-
that 4D chess that Trump likes playing.
I understand them being
That
blue
1488
on the
chess.
JQ a little bit because they got their rectums infiltrated by the Jews, but
At least we know Rush Limbaugh knows
I mean, they have to be red pilled on non-whites.
I think everybody of any influence in this country is aware of Jewish influence. I think you can't not be. You gotta be pretty fucking stupid. I'm sure Sean Hannity knows. That's probably why he fucking signals. I mean, Sean Hannity's pretty based on pretty much every other thing,
Hang on, did you just say something good about China?
No.
China.
Yeah, I think Barron's got to be the one. He's gonna be the emperor. He's not gonna be
Oh
no
yeah,
president.
that's what
He's gonna be the
Paul's been
emperor.
saying ever since Donald Trump won the primary. That Barron is going to be the God Emperor of mankind for the next 1,000 years.
Nice.
I wonder if Johnny's gonna wake up before the stream hits the 8-hour limit.
When will that be? A couple hours from now, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
you mean Johnny Mini Oxide?
You mean Johnny Mario Oxide? Oh.
Come on. Stop bancing Johnny.
Why?
Yeah. I don't really bance him. I didn't bance him once when he came on my show.
Hey, everyone's got to bans Johnny at least once.
Because it's getting to the point where he's the designated punching bag, and it's losing
Are
its
you fucking
funniness.
kidding me? That's me, dude.
Yeah, but we
It's
need
only
to
on the
stop
forum.
bancing Slug so much, too.
No, we need to bans Canadians until they don't exist anymore.
That's kind of rude.
Slug, why are you saying I'm rude? I think you should apologize.
I thought you were my Anglo brother.
Nah, I'm a Slav, mate.
Disgusting. Remove.
Hey, didn't you just hear Weave? I mean, me and him don't agree on much, but we do agree that anime is shit and that Slavs are the best.
Wait, did we say anime is shit?
Yeah,
I
in
really-
some video.
Oh,
The
perfect.
anime question.
God, I fucking hate anime. And I love weaves. There you go.
Well, we all know anime is just a Jewish plot to, demasculinize the Western man.
Well, it started with demasculizing, you know what I mean, the Japanese men, and now it's
They already were
demasculizing the white man.
demasculinized.
You mean emasculating?
Yeah, that.
Yeah. I don't know, dude. I'm tired. I've been awake for not very long.
Fuck you
but
and your
it's
words
still
that
late.
make sense.
Just sound out the vowels, Slug.
SORRY. Sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Fucking anime. The stories in anime, like the animation looks kind of cool, I guess, but the stories are such fucking garbage. It's like I can't tell you how many animes I saw back in the day where like some mystical force like Deus Ex Machina just comes out of nowhere to save the day. It's like a positive spirit force that fucking defeats the bad guy. It's like so fucking corny. And there's always these collecting things. You got to collect like 4 or 5 of these things and blah, 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 blah. It's so fucking cool.
There are a few anime movies that I like. I can't remember the name of one of them, but there was one where the Nazis won the war.
No,
And
there
it's like-
are some actually good animes. I'm not even going to
Animated
go,
movies.
Cowboy Bebop, Trigun, or any of those.
Dude,
Okay, those are decent, but
Okay,
there is some
Andrew,
actually
you're
cool
a fucking
stuff like
weeaboo piece of
Planet.
shit who masturbates to spider girls. Why should I value your
Off.
opinion?
No, I don't.
Do you know
But no, there's
Jinro
actually
and
a
the
show
Wolf
called.
Brigade?
Huh?
Jinro and the Wolf Brigade?
I don't know that. What is that?
It's the prelude to it is that Nazis won World War II, and now there's global fascism, and it's great.
That's awesome.
Oh, you'll have to put that in the chat. No, there's another one, Planets, which is about a fucking crew of technicians that cleans up space debris in low Earth orbit.
Jinro and the Wolf Brigade. And there's like some plot to take down the fascist government, and the fascists win in the end. It's great.
Nice.
And you have all these Japanese guys in fucking suits of armor with Stahl helms and MG34s just running around shooting people. It's great.
Oh, actually, I think I've seen, GIFs and WebMs of that before. I probably have.
I thought Ghost in the Shell was alright. It wasn't great, but it was okay.
But otherwise, anime is shit, and we should burn it all.
Yeah.
Along with the Japanese.
Yeah, we should burn it all along with Slug's fucking chink girlfriend.
Seriously.
Slug, just start with just start with like a chubby, nerdy white girl that has a sort of cute face, and then work your way up from there.
Or just work on her and get her to not be chubby. Turn her into a cutie.
I'll tell you this right now. I've dated girls that are like 9s, and I've dated girls that are like 7s, and all this shit. A girl who's like malleable and you can get her to be traditional and looks like a 7, you fall in love with her, she'll turn into a 10. And you much rather have that than a 9 that's like stupid and slutty. Trust me. Go for the 7.
Oh, I understand that.
Go for the 7.
Yeah, but the thing is, since I don't go to parties and I pretty much.
Mate, you don't want to meet a fucking girl at a party. It's
Do you
not a
leave
place
your
to go.
house? Do you leave your house?
Yes, for work and school.
All right, so meet a fucking girl on your way back from work, or you're on your lunch break at work, or meet a girl at school. Jeez, find a nice shy girl.
Yeah, this is what you
talk
want to
to
be
her.
saying about your future wife.
I'd just like to remind you that my school's in Toronto.
That's what you want to be saying.
That's like the big problem there.
I'm sure there are girls who come from other parts of Canada to go to the school. You got to catch them when they first get there.
Well, they don't come from other parts of Canada. They come from other parts of the world, like India and Bangladesh and China.
Oh, there's your problem.
And Russia.
Ew.
The Russians are sometimes pretty good, but the thing is, they don't speak English very well, and they hang out with the
That's
other
okay. You can
Russians.
you can work on that. English is the easiest language in the world to learn, after all. Like some humans in
they
Africa
say the
can learn
exact
English.
opposite, so that they can get away with not learning it.
Just tell them that fucking 60 IQ niggas in Africa can learn English, so can they.
Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of the people that come here are 60 IQ niggers from Africa.
Yeah, but you're talking to Russians.
Like I said, in Toronto, you could find anyone. You could find someone from any country in the fucking world, and they're not sending the best. They're not sending you.
Are they rapists?
Same shit here. We probably have. I mean, we have even more languages and ethnic groups than y'all do. So
maybe.
Definitely.
I don't know, it's only Spanish and English, isn't it?
No. There's 800 languages spoken in New York. The most quote-unquote diverse cities in the world are L.A., New York, Toronto, and London. And out of them, I would say New York's probably the most by far, I would say. Dude, there's a fucking Tibetan neighborhood. There's a
Hey,
fucking...
guys, do you see anything strange in this picture?
What picture?
Well, I just put it in the chat.
Why is the same person in there like 10 times? Oh, it's a Clinton. Okay, yeah, edited. Yeah. Nice. Real subtle.
Dude, that's not the only one. There's another guy I see in there. There's a bald
Ponytail.
guy.
And
there's a bald guy. There's tons of that bald guy. That same bald guy in there.
and the guy in the blue shirt with the ponytail and red sweater, and
Are you guys ready
girl looking to the left?
for total Aryan annihilation? Because I'm ready for total Aryan annihilation. And by that I mean
What, killing
annihilation
Aryan?
by
What,
the Aryan
Aryan?
of everyone else. That's what I meant. I'm tired.
Hi, tired. I'm Hazard.
Because I mean,
okay, Dad.
People say that like Indians and Japanese people are Aryan, so I'm okay with genociding Aryans.
Yeah, didn't you know Iranians are the true Aryans?
And there's this
I would
Swedish guy who's always telling me that fucking Iranians and fucking all these different people are Aryan.
Fuck out of here. Fucking Iranians have fucking unibrows, bro. They ain't fucking white.
Hey, DeMarcus, what's your what are you actually? Are you fucking Slav? Are you Anglo?
I'm not gonna say on a live hangout. I don't want to give too much information and narrow that shit down.
He LARPs as an Italian.
Can you say it in the chat though?
I don't LARP as an Italian. I just talk like that because I fucking grew up around them. You fucking piece of shit.
Can you post it in the chat then? Verse.
Look, don't ask DeMarcus.
DeMarcus, I just sat down and had some minestrone. It was delicious.
Call. I'm gonna fucking kill you. You don't fucking pronounce the vowel at the end, you piece of shit. It's minestrone.
Hey, I don't speak fucking Italian, alright?
I'm not fucking speaking Italian either, you piece of shit.
So are you telling me that you're Greek?
No.
Take your.
I'm telling you, I'm gonna fucking.
And your pasta fagoli out of here.
It's fajoule. It's pasta fajoule. You fucking piece of shit. I'm gonna dump.
He's definitely Italian.
I'm gonna fucking dump a pot of hot coffee on your mother's face.
That's not nice. I think you should apologize for that, DeMarcus.
Now she should apologize for spawning this fucking improperly pronouncing fucking marsupial nigger.
Oh shit.
You can't really talk. You can't spell any English words right anyway. Like, what the fuck is aluminum? That's made up.
In high school, I once wrote aluminium on a test and got it wrong.
Well, let me ask you a question real quick, Carl. When you go to the theater, are you going to the theatry? Fucking RE at the end. Explain to me how that makes sense.
Hey, why do you call petrol gas? It's not gas.
Gasoline.
Right? It's liquid.
It's gasoline.
No, it's petrol, man.
No, it's not fucking petrol, and I'll tell you why. Because petrol is short for petroleum, which is the black stuff that comes out of the ground. Okay, it's gasoline, you fucking dumbass.
But why do you?
Oh yeah, you put fucking. You telling me you put fucking oil in your car?
Camping Carl,
Yeah.
why do you call Abo Happy Juice petrol?
Because I'm horribly racist and I don't care about the fucking.
It's
I don't
Abo
care
Happy
about the
Juice.
Abos. Yeah, I don't care. Alcohol does the same thing.
What have you tried? Have you tried drinking petrol to know if it does the same thing as alcohol?
Oh, they don't drink petrol. They're not niggers. They just sniff it.
So, okay,
They're
we're
slightly
gonna
smarter
use
than
you as a
sub-Saharan Africans.
we're gonna use you as a test subject. Then I need you to drink a whole bunch of alcohol and record the results, and then I need you to sniff a whole bunch of petrol and record the results.
Oh, well, we already have the results of the petrol sniffing. Alright, it's called Dream Time.
Tell them about the signs on the highways. Carl.
Oh, you mean the ones in Northern Territory that tell Abos not to sleep on the road?
Yeah, they're informative. They're
Oh,
so
man.
dumb they don't even know.
That commercial's the best thing ever.
Yeah, the TV ads.
I remember some fucking shitlib told me it's not because they're dumb, it's because it's more comfortable than the sand and the rocks. And I'm like, shut up, bitch.
No, the roads up there are sand and rock. That's the thing. They don't have bitumen up there.
I answered your question in the chat there, Slug. I'm a mutt.
Okay. So you're not
Jewish, Japanese.
Yeah.
and South African.
Ashkenazi.
Strange
Fuck
mix
y'all,
you got
niggas.
I didn't know you were part of Zulu. I guess that's where the nig in your nig type comes from.
Wow, there's still almost 30 people watching us. What the fuck are y'all doing?
Have they got any?
They must really hate themselves.
It's like
Yeah, maybe.
if they're from
What if they
America,
have
man, it's like
questions?
5 o'clock in the morning over here.
Dude, I want to go to bed, but it's just too fun to shitpost with you guys.
Yep.
And what about the other side of the country, Demarcus? What's the time in like California?
Nobody cares. California doesn't matter.
They're all
Well, I
spics
don't know.
over there anyway.
I don't know any other country, not country, city or state on that side of the country.
Yeah, you do, idiot.
I mean, I guess there's
Convolution.
Nevada and Utah.
Convolution.
You don't know California?
You guys just said California.
No. I don't know.
California is nothing but niggers, spics, and convolution.
Actually, there's less niggers in California than the national average.
That's
up.
because the spics keep killing them.
I wish they'd do
I like-
a faster job.
I like to imagine that GTA 5 is real life.
Hmm. Oh shit, we've got dead air now.
Hey, DeMarcus, do you have Discord? You should download Discord.
Everybody keeps saying. I mean, there's already the fucking mumble chat that I use that.
I've
People
used
still use
the
the Mumble
Mumbles.
chat. Whenever
the
I go
Mumble's
on,
pretty
there's no
much-
one there.
Yeah, the Mumble's pretty much phased out now by the Discord.
I know
put my
that
ass on
us
Discord,
dingoes
then.
still go on the.
And if there's anyone
Mumble.
still listening, if you're not on the Discord, go to announcements, and Sven's got a post there called Discord server, and click the link at the bottom of the thread.
Hey, what if these guys, some of them might not be on the forums?
If you're not on the forums, and get yourself on the forums, you fucking faggot.
Some of these guys, they don't even know where they are.
Get yourself vetted, then get on the forums. Cunt.
Oh god.
No, sorry, Ebola. I'm not gonna read the sleep pasta.
Speaking
November
of cunt,
8th.
I'm surprised how offensive that word is in America.
Cunt? Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
cunt.
If you say that in public, you'll get fucking raped for it.
Oh yeah.
Why
All
are
right,
you
hold up,
deppos
hold
so
up, hold up,
prissy?
hold up.
I love the word cunt personally.
Fucking, I have invites. Who needs
Don't just
who
invite
needs a
random
forum
people.
invite? Huh?
Don't
No,
just
don't
go
do
around
that.
inviting people, Hazard, because they're not sending their best. They're not sending you.
Yeah. I'm inviting people that have stuck around with us for Jesus Christ. How many hours?
I think this started 15 hours ago with Coulter
Yeah.
Conf.
Yeah, they've stuck with our shit posting for 15 hours. They have earned their place
16
in the
actually.
forums. 16
Yeah,
hours.
they could be very dedicated.
Just
JIDF agents.
And anything that was said by an American today, just don't post it on the forums. They're wrong.
Message me your fucking message me your email address and I'll send you invites.
By the way, Hazard's an admin. Don't piss him off.
Yee.
Who made Hazard an admin?
Also, make sure that right away you go straight to the oven and start posting in there.
I made a massive improvement to the forum by just unfollowing the oven. So much better now.
Unfollowing who?
But you're a
The
dingo.
oven.
You're a dingo, though. the only important part of the forum to a dingo is the oven.
No, that's the oven men. It just happens to be that there's a lot of dingoes who are oven men.
Well, I like the oven, and I'm not. An
I never
oven man
found
anymore.
oven posting entertaining.
I love oven posting. It's great.
Like
What
someone
exactly is the
posting-
oven posting about?
It's like shit.
You know the
posting
standard
taken
fuck
to the next
party?
level.
Yeah.
It's a standard fuck party, but in text form.
Hmm.
So like Bill, he'll post a picture of someone, lifting up a nice cheesy pizza and say, when you pull back the foreskin for the first time in years, underneath it.
Wow, we've hit the bottom of the barrel.
Hey, that's
the
oven
best
posting for you.
The oven men shit that I like was on the show where they sent that like Doctor Who themed clip to the guys at the Daily Show to play about Johans. Like
They do occasionally pop out,
Enoch,
one or two bits of a.
You are
good
you are
content.
messing with forces you can't understand.
See, what we
Like
should do is-
the Stefan Molyneux song that Sven did.
Yeah, yeah, I
$1
know.
fucking dollar. WAP writ that, and he
Dude,
got all the
WAP's
drops.
awesome. WAP, if you end up ever hearing this, which you probably won't, I fucking love you, dude. You're the best.
Yeah, I love you too, Wap, but I love Vic even more. No offense.
No Shlomo.
I want an autographed. I want Vic to sign an autograph of his avatar and then send it to me.
Hey, DeMarcus, I can sign an
I
autograph.
can't remember
with
what
my
his
avatar
avatar
and send
is.
it
He
to you
hardly
if you want.
posts.
Yeah, you can PM me through You can PM me through Discord.
Marcus, do you want a signed copy of my avatar?
Your avatar is blank right now.
Oh, it's Dorito face, but with an eye patch and a black sun.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
I like mine. Honestly, I have the best avatar.
Check the forums right now. You should have a chat message from me.
Nah, WAP has the best. It's fucking. Oh, I can't remember his name.
Oh yeah, it's so great. You can't even remember his name. You fucking fuck yourself. Now mine's the best. Look, I have this like animal looking fucking Nick Gike, and he's got a fucking his mouth is open like he's like a fucking monkey yelling and like he's gonna bite something. It's great. I also have the best name.
Russell Coit, that's his name, and he's got the M16 in his hands. Good old Russell Coit's all Aussie adventures.
DeMarcus, are you going to Tia WrestleMania?
Yes, sir.
Fuck yeah.
When I find you, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I know that
Why?
I don't know.
Why?
I
What
know
do I do?
nothing. I know that when I find Hazard, I have to give him a hug.
He's gonna make you yarmulke straight. You better watch out, DeMarcus. He's gonna
There's a bunch of people
crimp
that
your
I have
style.
to hug at Tia WrestleMania, but I don't know what I'm gonna do with you, DeMarcus. Maybe just lynch you in an oven.
Yeah, probably your best option to be honest. A lot of people said they want to fight me.
You gotta
Why?
lynch him in a gas
Dude,
chamber, because if you lynch him in an oven, the rope will burn up before he hangs.
If
So lynch him in
anyone
the
says
gas
they
chamber.
want to fight me at Tia WrestleMania, I'll just apologize and run away.
Won't you wear boxing gloves that say sorry on them?
No, that's my fight with Hydrick.
Oh, what? He's threatened to box you, has he?
No, Hydrick's been wanting to fight me for months now. Well, not months, like a month.
I haven't talked to Hydrick in ages.
Hydrick's the best. He's not around right now. He'll be back on the 1st. Yeah, but
Is he, burning down fucking refugee centers again?
I hope so. Yeah, we're gonna have a fight, and we're both gonna wear comically oversized boxing gloves and those inflatable sumo suits, and just go at it.
It's
That's
funny to
kinda-
hear him speak German because he's got this thick, heavy Texan accent. Then he
Yeah.
speaks German in this thick, heavy Texan accent.
It's a very strained voice, Patrick. I gave him a shout out on a couple episodes ago.
He was born in Germany and then moved to America. I don't know where.
Yeah, I know.
But
Yeah,
I know
it's
his
where you're
story.
raised, though. He's fucking American.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, he's living in Germany now.
Oh, I guess that means all the chinks in Australia are fucking Australians, huh?
No, because they weren't born to Australian parents, were they? I mean, both of Heydrich's parents are German, and they were born in Germany, and he was born in Germany to German parents. You see a thing here going on? See, if you're Chinese, you can't be German. If
So
you're
you're saying
Chinese,
that-
you can't be Australian.
Yeah, but not for nothing, but Italians in America who call themselves Italians aren't really
Well,
Italian. They're
you
American.
see, he was born in Canada. He just has a strong Indian identity.
Don't start with that Indian shit. You're gonna get me real
Mate,
fucking
it's
heated.
because
So-
Seppos don't
so-
have
so-
any real culture, so they have to revert to the old country.
So, DeMarcus, you know how when you
Some
go
actual
to
culture.
a store run by an Indian,
I don't. I go to white. I only go to fucking white stores.
the cashier will never talk to you. He'll just, keep doing whatever it is he's doing, and then he'll very quietly say in his thick Indian accent, "Thank you, come again," and then he'll go back to what he's doing.
Sometimes they say that, like, if I ask for the price, they'll always do this. They'll be like, 99 cents for you, my friend, even though it's 99 cents for fucking everybody.
Yeah. and don't you love that head wiggle they do back and forth while they're talking to you, especially when they raise one hand and they close their eyes.
Anyway, DeMarcus, haven't you ever heard that joke about American culture? What's the difference between American culture and yogurt? Or Americans and yogurt? If you leave yogurt alone for 300 years, it develops a culture.
That's rude.
Are you going to start apologizing for the Americans now, Slug? Can't just apologize for yourself.
Nigga, we got all kinds of folk music and country music and all kinds of shit.
What,
we
you've
created.
never heard that joke before? That's what fucking shitlibs are always saying.
So,
No.
D-
Now you're siding with the
I'm
shitlibs?
shocked. What?
Now
No.
you're siding.
DeMarcus, have you ever noticed that?
Of course I know America has a culture. It's
Got a-
spreading here, and I'm kvetching about it all the time.
Have you ever noticed that the darker an Indian's skin gets, the worse he smells?
I guess they all have to.
They all
something-
have to go back, but
Well, I was gonna say something else, but some pranks will befall them.
I
All right,
fine.
I want them dead. I want them dead. I fucking hate them so much.
Where did this prank meme come from, anyway?
I don't know, but I'm excited for the day of the prank.
Oh, the day of the prank's gonna be good.
Oh man.
So many.
I really lose.
non-whites
I
and
really.
race traders are going to be pranked.
I really lose my cool. Can we talk about another minority, please? Because I just.
Why don't you like talking about everyone's favorite race, the Indians?
Designated.
Don't you want to talk about the most designated race on the planet?
You know what I think about when you do that accent? I think about my fucking foot in a fucking boot, just stomping on the fucking Indian's head over and over.
Hold on. You simply have to stop being so angry at me. I have done nothing. All I have done is speak. DeMarcus, I am very, very sorry that you do not like me, but I promise you that all you have to do is simply
Kill your whole fucking family, you fucking street shitting piece of shit.
It's funny because
fucking ugly, stinky fucking.
It's funny
kill ya.
because
It's
it's funny because you
a
understand
superpower.
exactly what I'm doing when they keep saying more words and don't actually make any points. It's like they think that they can just keep saying words and eventually people will agree with them.
I was thinking about maybe like taking like I don't know, like barbed wire and attaching it to like a whip and then just whipping the barbed wire around their neck and then pulling it so it just like slices up their neck
Wouldn't that just spin them
I don't know.
around?
Maybe you
Very
should talk
painfully.
to Stray about that. He might have an opinion.
Who?
Grayfield Stray.
Oh, he doesn't like him either, right?
Hazard will get that joke.
Well, he's British, so of course he doesn't like him.
I get the joke.
Okay, good. But
You know what pisses me off about one of Grayfield's songs?
I don't know what you're talking about, but anyways, as I was saying about the
You
Indians,
don't know that Grayfield is a musician?
Another thing that we need to do with the Indians is just let them run all of our stores, because y'all know how economically efficient they are with their products. They they tell you that they're giving you a fantastic deal when they're actually doing a 200% markup on that package of gum that they paid a teenager to steal from the Walmart down the street.
Can we talk about something else? I'm gonna
I'm
get
trying
really
to talk
triggered.
to Slug about Grayfield Stray. You know he's a musician, right?
I do. I
He
just
did
want to
that
keep
great
going
song, Dancing Around Calais.
I just wanted to keep going with the Indian talk because it's pissing DeMarcus off.
Oh, you.
Yeah, I
oh, now
love
you.
pissing
Now I know what I'm
DeMarcus off.
gonna do to you at fucking TRS Omania is I'm gonna fucking kick you in the kneecap.
That's
But
not
anyway,
nice.
Slug, in you know the song "Britain Is Dead"?
No.
No. Well, in that song, one of the lyrics for the chorus is, "Australia, remember your mother. Sweet Canada, you were the
We're
favorite
the favorite
son."
son.
And that pisses me off because it should be the other way around. I mean, at
Yeah.
least we still have the Union Jack. What do we like? You only need to remember something if you've forgotten it.
You know what?
In the way that he was saying it.
I really want the Union back on our flag.
You know, I like the next verse. Dear America, protect your brothers.
We don't need protecting. Fuck you.
Did you guys hear me? I said
out
I
of
want
my
the Union
country.
back on our flag. That is the one thing I want most.
You know, I told Grayfield Stray that, and he said, "At least you get a mention, unlike New Zealand."
Ooh.
Of course, what Grayfield Stray doesn't know is that New Zealand is basically Australia's seventh state.
Poor Kiwis. They don't
matter. None of them matters. 50% of them aren't even white, so what does it matter?
Yeah. Hey, I heard that there's a lot of Indians in New Zealand as well.
No, it's mostly what are they called?
I just want to keep bringing up Indians. 'Cause
Maoris
how
and
mad I can
Asians.
get DeMarcus in
I
one
guess
night.
Indians are Asians because they're from Asia.
But everyone knows that when we say Asians, we're referring to yellow Asians.
Well, British people mean Middle Easterners when they say Asians.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, they call the Asians we know Orientals, which is incredibly racist of them. I mean, that's just so insensitive, don't you think?
No, I don't think that's insensitive.
Like if say
in fact,
if the monk is called a chink, an Oriental, they'd start kvetching and calling him a racist.
Well, I think that we should just start calling yellow people chinks, even if they're from Japan or like Korea or some shit.
Well, I'm okay with that because the Japanese are basically a slightly more advanced version of the chinks.
And we should start calling, Indians, Pakistanis, Bangladeshis, curry
Street
niggers.
shitters?
Curry niggers and street shitters, because that's what they are. We should start
I
calling...
call them Dune Coons.
No, the Dune Coons are the Muzzies.
Same thing, isn't it?
Well, Bangladeshis are Muzzies and Pakistanis are Muzzies, but there's a difference between like Middle Eastern Muzzies and like Indian Muzzies. You know what I mean? Like there's a difference. It's a small difference, but there's a difference. The difference is whether they are.
I don't know. They're all non-white.
The difference is how violent they are.
I don't know. They're all pretty violent.
I've never met a violent Hindu. I mean, I've never met a decent Hindu. But
Have you ever heard of the Thuggies?
No.
They were a Hindu cult that worshipped
Great.
Mali, and what they do is they'd strangle people to death. Like
Nice.
they during the traveling season, they'd strangle travelers to death, and they
Nice.
killed millions and millions of people.
Nice.
They only killed Indians, so not all
See,
bad. But,
I think that
but the British stamped them out, and that's why all the Indians are so peacenik now, because
so at the end of the
the
day,
British emasculated them.
I think we can all agree that we should just exterminate the non-whites.
Oh yeah, of course.
But baby steps. Baby steps. We
Yeah,
we start
there's
with we start with DeMarcus, and then we can go to everyone else.
I bet Demarcus has fallen asleep. He'll start snoring soon.
No, I just got fucking triggered by your fucking street shit bullshit.
Hey, we're talking shit about them. You should enjoy it.
Do you want me to stop DeMarcus?
If you want to fucking go to Tier WrestleMania and walk away with your life, yeah.
Why do you sound so upset though?
Because I fucking hate them.
So do
Hang
I.
on,
I don't want to think about them.
My browser just
Well,
crashed, so I'll be right back.
I mean, I have to think about them every time I go outside because I'm surrounded by them.
Well, you must
I'm
be some
kinda-
kind of
I'm kinda-
masochist to be wanting to talk about them so much.
I'm kind of numb to it now.
I can't get numb to any minority because it's just always a new one every second. There's like Botswanian neighborhoods and shit here. It's fucking ridiculous.
I think that the only neighborhoods in North America should be white neighborhoods.
Well, that's a very original thought for somebody in the
Right, niggas, I'm back.
Great, I would enjoy that.
Oh, there's two of me here.
I'm gonna go have a cigarette. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Oi,
Smoke
you shouldn't
is
smoke. That's
degenerate. You should be
degenerate.
ashamed of yourself.
I'll do that.
Smoke a cigar instead.
I don't know. I've successfully made DeMarcus Leibowitz angry today. I'm proud of myself.
Well, that's not too hard. I mean, all I have to do is say minestrone. Anyway, I was looking up something before my browser
Wait,
crashed.
you just said minestrone. You didn't say minestrone.
No, I said minestrone.
Well, fuck you then.
And pasta fagioli. I don't know why
It's
Italians would call
fagioli.
it
It's pasta fagioli.
fagioli, but I don't know. Maybe they're all
Okay,
fags.
I'm too tired. I'm gonna go to bed. DeMarcus, it was awesome meeting you. It really was.
Well, likewise, you igloo nigger.
Thanks. Camp and Carl, I'm gonna shit post some more at you on the forums. And
Okay.
Hazard, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Good talking to you, bud, as always.
Yeah,
I'm too busy shitposting the Nords to care about you, though, to be honest, man.
Oh.
All right, Hazard. Nice talking to you, meeting you, Carl. Always a pleasure.
You know it.
Later, guys.
I'm trying to find this one particular massacre that happened in India, and
Go to bed.
oh shit.
and good night.